Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to Story Time, the continuing saga of Sorcery. Hope everybody's having a good Easter day. And thanks for choosing to spend it, some of it at least, with me. No. Sorry, that song loops. There we go. There we are. Getting locked in. No. Slightly aggressive in tone, I'm noticing. Etalyx, everything okay? Yes. My Easter has been delicious. I had some leftover chicken fried rice, so mine also has been delicious. And a coffee. In hand. Hello. A formal hello. My kids want candy, but I told them I have to watch the stream. Listen, those kids have more years to live than you, so spend your time however you want, you know? When they get to be your age, they can do what they want to do. Have barbecue mac and cheese. That sounds great. I made a Wellington. You guys are fancy. Sounds good, Dethan. Hey, Clive. Techno. Clipin. Easter Boy. Hey, Canoe. Amenophis, check out the map. Now, bears mentioning that it's only been the day before yesterday since we started part 2. So, part 2 has not been started on for the sorcery map yet. It may have been started on, but not by me. I think Fire is still probably working through the actual mapping process, but it's gonna lag behind a little bit. Hopefully we'll be able to catch it up before part 3 begins. That way it's a proper companion. The goal for me is to have each part updated before the next part starts. So before we get to part 3, I want to have part 2 fairly comprehensive. But it's kind of difficult to do that literally while the streams are happening. And while we did a like 9.5 hour RimWorld stream yesterday. Also, hey Heretic, Casey, something or other. Welcome back, Potato. I had a Pop-Tart for breakfast. Living the life, Miss Lissa Day. Living the life. That's what I like to hear. What's up, Bagel? Fire? Greetings. Anybody else that's just wandering in here, Coronians? Anybody who was not able to catch up, speaking of trying to catch up, sorry. I wouldn't worry about missing the last VOD or not seeing the first one. I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, it's pretty easy to kind of get into it because what's so great about Choose Your Own Adventure story is that while there's an overarching narrative, I mean, we have a goal that we're supposed to be accomplishing, and we have a end-win condition, right? I feel like everything that happens in the game is fairly self-contained. You know what I mean? I feel like all the individual events and stories, like, you can enjoy without having to know the ones you came before. But I want to know what terrible mistakes you made last time. Speaking of mistakes, we're going to be doing something today, which is not rewinding the game unless I die. Or unless the game cheats. And by cheats, I mean misleads. So if I click a button, for example, and it does something other than what it says, then maybe. But other than that, I'm not gonna cheese, no metagaming, no nothing. This, you know what I'm saying? Finally, we can post no rewind memes. I've been waiting to be allowed to do this. Vanilla curry cereal, crumbly cakes, howdy. Hey Questlord, Nanny Og, Mr. Gaz, enjoy your lurk. We're gonna get started in just a minute. I want to give some people a little time to trickle in. Show you my new desktop though. In the meantime, think you'll like it. Check this out. Ooh, where am I? Where is this? Who recognizes this place? It's actually a 2-part desktop. You can't really see the other part though. So, the other part is this. This is what the whole thing looks like on a dual monitor setup. I thought it was pretty awesome. Really amazing piece of art, to be honest. So the other half of my desktop looks more like this, I would say. Straight from New Vegas, baby. Welcome to Hoover, New Vegas. But yeah, I like the dual monitor desktop wallpapers. I don't get to use them as often as I'd like, because there's not that many. Or if there are, they're like low resolution. This one doesn't have any of that garbage. It's like very high res. And I'm only wielding a 1080p monitor here. If I had a 4K, ooh, it'd be even harder to find something that fits that specification. Hey, Tyler Mania, sorry you got beasted on by Nightbot. Illustra, welcome back. Razzle, will we not be going back in time to murder the same person? That's correct. That is correct. Felix, what up? Hey, Lord Bob, don't worry. You got a minute. You got a hot minute. And your time is up. Here we are, the beautiful world of Caray. Sorcery Part 2, Caray, the City of Traps. And we have sprung a great many of those traps. Welcome to Hoover Gun. Thought it was gonna be off to the right and be more of the dam, but that's cooler. Yeah, it's really probably one of my favorite desktops. The problem is I never get to see my other monitor. It's only the one you really saw there, because my other monitor is crammed with like notifications, chat, OBS, all that stuff. Speaking of, Kai Kieran, thank you for the off-stream sub 9 hours ago. If you're out there in VOD land somewhere, appreciate that. In time, Siphon as well, sucking away all my time in Sorcery. Ended up 7 hours ago. Appreciate you too. Thanks bunch. TBW subs, boy. Xenophanes? Not late. No, we're just getting started. Space Shrimp. Big gun. Big gun, Erman. Is this your first time playing through these? Yes, it is. So thank you for... Oh, sorry. I did not mean to flash you guys. Anytime I click off the game, it alt tabs and then the screen goes dark. Sorry about that. This is my first time playing through Sorcery. I have not watched anyone else play it. I have not played it myself. I do not know what's going to happen. I do not know what anything does. So if you're out there, I'll have to remind this later, and you've played it before or you know what's going on, I don't want to know what's going on. I'm not trying to min-max. I'm not trying to win. We're going to go on a roller coaster journey today, up and down, the highs and lows. We're going to take the food that we're given and eat it. I want to find out the consequences of my actions on my own. Please let me make my own mistakes, as Nightbot has said. So, buckle up. If you feel like you can't control yourself, you can just take the fingers off of the keyboard and enjoy the beautiful train wreck that is Sorcery. But I have all my wikis open. Hi there. Hi, Mecha Girl. What is this thing? Brief explanation. Sorcery is a choose-your-own-adventure story. You'll notice that the tags today are reading aloud, because that's what happens. We're literally reading a book from the 1980s. There were 4 books written, choose-your-own-adventure stories, very robust game systems that were converted into a game by Inkle, and released a few years ago on iOS, and then they ported it to Steam. So it's available on Steam. You can get the whole collection, I think, for like $20-something. There's 4 games. We're on part 2. We're about the halfway point. So we began our adventure in Caray following these red pips. We moved through the south gate. We actually broke into prison, met a prisoner in there who stole something from my bag. Released from prison, he bolted down the street. I chased him down the street and elected to follow him into a shop that turned out to be that belonging to a chain maker, literally someone who makes chains. Springing a trap of chains, dropping a net of chains on top of me, he cornered me in his shop, tricked by the person I was chasing, the thief, I had to murder the shopkeeper. The guy who stole my stuff and caused the situation in the first place escaped. I have not been able to find him, nor may I ever find him. I moved up the city and kind of started exploring the region surrounding this. I don't think anything of super significance happened here, but what we're ultimately trying to do is find clues to piece together a narrative to eventually make it up here through the North Gate to the northeast and hopefully to the Balkans. To do so, we're going to need a passphrase, I've been told. So there's 4 separate passphrases in order to get through the North Gate. We're trying to put the clues together to find out what those passphrases are. But we're going to do so on the eastern half of the city today. So if you look at the river, we're on the right side of that river. And we're trying to find a group of nobles. Some of them are actually dead, who may be able to lead us in the right direction to figure out what we're trying to figure out. We'll take a look at our clues before we actually get started. But as we moved up the city, I believe we ran into some children. We went into like a burned down house. We learned that there's like a political campaign going on. Vic for noble is a common phrase among these people trying to edge out the current nobles. We went back down this part of the city. We went into a house of whispers. There was a tarot reader somewhere around here, I think. Oh yeah, we crossed the field and went to a bonfire where there was a crystal ball fortune teller. We revealed her to be a fraud, accidentally smashed her crystal ball, and then moved down, got our fortune told by the tarot. I don't remember, Chad, do you remember what the fortune here was that we got? I don't remember. I remember saying, hey, we need to remember this, it's very important. And we went from there to the Festival of Thieves. We met an octopus man who was serving some chef food. We went down to the Festival of Thieves, basically got ripped off at every turn. We went into this arena and fought the champion ogre, narrowly defeating him within an inch of our life. We were down to 1 stamina, but we won 10 gold for that. Immediately spent 4 of that 10 gold, actually 6 of that 10 gold, on a round of what we believe to be beer at the local Festival of Thieves bar. That turned out to be river water that they were piping in through a metal pipe. And then we proceeded down into a comedy act where there was a clown with a green wig who just sat there thinking that he was the funniest thing we've ever seen. I was not impressed, so I cast a spell that caused him to become depressed. Dejected, he gave up his life of comedy, and I obtained his wig. The wig allows me, coincidentally, to speak to animals. Are you seeing why sorcery is, like, interesting? Okay, hang on, let me alt-tab for a second, because I want to scroll up. Short recap of the last stream, there you go. We're not quite recapped yet. Why does the city only have 2 gates? Scripts in the game, they tell you the city only has 2 gates because Karay wants to keep all of its citizens inside the walls. They don't want to let anybody leave. So they make it as hard as possible to leave. What's the gorilla in the top right? That is the god. So based on our actions knock, our god that is watching over us changes, and we can pray to the god for various potential outcomes. Sometimes health, sometimes to get out of a sticky situation. Like if the dolphin is your god, they can help you swim. Gorilla or monkey is your god, they can help you climb and stuff. So based on what you do, your god changes. We got robbed and scammed a bunch. Yes, they stole a bunch of my money in the Festival of Thieves, unsurprisingly. Hey, Mr. Figs, Lady Atara. Wow, just to remember all that. Well, this is the little abbreviation for you. I demand you say the second T in tarot. I'm not gonna say tarot, it's tarot. Good times all around, basically. It was an avant-garde comedy act. Hey, Mr. Champ, TC Parker, what's up, guys? Ulthor, welcome back. No backseating, Ulthor. Yes, I'm calling you out, because I know what you're gonna do. I know you, Ulthor. Anyway. Where were we? The Festival of Thieves, right. The last thing we did in the Festival of Thieves was go north. There was actually an honest man here who was operating a rudimentary crane machine wherein you pay money, an animal retreats to a hidden chamber, grabs you an item, could be good, could be bad, and then brings it back to you for money. The animal gave me a wallet. The wallet was empty, but it did have a bunch of fleas in the wallet that got all over my body and made me very itchy. So that was less than ideal. After getting flea-ridden, we moved up following the riverbanks. So note that this is a choose-your-own-adventure story. It branches off in wide different directions, so huge replayability. We have never been to Dwarf Town. We have never been to the Artist Quarter. We never went to Mansion Row. We never went to Palatine Hill. Never went anywhere in here. These are all places you can go. But the key is, as I found out the day before yesterday, don't get bogged down. You cannot 100% this game. You can on multiple playthroughs, but you need to follow the flow. You're surfing the wave. You can't make the wave go to every single area, and that's okay. You're not supposed to. That's part of the adventure. Also, one of these songs is on a second time. There we go. Okay, back. So anyways, as we moved up, I don't remember, what do we do in this house? This house does not ring any bells to me. One of these houses was like a church. And we got up on stage and tried to answer the impossible question. We did so incorrectly. Oh, this was the bathhouse, yes. We stopped in the bathhouse. This is the only honest merchant we found in the whole city. We paid them a normal sum of money. They let me go into the bathhouse. I got a lot of stamina back. It was a normal transaction. There was no catch that I know of. At least not in my playthrough. And then we moved up. We got stuck in the well. This is where the cause of a lot of my sorrows came from. Basically, I got down in the well, got swept into the river through the well sewer system, thought, I don't want to be here yet, and then rewound. Big mistake. We're not going to do that again today. So we spent a while trying to solve this puzzle. There was no actual puzzle. So I rewound, but so our canon playthrough, we moved up. This is, I think, the little church where we answered the impossible question. We went to the docks, kind of asked around. No, this was an inn. This was the church. So we went to a couple inns, we played some dice. We're gonna play some more dice today, probably. And we met a couple of characters. We met a dwarf in here who said they were gonna go assassinate the nobles. And then the next day, when we woke up in this inn after buying a room, we went down to the bridge and the dwarf's body, presumably, was washing down the river. He's dead. So, we could have gone with the dwarf. That was an option as well. We could have seen what he wanted to do and what he had to say and maybe help him out, but didn't seem like a good idea, and indeed he's dead. So we crossed the bridge, the very last thing we did at the end of the last stream, chat. We went down to the bridge. The master of the bridge was about to lower it. They were waiting for the ships to go through. We paid him a bribe of 3 gold to accelerate the process. He's like, whatever, okay, money's money. Okay, we'll go. And then I helped him lower the bridge. Apparently, I broke the bridge. That was the last thing I remember reading, was that I helped him lower the bridge, and it apparently broke. So I don't know if that's going to have any far-reaching consequences or not. We'll see. Now, what we're doing today is, like I said, exploring the east side of the city. We're looking for a group of nobles. Try to put these clues together. So let's review the clues. 4 nobles know the spell. 4 of the nobles of Corée were each given 1 line of the spell to the north gate. You will need to find these nobles if you can, and learn their secrets. The first noble is Lord Sansus. We gotta look for Lord Sansus. The blind beggar. One of the nobles is now blind and begging. Oops, I just clicked on that one. Lord Lorag might be able to help us out, and that is one of the scholars. Not the same as a noble, but he might know a bunch. The scholar's house is in the red quarter of the city, in a large house close to Fireview Square. Okay, close to Fireview Square. Let's get some audio on here. It's gonna be a little loud at first. That's just the menu music, and then it'll quiet down. Okay, a priest may know. The priest in Lower Corée may be able to help you find spell lines to the gate. The priest in Lower Corée. Okay. The god Korga may be able to help you with your quest for the spell lines. That's 2 things related. A priest and a god may be able to help us. Vic, a man named Vic, runs several businesses in the city port, and the inhabitants of Corée are greeting each other with the slogan, Vic for First Noble. So if the first noble is Sansus, he's competing, I guess, for first noble spot. Those are all the clues that we have. We currently wield 1 meal, a honeycomb, and an apple for rations. We have 4 gold pieces to our name. We have a sword and a strange silver chain that is animated. It's moving. It's possessed by some kind of magic. I don't know. We have a key to the Carré gate. We've already used this. This is no longer applicable, I don't think. I believe this is the south gate that this opens. We could try it on the north, but I don't know if that's going to help us. We have a copper key that's said to open a certain jail cell that we may find ourselves thrown into if we're not careful. Other items, we have a paper fragment that has been torn through. It's not readable. Born skin boots if we find ourselves in a mountain pass somewhere. Magical items, we got quite a bit of stuff to play with. These all trigger spells, so each one of these items enables a spell that we wouldn't be able to cast without it. Beeswax is for sharpening your sword. Skullcap is for reading minds. Blimberry juice is for healing. Giant's teeth is to summon a giant. Black face mask, I think, is to incite fear. And then green-haired wig is to speak in other languages, including talking to animals. Our god currently is the gorilla, the king of the great apes, creature of honor and good faith, who accepts both danger and misfortune as traveling companions without hesitation. Gorilla's pretty common for us, but also pretty accurate, pretty apt. And that's all caught up, chat. There you go. Kyra Toby, what's up? Yeah, oh. Yeah, Kyra Toby and Fire, since you guys did such amazing work with the sorcery maps, which if you want to see what happened in part 1, you can do exclamation sorcery. I may go ahead and open that page, so I'm going to do it for myself. So I can actually, like, keep it open. We're going to be working on part 2 as we complete it, but there is an interactive map that you can go check on if you want to see what we did in part 1. So this is the comprehensive journey of our adventures through part 1 and a summary of the tales so far that you may have missed if you didn't get to see what we did in the Shah Mutanti Hills. It's all here in 66 little pips summarizing our great adventure. Okay, let's begin. In earnest. I wanted to make sure we were all caught up on the same page. No pun intended. You've reached the banks of Upper Carré. The buildings here are not as grand as on the south side of the river, but they are in much better condition. Fewer people live on this side, away from the fields and the hills, but those that do are richer. They are also, most likely, more dangerous. But of course, it is on this side of the city that the North Gate stands. You follow the road away from the river toward a fork in the road. If there are any nobles still in the city port, their houses are most likely to be on this side of the river. But which way? Teacher, I forgot what page number we're on. But these are real books, chat, from the 1980s. They've been transcribed here today. It's crazy that almost 40 years later, this is still like a really fun game. This is just how testament to how well it was done the first time around. The early morning sun is beginning to wake the streets of Carré. A few creatures roam this way and that. In one corner, a spring bubbles with fresh water. Drink from the fountain, look around, move on, ask someone for directions. Well, the last time I drank from a fountain, we got stamina increased. But I think since we have 19 out of 20, we're feeling refreshed. We just had a good sleep in the inn. I don't know that I need to drink from the fountain right now at all. I'd rather look around and see what's happening. Looking left, the road heads through into a residential area that seems well cared for. A short way off to the right is an open plaza. Ask someone for directions. I wonder where we would be asking for directions from. Let's see. You stop a passing creature. Excuse me, I need to ask you. The creature's head is bowed, and it doesn't look up, but it pulls itself free and hurries away, too miserable to speak. There's nothing for it. You'll have to explore for yourself. This is ancient history. It all really happened. That's true. So the left goes to a residential area. A short way off to the right is an open plaza. Well, if I go out, I know that the red quarter is up here, and I know that we have a clue leading us to the red quarter. The scholar's house is in the red quarter, close to Fireview Square. So we're looking for Lorag the Scholar up here, I suppose. Why not follow the clue? You follow a narrow, winding street past shops and stalls. It is still early and they are not yet open, but there are stirrings from within the house as the day's activities begin. A face appears at one window and seems to watch you pass, although the creature's eyes are closed and you are not sure that it actually notices you. Why is my button... There it is. Okay. How am I getting ads? I don't know. Twitch has got you. Twitch knows. Does Turbo still exist? Think maybe. But yeah, Prime does not block ads anymore. Oni Brigade, thanks for the sub, by the way. Welcome back for a second month. Appreciate your support. Script says, if the gates are always closed, how do they get fresh food? Do they eat fish from the river? I'm assuming the river has food in it, but they probably allow certain things in, but never out. So they just take imports, maybe. Wave at the creature, call out, walk on by. Okay, so a face is in a window. Calling out to the creature seems fairly aggressive. I'll just wave at the creature and see if it notices me. You wave to the creature, but it does not react. Its eyes are still closed. Another similar creature stands in a doorway across the street, washing themselves from a bucket. This one is thin and spindly, with spindly, with a long face. Not exactly a human, and not an elven either, but something in between. Look at these creatures in the alley over here. Look at these hollow eyes, washing from a bucket. A strange dog crossing the street with these weirdos at the inn. Also, our god just changed to whale. A slow, careful creature of great wisdom and deep honor, the whale moves through deep, dark places, but leaves barely a ripple on the surface. That is not me. We're not gonna have that god for much longer, I can tell you that. Well, we do need to get some information around here. I can't just ignore everything. Let's try and get some help from the locals. You try and greet the washing creature, but it too has its eyes closed. At the end of the road, under a low arch, a group of youths are loitering, talking and kicking stones into the gutter. They notice you and begin to point and talk amongst themselves. Oh, not the youths. They're going to spank me and throw me out of the city any time now, like they did in part 1. Approach, take a side street to avoid them, look them over. Well, I don't know what information I could glean by looking them over. Take a side street to avoid them seems iffy because... well, maybe if I avoid them, I won't get into any trouble in here. Okay, hang on. Where am I? We're up here? In the red quarter. Okay. There's just some weirdos down the alley here. I am getting like a weird vibe from this image that they're just bored waiting for somebody to come through. If I approach them, how odds that they're gonna attack me? Let's look them over. Let's get some more information. You pause to look at them. They too have their eyes closed, although somehow they've seen you. Or perhaps they've only heard you. We don't have any reason to be that suspicious of these people. They're just talking. They pointed at me, and that's about it. Approach. A group of children doesn't scare you. Yes, it does. You continue down the street towards them. They fan out a little until they fill the width of the narrow road above you. Shutters are closing, and people are moving away from windows, as though, despite their eyes, they have seen a fight coming. Should have gone down the side street. Mugged by Kids Part 2. Close my own eyes. Close my own eyes or cast a spell. Hold on, let's see what spells we can cast. Let's see what our options are here. They're definitely being aggressive, like fanning out to block me from passing. Come on. Create a fireball. Do I just explode the children? Just throw a fireball and melt them so I can keep walking through. What a terrible way to start the game, killing a bunch of kids in the street. I can't start the stream child murderer. Mud. Create quicksand, we don't have any sand. Dud. Illusion of treasure. If they can't see the treasure, I don't know what effect that would have. God. Illusion of worship, we don't have the right jewel. Gak, cause fear. I wonder if I can cause fear, because they can't even see my face mask. Cause fear might be worthwhile. Capital G. So the casing difference. Summon a goblin with a goblin's tooth. Am I missing any key letters here? We already did hot. We already did D. We did both G's, I think. Did we do F? Float in the air. What would, like, float over them? I could float over them, be like, hey, suckers, look at me. I'm just cruising over. You thought you were gonna just harass me with this illegal checkpoint? What, checking me for drugs here? Just float over and salute them on the way. Oh my god, just float away. I kind of want to try the face mask because I feel aggression. I feel the aggression. Don't have sand. What was it? Not hot. Was it lowercase g? Let's try cause fear with the black face mask. It doesn't cost any stamina. They should fear me a little bit if they're just being aggressive. They're fanning out in the street. People are closing their windows. They're looking and pointing at me and waiting. Cause fear. Show me. You slip on the black face mask and cast the spell. Despite not seeing you do it, the creatures begin suddenly to slouch and cower. They appear quite terrified. A moment later, one breaks away and runs off down the street. The others quickly follow. How will they be afraid? Magic. They're not afraid of the face mask. It's the magic. The magic enables the spell. The spell is what causes the fear. They knew he was here, and now they know to fear him. You know what? I don't even want to approach them. Normally I approach and say hi to everybody. That just seemed very suspicious. A short way along, the street forks. A narrow alley heads right between narrow buildings, while the main road curves away out of sight toward a wooded cliff. The side alley or follow the road. Where did I get the black face mask? So, literally at the beginning of this particular Part 2 game, we went into the gates. Once I locked myself in prison and then got out the next morning, right here, a body rolled down the cliff. Like, right, they pushed a body off of this cliff. It rolled down. I checked for a pulse. The guy was dead. It was like a dark elf. And on his person was a black face mask, which I took. Because I made sure he was dead first, because I wasn't going to steal from a living guy. He didn't need it, and better me have it than some other just street cretin. So I've been carrying it for the whole game. It's crazy. Alright, I am in favor of the side alley. The main street has not been kind to us so far, so let's check the side alley and see what we can find down here. You choose a side alley that runs between the back of large buildings. It seems no one comes this way. The street is not just empty, but strangely clear of the usual rubbish and sewage. Look more closely, keep walking, or turn back. Interesting options. There's gotta be something here. Dropping to your heels, you examine the street more closely. The cobbles are quite smooth, like the dry bones of a desert skeleton. It's as though every speck of dirt and grime has been picked clean. Why is it so clean? It's so clean. Well, no one's here. There's no rubbish? There's no dirt, grime, but there's also no people down this side alley. But the main street, like I said, no one's talking to me, so I'm not getting anywhere. We gotta pursue this lead. Keep walking. You walk quickly. This road is too narrow to be safe, and the sooner you emerge from it, the better. Okay. You continue down the road, passing a large building on your left with two large doors open onto the alley. It seems strange, since any vehicle or machine requiring such a wide entrance would not be able to fit down the street. Look in at the doors. Looking in through the doors, you see nothing but an empty space. The building, despite looking like a manor, has been entirely hollowed out. Presumably, it's a warehouse, but you cannot see anything stored inside. The floors and walls seem to shine slightly. Gold dust would be too much to hope for, surely. The doors are open. The doors are open, chat, and here's the thing. We're looking for clues. We're looking for the nobles. I haven't been able to speak to anybody yet on this side of the river. We're just looking to find somebody, right? I'm not gonna go in and steal stuff. Not gonna go in and... I'm just gonna, hey, anybody home? I need some directions here. Could use some help outside. Okay, let's go in. You step inside to investigate more closely. The shine appears to be a thin layer of slime covering the walls and ceiling. Suddenly, you hear a growling noise. It's coming from the street outside and getting closer. A growling noise outside getting closer. Hide, run for it, or wait to see what happens. I ain't got nothing to hide for. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm one step inside of an open door, that's it. Run for it, I'm gonna slip on the slime. Guaranteed, I'm gonna end up, like, skirting the slime, falling down, and then getting punished. I think I just stand and wait to see what happens. Look, we can talk to the growling thing. You stop and wait, peering up the street around the open door to see if you can make out what is approaching. You see nothing at first, only hear the growling noise once more getting closer. It is not the noise of a bear or a troll, but more like the grumbling of a very hungry belly. Run for it, keep waiting, hide. I got food. I could give some food to somebody for some clues. I'll keep waiting. You stand in the doorway, waiting and watching, when suddenly the street outside is filled with what appears to be a wall of goop and slime. A bloated, dripping slime eater is squeezing its way between the buildings and into the doorway. It's moving fast, and you have to scramble quickly to avoid being crushed. You're now trapped in here. Look at the creature, look for a way out, draw my sword, or cast a spell. Let's size the creature up. The enormous creature is coated in a thick ooze, like the flesh of some rotten fruit. The slime eater fills the warehouse, engorged with the filth and mess of the streets of Corée, on which it must feed. Well, we are not finding any help on this side of the city so far. Just a bunch of things that want to kill me. Let's see what we got. Kid, create illusions. That's probably not gonna help. Kin, summon a replica creature which just make another slime. Poo, pop, create explosions. Wait, did I lose my pebbles, chat? I think I have my pebbles still. I should have 2 pebbles. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think I lost them. MUD cannot cast. We don't have any sand. H, of course. Hot. Cast fireball at the foul beast. This might be the hot time. This might be time for hot. Any other options? Don't think so. Don't have mud. We could do pop, but like, create an explosion. Maybe, is create an explosion better than a fireball? I don't see how it would be. The last time I used a pebble as an explosion, it just knocked down an ogre, I'm pretty sure. I want to look at my items, though. And see if we actually have the pebbles. Where'd the pebbles go? Did somebody take my pebbles? I had 2 of them. We used 1. I had 3 and used 1, so we should have 2. They're gone. Maybe they got stolen. The guy did steal a giant's tooth. Maybe he stole pebbles too. Alright, so for those that don't know, with the spells, you can only cast, like, basically the way the magic system works in Universe is the stars have to be aligned in the right way for you to cast the spells you seek. So you can't always cast every spell. Basically, it changes from scenario to scenario, much like your god changes. So you work with what you can work with, basically. So for example, I can't fear the slime. But if even if that was an option, I might not want to, because would the slime really be afraid? Maybe. Thanks for the pebbles. I think it's gonna be time for hot. I mean, we can tell this slime... Well, he's coming into the house. The question is he coming into the house because it's his? Didn't they mention that the doors were so wide that nothing could possibly fit down the street that could use those wide doors? I'm in the slime house. It's his. So if I hot him, this is his house. How do we know if he's eaten any people? We don't see any people in there. It's engorged with the filth and mess of the streets of Korea on which it must feed. I am actually home intruding, killing right now. A slime owning a house in this economy? What were my other options? Was there any other good option here? I'm trying my best to not screw this up. P-O-P. No, I can't do that. There was not another good option. Capital H is hot. K was not anything. There's not really any spell options besides try and melt him with fire. If I do look for a way out, I might just get eaten or have to fight him with my sword. There's a mention up here as well. The building, despite looking like a manor, has been entirely hollowed out. It's completely empty. Presumably it's a warehouse, but nothing, you can't see anything stored inside. So is the slime gathering stuff and depositing it there? Let's look for a way out and see if there's another alternative besides blasting this guy into a smithereens. You look about yourself for some kind of exit, but this building has no other doors and no windows. Even the walls seem solid and firm. The room is now pitch black. The slime eater is spreading into every corner and nook of the slime-covered warehouse. I can't, like, come on, draw my sword. It's filling every inch of this warehouse. I think I only have one option. I have to try to kill it. It's literally it's either sword or spell. Those are my 2 options, and the spells are the same. We don't have sand, so we can't do mud. We can't do kid or kin. We can't do pop. The only answer is hot. Unless there's a letter that I'm missing here. K-H-P-M, right? Okay, well. It's me or him, chat. Just wanted to see what's going on in this room. It's me or him. It's gotta be him. Otherwise, the Analander dies. Fireball! You cast a spell, raising a fireball in your palm. The light makes the slime-covered hide of the creature gleam like molten metal. Throw the fireball at it, or throw the fireball at the wall. Throw the fireball at the wall. You toss the fireball at the wall of the building, blowing open a wide hole. You feel a ghastly pressure against your face. The slime eater is squashing its soggy flesh against you. Climb out of the hole. You scramble out through the hole before the creature crushes you completely and find yourself in a narrow gap between the building and a high stone wall. You follow the wall around, picking your way through thorny bushes until you reach the street. Now you've wrecked his home. I can't win, chat. I may have wrecked his home. But I avoided getting arrested by, like, the police coming to see why their street cleaner has been destroyed, utterly. We'll cross to the other street now and see what we can find over there. So far, absolutely zero clues. To your left, a line of buildings has been constructed out of the side of a natural cliff face. Above them is a thick area of trees. On the right, you pass a building bordered by a wall almost as high itself. We got options. No murder for once. He just has some ventilation now, that's right. A giant slime with the street all to himself. So, there's buildings constructed into the cliff face with trees above them. On the right, a building bordered by a wall. A building bordered by a wall. Look into the trees, look at the high wall, cast a spell, move on down the road. Ooh, this looks like a prison. This looks like the real prison. That's a guard tower, and a guard tower. We might find some escaped criminals out here. Look into the trees, look at the high wall. Let's take a peek before we cast a spell. I'll look at the wall. You crane your neck to look at the wall. It's several times your height. Whoever lives here is keen to keep inhabitants of Corée out. Or perhaps to keep whatever is inside in. The surface is rough and pockmarked with age. At the very top, something gleams. Look up into the at the very top, something gleams. Don't try and attract me with a shiny thing. What's in the trees? Did you see something move between the pines that line the ridge? You stop and stare, but make out nothing. Perhaps a movement of a low shadow. Perhaps the sunlight through the shifting branches. But certainly those trees must be thick with wild animals, and the creatures that live here must be plagued by them. Unless the creatures that live here are more dangerous themselves. Climb the wall, cast a spell. Let's see what we can cast. Are we gonna just burn all of ours? We'd have 19 stamina, so it's not the worst thing in the world to see what options we have. Hey, Etalyx, played the Katana Zero game. Lots of fun. Thanks for streaming a few days ago. My pleasure, Tomini. It's a good game, isn't it? I had a lot of fun with it. Great time. We got a lot of options here. BHF. Oh, never mind. BHFFS. W. Wait, no. Yeah, W. A lot of options here. Curious what we could... Big? Okay, the last time I cast big and climbed over a tall fence, it was a big mistake. Haunt? No. How? Find safe passage. It doesn't seem dangerous right now, so I don't know that I would need to cast that. We could float. Probably over the wall. W-A-L. Create an invisible wall. Is something bad happening right here in front of me that I just don't know about? Wait, wrong one. Wrong F. Capital F. Fog. Summon darkness. Something... Stars? Are you trying to give me like a warning about something that's about to transpire? Like I'm getting danger warnings and... Oh, that's big. Did I miss any letters? We got W for wall, S. We didn't do S. Maybe it is time for a nice sense danger. I'm getting the suspicion that something is afoot. Like there's creatures in the forest, there's a large wall keeping something in. Let's see. You cast the spell and a calm voice enters your mind, telling you that inside the high wall is much danger and death, and cruelty you would do well to avoid. The warning delivered, it slinks away. That's not to say there's not a clue in there. There could be a clue in there, but I'm just gonna move on down the road, yeah? Move on down the road. Time to move on. Ignore the warning. Much death waits for us in there. The spell is a coward. Lets you climb it anyways. Yeah, it's choose your own adventure. You could still go. That's what's so fun. You don't have to do anything unless you want to. You follow the road as it narrows. The houses built up against the cliff face become narrower too, with single buildings divided and divided again, until each dwelling is no wider than its own doorway. Knock on a door. We haven't talked to a soul. There hasn't been one character yet in the Red Quarter at all. We've been looking for this dude. Maybe he's closer down here. So I'm going to take this path towards Fireview Square when I get the opportunity to. Unless we get funneled down here somehow. But there's another house over here that could be interesting too. So we may have a difficult choice to make. For now though, I'm going to knock on a door. I need some answers. You pause to knock on a random door. After a short pause, it opens to reveal a thin woman wearing a bright blonde wig. She seems surprised to see you.
Who are you? Her voice gets deeper.
She's a Sven, so she's like an orc.
Who sent you?
I'm from the council. No one sent me. So you can lie and say you're from the council when you're clearly not. No one sent me. I wonder if lying ever wins in Sorcery. Maybe it's time to bend the rules a little bit to try to get some answers. Or maybe if I say I'm from the council, they instantly attack me. Be honest for now. We'll see what happens. No one sent me.
Then what you want?
She folds her arms crossly. I'm looking for a priest. I'm looking for a man called Lorag. I'm looking for the city nobles. I'm new in the city. I need somewhere to stay. So many options. Cheaters and liars never prosper. That's not necessarily true. In the city of traps and thieves. Who do we want to look for the most? So, the nobles, the priest, and Lorag. Let's take a peek at the clues again and see which one seems the most promising. So, we know, for example, that Lorag is a scholar, and that his house is in a large house close to Fireview Square, which we're on the way to now. There's also a priest that may be able to help you find the spell lines, and the god Korga. So since I have a clue as to the location of the Lorag house, then it makes sense to me that we should say we're looking for a priest and maybe try, because we do have a clue about a priest. So why not pursue the priest? I'm looking for a priest.
Well, this is not right place,
she replies huffily.
Priests don't hold with likes of me.
I'm new in Corée. What should I do? She laughs bodily.
Don't ask me. Here's what you should do, honey. Keep one hand on your money pouch and the other on your sword, and never turn your back for a moment.
She nods behind you with her chin. It's true, I'm not afraid.
Glad to hear it. And if you see Sansa hiding in the council, you see if you can't make him so confident. We could use some leadership around here. This place is going to the wolves.
With that, she slams the door. If you see Sansa's hiding in the council, see if you can't make him so confident. So, didn't really help at all. No help at all. Take side alley or walk further on. Well, we're gonna go to Fireview Square and see if we can't find the scholar Lorag. You turn down a side alley, past large houses on either side. On the left, you can just make out the roof of a mansion from which a tattered flag is flying. The pennant is blue and gold and bears a crest depicting stars shining above an open book. When the wind catches the flag and lifts it, you can briefly make out a letter in black along near the edge. An L, perhaps. Lorag. He's in a mansion The pennant is blue and gold. Stars above a book. That says scholar to me. This has to be it. And he's supposed to be in a large house. Turn back and head for the mansion then. Intrigued, you turn back up the alley toward the flag. Oh, we almost missed it. Maybe that's why this is here, because they were like, this dude's about to just go to Fireview Square looking for Lorag. Here's your chance, sucker, to come back. The road turns and heads roughly southeast once more, but you've been spotted. A group of young Orklings, more youths, are scurrying toward you. Why? Why is this gang chasing me? Kids hate you, yes. The Analander is to be avoided by the youths. Just thought I'd say hi. Hey, Smallvolp. How's it going today? Duckmaster, Jess, you got it? Yerk, what's up, guys? Welcome. Stardock, thank you for the sub, by the way. Welcome back for 7 months. It's been a while. Hope you all having a great Easter Sunday. Or just a great Sunday at all. Anytime I can spend my day in Sorcery is a good one. Yeah, the illustrations are fantastic. I assume they got them from the books and just made like really high quality scans. Because they're amazing. Hurry to avoid them, wait for them to reach me. Like, okay. They've got like a stick with a puppet on it. Dude's picking his nose in the back, eating an apple. I want to see what they do, but also I don't want to get caught. They're just rushing towards me. What if it's one of those scenarios where they actually are the only people that can help, but I'm being assaulted by gangs on the street? Wait for them to reach me. I have 15 stamina. Like, I could definitely scare these little kids away, right? Let's see what they have to say. You stop and wait for them to reach. Hello, they pipe.
1 gold piece for our bellies.
One demonstrates, pointing into an open gob which lacks teeth and, you notice, also lacks a tongue. Their hands poke at you and push outward, hoping for a donation. You know, it'd be really mean. You know, it'd be super mean if I could do it. I don't think I can do it, but it'd be hilarious. Wait, I can do it. I can do it. Illusion of treasure. Here you go, you little scrubs. There's plenty of treasure here for you. Okay, but here's the thing. They're definitely like pushing up against me, stealing my coin purse as we speak. I only have 4 coins. Let's see what the other options are, though. Oh, 6?
I cast clone jutsu.
Like, hello, sir. Can we have a coin, please? Dude splits into 6. You know, like, okay, calm down. Just simmer for a second there. You're a little high alert, a little high strung. What else do we have? Gob? Summon a goblin. We also have tell. Read their minds. Read their minds. Always a temptation. It's always there, wanting, tempting you. Create a force field. Yo! Personal space, please! Anybody ever teach you manners around here? Stay back, and then they like run head first and just like fall down, smashing their face against the invisible force field. I wish I could cast a spell when people randomly approach me on the street. That's, you know, that's very true. When threatened, local streamer Etalyx splits into 6 clones. It's a defense mechanism. We've used that a couple times. I like 6 a lot. It's fun. But also, I can only really cast 1 spell, probably. If I read their minds and they're innocent children, I'm gonna feel bad. But you know what? You don't look that innocent. Can I just say, the guy with the like puppet stick that looks to be on fire, this looks like not an innocent gang. You stop and wait. Hello. One demonstrates pointing to an open gob which lacks teeth and a tongue. They poke at you, push outwards, hoping for a donation. I ain't got enough money for you kids. I only got 4 gold pieces. I know you're gonna steal the rest. I've already seen enough youths today trying to do...
Done!
You cast a spell and piles of golden treasure spill from the sleeves of your jacket and all over the road. The Orklings go instantly into a frenzy of collection, running over each other and beating each other up, stuffing handfuls of gems into their tunics. You take the opportunity to slip away. Dumb kids. Get pranked. Like, really, what were you guys gonna do with 1 gold? You know what? Every time I go to an inn, it's like 2 gold minimum in order to get bread. And there's no way you're gonna split that 1 gold between every other orc. Or a goblin. Or they're orklings. There's no way all those orklings are gonna be happy with 1 gold. No way. Haha, what are they gonna do with no gold? Go harass somebody who's not on a mission for the crown king. You know? I got other things to do, kids. Hey, Okar, what's up? Good evening, guys. Don't try to justify your actions. I'm not. Those kids were dumb. And... Shoo, get out of my way. Go chew on some of these fake pieces of gold, and I'm gonna laugh when they disappear out of your pockets and you realize you just got. After a short distance, you come across a large building made of stones and mortar. Look at the building. It stands alone inside its own patch of grounds, and unusually, it seems to be in a state of good repair. A large L is carved on one gatepost. For Lorag, perhaps? The main road continues straight past the house. We definitely gotta go and pursue the lead. Not for nothing. You enter the gate and follow the path to the front of the house between tall, well-tended trees. This place seems quite lived in. So we have the front door, and then we have creep around the side. Now, for the cartographers in the chat, you know who you... Having some troubles getting to a certain zoom. There we go. For the cartographers in the chat, notably, I'm Fire. This for you. A perfect map. Slightly obscured by the UI, but it's fine. That's for the interactive map. Okay, front door. Let's go take a knock. The door of the house is solid oak wood, decorated with elaborate carvings. In the middle is a great brass knocker. All right, well, we're here now. So obviously I'm going to knock before I use magic. You rap 3 times. After a short wait, an elderly man comes out very impressed and asks for your mixtape. You tell him that you have a SoundCloud. Get with the times, old man. With a strange, spiky lizard creature winding around his legs. Aloha more. No, it's not Harry Potter. Wow, they really updated this book. Okay, anyways. An elderly man in a gown opens the door with a strange spiky lizard creature winding around his legs.
Hello, sonny. Yes, he demands. And who are you? You look a trustworthy sort.
I'm a sorcerer like you. I'm just a traveler. I'm a great warrior. I'm from the council. Well, that's not gonna work. You guys hear that or no? Somebody just roomed on by. I'm a great warrior. I'm a traveler. I'm a sorcerer like you. Well, I don't know for sure that this is Lorag. But I am just a traveler. It's true. I'm just a traveler, you reply.
I see. A beggar, you mean?
He pats the lizard at his feet, clearly relaxing in your company somewhat. Do I have something for him? What do I have for him? Etalyx, get room. Please, I need your help. I'm not... I can't get... I have a fireball for you, sir. These fists. I don't believe I have anything. Please, I need your help.
You certainly look like a drowning dog, he remarks coolly.
He sighs. It seems you've placated him.
I'm sorry to be rude, he says. In this city, you have to be careful. For every savior you meet, there's a Van Gorn waiting to slit your throat wide open. Please, will you come in?
Thank you. Push past him. Push past him? That's just kind of rude. I don't want to elbow the old man. Thank you. The old man gestures for his spiny lizard pet to retreat.
Step aside, Ericius. Whatever your name is, I forget now. Let the stranger in. Sorry, I mistake you for my old pet lizard. I loved him more.
Enter the house. Well, why would you go around the side and, like, break in through the window? I guess there's a back door over here. A couple of fireplaces. Some storerooms. Big place. You step inside his house. The walls are decorated with ornate hangings, and on the walls are numerous curious artifacts. The man turns to you.
Before you enter further, please, hand me your weapon.
Give him my sword. Look, let's not be ornery about this. We need information. Here you go. The man accepts your sword and places it on a table by the door.
Come in, then,
he says, putting out his hand.
My name is Lorag the Elder, and I am a scholar and a sage.
He gestures you further into the house.
This way, please.
It's Lorag, the scholar! Wow! We're going into his study with his personal chamber. Is Lorag even here right now? I don't think Lorag's here right now. You follow him into the study, an elegant room lined floor to ceiling with books. Look around the study. So are you a sage or a sorcerer? Ask about the North Gate. I always look. I don't know if that's a mistake, but I always look first. You glance around at the shelves lined with hundreds of volumes on magic, maps, learning, weaponry, falconry, carpentry, and every other subject you can imagine. The only gap in the shelving is for a painting of a young man. Lorag himself, perhaps, though it does not look like him, and the tag below reads, Krishanti. The scholar's pet is winding around his leg. He ruffles its spines absently.
There, Ericius, he murmurs. There's a good piece.
Ask Lorag about the painting. How does a man of learning survive? Are you a sage or a sorcerer, or ask about the North Gate? A lot of options here. A chainmail net drops from the ceiling. It's the old man from the prison that taught you how to play dice the first time. You offer him a bribe. He raises the net. You pay him the money, and he drops the net back down on you. You feel that you've been here before. It's nice to watch someone with a moral compass stream this game. Rock'n'Roller, you might have some disagreements from the chat. I cast Swindle Stones. My moral compass is, well, sometimes subject to whim. But we do try, chat, to achieve justice, no matter what. Chaotic good? Maybe. Not quite as chaotic as maybe we should be. Canoe, thank you for the gift sub to Ulthor, by the way. Grats, Ulthor. With that 1-year batch. Hopefully we'll have some new ones soon. But appreciate the support, Canoe. Anonymous also taking the opportunity with the random gift to, oh, my boys, my boys. Thanks for hanging out, guys. And thank you for the gift sub. Howdy, Smudgin'. Welcome everybody else that's just popping in. Lawful evil. Not quite. I don't know. I don't know what my moral compass would be. If I had to pick like a D&D thing. Ask about the painting, Krishanti. How does a man of learning survive in this city? That's a good question, though. Are you a sage or a sorcerer? I don't know what I don't know what the difference is. Ask about the North Gate. I don't think this guy wants to go direct. You gotta play the game first. You gotta play the game before you get the information. Let's ask about the paint. The painting is there. How does a man of learning survive, you ask? You can't be at home among such ruffians as fill the streets of Caray. He laughs.
This city isn't as bad as all that, or, well, perhaps it is. But in every city where there are children, there's a need for people who teach children. He shrugs. I teach the best lock-picking class in town. In a way, I'm a pillar of things here.
The old man seems to have a thought and goes over to a cupboard, taking out 2 glasses. He's a teacher of lock-picking.
Some wine while we talk?
Lorag the Scholar offering me some wine. I've already been through the poison wine. They're not gonna do the same trick twice. This is Lorag the Scholar. He's offered me into his home. It's a very nice home. We've been very cordial. We knocked on the door. We were let in. Nothing. We haven't done anything bad. I gave him a sword. I'm unarmed. This is very precarious, but also should be trustworthy place to be. You nod your head, and he pours you a glass. It is rich, delicately flavored, and warms you to your guts. I think we got some stamina back from that. Okay, that's some good wine. You know, maybe we're gonna need some warming of our own guts tonight, chat. Do we need some gut warming tonight? Maybe. Possibly. Etalyx is definitely lawful evil. Please tell me it's hot imbued wine. What, when you drink it, it just explodes? Don't trust him. He teaches the children. That's true. The children are just roaming the streets begging in gangs. And he's the leader. He's the ringleader. Ask about the painting. Are you a sage or a sorcerer? Let's find out about the painting. You point at the painting. Who is that? Lorag scowls at you.
Have you come to make conversation? Or have you come with a true purpose?
The scholar seats himself and steeples his finger. Fine. He's done. He's done with the games. Let's ask about the North Gate. I am told you can help me open the North Gate. He looks at you seriously.
You are on a mission, I see that. But is your mission to destroy Caray? Or to save it?
I am only passing through. I will save it. Caray must be destroyed. Wow. Okay, I didn't know that it was going in those directions as of yet. Caray must be destroyed. Lawful evil probably would say it needs to be destroyed. But I didn't say I was playing lawful evil. But lawful evil would say there's so many, it's a den of vipers. I've been, since the very first thing that happened to me once I got into the city is get robbed, get trapped in this house for no reason. It wasn't even a house, it was like a chain maker's whatever, he trapped me. We almost got eaten by grass. I got robbed like 3 times in the Festival of Thieves. The only good thing that happened to me is I paid an octopus for food and got a bath. That's literally it. Everything else has been bad. There were a handful of decent people in the inns. Those apple children were nice. That's true. The apple children were nice. Neutral would say, I'm just passing through. You guys deal with it yourselves. But maybe Lorag needs a definitive answer. I don't know which side he falls on. If he's teaching the children, I teach the best lockpicking. I'm a pillar of things here. That says to me, if you consider yourself a pillar of things, then he wants. Obviously, this is a wrong answer. It's not all bad. Yeah, it's mostly bad though. We can't destroy Corée. They have swindle stones. True. Oh, it's definitely between these two.
I will save it.
I will save all the lands. I am on a mission to retrieve the crown of kings. The scholar nods deeply.
It is a good mission. For such a mission, they would send a powerful fighter, a great sorcerer. Let me see.
And he goes over to his bookshelf, returning with a paper folder.
You know, of course, how magic comes to be in this world?
No. No.
Magic comes from the stars. The stars above create the power and the force that sorcerers channel for their work. And so the powers that are available are determined by the stars, not by the form of the spells themselves.
Okay. I don't understand. No, I know. Okay, go on.
I am a humble scholar, but the questions I have set my life to answering is this. Are there other ways for magic to be wrought?
You mean other kinds of magic? And are there? And are there?
Let me show you.
He opens the folder and spreads out several sheets of rough paper across his desk. They contain a pattern of strange symbols grouped in threes. There's Lorag. There he is. He's got papers with starburst and suns, spearheads, a quill, and do you suppose, chat, that I have anything that might assist this scholar? Perhaps a paper fragment that has been torn through and cannot be read. Perhaps. Perhaps.
These were discovered, painted on the walls of the Dadulay cave, he explains. I have paid handsomely to have them smuggled to me. Even the first noble of Corée does not know that I have them, and if he did, his rage would be terrible. Do you know what they are?
We were at the caves of Dadulay. We have been there and seen the lines painted in the walls. Do you know what they are? Tell me I know. Do I know? Let's just let the old man talk. Tell me. He grins excitedly.
They are spells, but not spells as we would have them. These were painted by cave people before the Dark Ages, over 3,000 years before Shalana discovered the crown. They perform the same magic because the stars have not changed, but as you can see, the spells themselves are different. See this one.
And he draws out a sheet of paper on which is drawn the following symbols. Upside down L, split ones, and a W. I can guess its effect. I don't think I can. I'm not that smart. This is broken. This is obviously an upside down L. I mean, that's a W no matter what. But if it's upside down, it's an M. So it'd be M-I-L if you are to read it upside down and backwards. I cannot guess its effect. That would be a lie. What does it do?
We will never completely be sure, he replies and shakes his head. But based on the images found with this spell, I believe it is a spell of confusion. One that will muddle and befuddle any creature over whom it is cast. We know a similar magic now, but of course, the incantation has changed.
I believe I know it. I believe I do know it, but before I say that I know it, let me confirm that I know it. Dumb, right? Make creatures extremely clumsy. Clumsy and uncoordinated, it will drop the object, fumble to pick it up, and drop it again. That's the similar spell, right? We haven't used Dumb the whole game. It's a 3 stamina spell. Should probably try it out at some point. It's supposed to be the 6 most useful spells. A spell of confusion, just make them read the spell. Maybe I don't know it. Is there another one? Let me look again. That may not be it. Hot Zap, Foff, Dumb, Big, Raz, 6 Sus, Uncontrollable Urge to Dance, Create a Goblin, Super Sticky Glue, Potion of Medicine, How is not it, Dawes, reduce its movements. I don't think that's it. Dud is Fake Treasure, Magic Spell, or Magic Shield rather, Dim. Oh, Muddle its mind. So it's dim. Not quite dumb. Must be handled with caution. I think dim is the one. Require fire, water, and stone dust. There's so many cool spells in here that we can't cast yet. I think have more been added in the second part than the first? Definitely has, right? Maybe not. I think so, though. So many things we could possibly do. A medieval game of Hangman. By the way, Boy in France, thank you for subscribing again for 9 months. Welcome back. Thanks for sharing your Prime. One more. Darkby Dragon says, here I am, 49. And now I go to bed. Why are you pointing at Darkby Dragon, Effie? Thanks for 49 months. Over 4 years. But thanks to both you guys. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Do you plan on playing the other 2 games? Yes, Switcher Mocha. This is just part 2 of 4. So we're definitely going to play the other 2 as well. And keep going from there. Because there's 2 other games that I've bought, installed, that we're going to play along the same lines. So it should be really fun. Okay, let's say we know that spell. We know a similar magic. I believe I know it.
Is that so? He laughs. Then please, do not cast it on me. I am quite muddled and befuddled already.
He moves the paper aside and brings out another on which is painted more strange characters.
What do you make of this one? He asks.
A spell of protection, a spell of healing, a spell of mind reading, a spell of confusion. I'm being tested. This looks like Wall, but backwards. Spell of protection. W-A-L. Spell of protection. The other, if it was backwards, it would be J, Q, W. I don't think there's a J, there's not a J spell. Well, it'd be P. Wait. Yeah, it'd be P. JP. There's no J spell anyways. It's Q as it is. W-A-L. I'm going to say spell of protection. Lorag shakes his head.
No, that is not correct. Such spells existed, of course, but this is not one of them.
Lorag looks at you expectantly. A spell of healing, a spell of mind reading, or a spell of confusion? Like a W-Q-L. Let me look. W-Q-L. So W is pretty clear. We already tried Wall. Oh. the next page is Wall backwards. Okay. L-A-W. Was this one backwards? W-I... But this one didn't match up with the other one, right? This one did not match up with the Befuddle one, did it? What was this one supposed to... What letters are these supposed to be? The last one... What was the course? It was dim. So the letters don't necessarily match. Healing? mind reading, or confusion. Yeah, there's no way to get dim out of this unless this is a backwards D missing some letters, because this could be M upside down, I. So if this is upside down too, then it's M D R. That doesn't make any sense though. That's obviously an L though. That's what I thought too, but I'm trying to figure out what this is supposed to say. Law is definitely not healing. I don't think it's mind reading either. It's not really confusion. It's more like control. You take control of somebody. So healing, mind reading, or confusion. Tell is mind reading. This doesn't look like a tell to me. Spell of healing is... I don't remember what the spell is, but I know it uses that potion that we've got. Doc. Doc is the potion of healing. Plot twist, they're all spells of confusion. Maybe. Definitely not Doc. Mind reading doesn't look like a tell. Confusion. I am confused, but I don't know if that's it. But if it was... I think law is more confusion than mind reading. I'll try confusion again. Let's see. He shakes his head.
No, well, such mysteries are not for everyone to uncover.
He stands at gestures at the door. Please, you must leave. Oh no! I failed his test. He gave me 2 chances to guess, and I did not pass the multiple choice question. God. Demand to know the spell line. I need to know the spell lines for the North Gate, you say. I am sorry. You will tell me willingly, or you will tell me in your dying breath. The scholar nods.
Or I will tell you a lie, and you will not know until the guards come to haul you into the dungeons, and from there you will curse my name. Please, I am an intelligent man, so I will think for us both. You can hurt or kill me, but you cannot learn what I will not teach you. So I say again, go.
I didn't know we had to study for this wizard quiz. Oh, here's the thing though, chat. This is like a guy who's studied magic. So I don't think my spells are gonna work on him. But you have to try, right? You have to try. Cause depression.
You might put me in the dungeons, old man, but you'll do so crying yourself to sleep tonight.
Well, sense danger is probably not gonna do anything for us here. We're the danger. If any... Oh, okay. Yeah, what? Am I not clicking Z? Fake Z. Okay, what are my other options? T. There's the mind read. I feel like this is gonna bait me though. I really don't think mind reading this master scholar is gonna do anything for us. He seems too wise. We don't have any letters with P. P, U. We don't know any of the spells that could cast with, apparently. So those are my options. Zap? Suspicion? Or mind read? I mean, if I felt vindictive, I could just zap him. But I mean, that's what I want to do, not what... He's taking care of all the kids in the city, chat. He's like raising the kids. Zapping would be truly an evil thing. It's not gonna work, but I have to try. I have to try. You cast a spell. Tell! The scholar watches you cautiously, expecting some kind of attack. But when nothing seems to change, He relaxes a little, and then you begin to hear his thoughts. He doesn't think much of you, that much is clear. But then you catch something else. Tumblers, too, sealed deep inside. It must be the spell line. You nod your head and turn to leave. He shows you the door. You retrieve your sword as you go. The spell lines you have found are listed in the keys section of your inventory. Scammed. We got what we needed. Funny story, chat. Not funny, but it's just really cool. Why this game is so much fun. This thing that we just did here. Do you see how big this map is? Where we started all the way down here at the bottom left, worked our way through, up and over. But if you have to go further back than that, you have to go back to Sorcery Part 1. Part 1 of our Sorcery playthrough, where we went all the way through this winding trail, I think into the city of Dumpus. I picked the right one on the first try. We explored the town of Dumpus in Part 1, found a merchant there who was selling the skull cap stolen from a priestess in Dadulay. I purchased it for a few gold pieces, and we've been carrying it with us ever since. So like I love that we're building upon all the things, all the choices that we've been making all the way back in Part 1 and all the way through the next 2 parts of the game. It's super satisfying. Because it makes you feel like there's other ways to get the information that you need, right? This is not the only way. But those multiple paths and like choosing which way to go, what item to buy, what not to buy. Like, sure, I can cast Read Minds, but I don't have the items anymore to make an explosion with pebbles. I can't make mud, you know? I don't have nose plugs to create a foul stench. I can't make a mirror entity, a god with a jewel of gold. There's so many ways through each scenario that's crazy fun. You also chose to kill Flanker. He deserved it. Did he really? Rockarola, check out the sorcery map and you can read why and how for yourself. It's all there from Part 1. Or you can watch the VOD if you want. That's also there. But anyways, I like that we have escaped this scenario. The old man is none the wiser. We got the clue that we wanted. Lorag is there, clueless, thinking that he has kept this information from us. We didn't pass his secret test, but I am the one laughing the last laugh. On my way out of Lorag's house, we got what we came here for. You return to the main road and follow the road down a little further. Clue in your pocket. So these 2 clues no longer relevant. They mark them out as you act on them. Nice. So we still have the priest, a blind beggar, the first noble Sansus. So where is it written down, the clue that we just got? The line. Does anybody know? Is it in the clues and I'm just missing it? The part that we just read? Key items? Okay, thanks. Lorag's spell line. Tumblers 2 sealed deep inside. Okay, sick. Thank you. Let's follow the road. Tell is such a useful spell. It really is, yes. I'm nervous about what Lorag told us, and I don't trust him. I read his mind, though. Flanker was a murder hobo. This world ain't big enough for 2. It's funny. The road continues on between dense houses on either side when suddenly you begin to smell a sharp, acrid smell. Burning. Looking up ahead, you see a column of smoke. Is the district on fire? Push onwards, turn down an alleyway, cast a spell. Well, this is interesting. This is interesting. Turn down an alleyway, what spells can I possibly cast? I love how often this is coming up. So many options. And we have great stamina to play with, too. Some magic protection. We can do fog, summon darkness, a shield, or force field rather. It might be a good idea to cast sus and sense danger. Usually is. W? Nothing. I think that's all of them. My other options are keep going. Is the district on fire? What? I don't know what district it's talking about. Well, why would I avoid the fire? Push towards it, turn down the alleyway, cast. Let's just cast sus. We got plenty of stamina to play with. See what's up.
Thus,
You cast a spell and a calm voice enters your mind, telling you not to fear. There is no danger up ahead. You are reassured and the spell fades. Well, I don't see any reason to turn down an alley then. Feeling safe with the warning from your spell, you stride forward toward the smoke, rounding a corner in the road until you see the source. It is a fire, but not a blazing house. Instead, it comes from an enormous forge set into a large blacksmith shop. The blacksmith himself is at work, hammering away at a flat-bladed sword. Ooh. Let's see if it's for sale. You approach the blacksmith and try to attract his attention by knocking a few of his display items off. What? Excuse me. What? Sorry, I'm very clumsy, chat. I seem to have knocked a few display items from the shelves. But it seems the blacksmith is quite deaf. Years of hammering on sparking metal has left him quite oblivious to everything around him. Steal something or tap him on the arm. I'll tap him on the arm. We'll see what's up. You walk over and tap his arm and the blacksmith jumps.
I didn't see you there.
He bellows too loudly. The man is clearly not that bright. I didn't mean to scare you. I'd like to ask you some questions. I would like to ask you some questions. The blacksmith shrugs.
I don't know anything.
He replies with an air of clear honesty. The blacksmith polishes his blade lovingly. Tell me about your swords. You just come right out. Hey, can you make it to the north gate, everybody? I just need some help here. With a secret password that only the nobles know. Tell me about the swords. I want to ask you some questions. I don't know anything. Yeah, that's very suspicious. But apparently he's honest about it. Tell me about your swords.
This one is my finest,
He replies proudly, indicating the blade is 1983's currently polishing up.
a blade of large hand.
Typos in a reading game. This one's my finest. A blade of large hand. I don't know what a blade of large hand is. Try the blade, leave it. What is large hand? Large hand?
Large hand.
The blacksmith agrees.
It's large handry.
Is that the name of it? Try the blade. You reach out to try the blade, but the blacksmith catches your arm.
I warn you,
He says.
once you've tried it, you won't want any other. And it's not a cheap blade.
Once you've tried it, you won't want any other. Is it cursed? It's not a cheap blade. Blard.
It's not a cheap blade. It's a large handry cheap, not a cheap blade.
I'll risk it. The blacksmith shrugs and releases your arm.
Go on then.
You pick up the blade and swing it through the air. It sings. The weight is perfect, the metal sharpened, the balance so delicate it becomes almost an extension of your arm. This is the finest blade you have ever held. I only have 4 gold, chat. There's no way the finest blade I've ever held is gonna be purchasable for 4 gold. How... When did we lose all of our money? I mean, we're in the city of traps. Of course we lost all of our money. 4 gold for the perfect blade. Fireball him. How much? The blacksmith grins.
I told you. Ready for it? 40 gold pieces.
Excuse me? Farty? The blacksmith nods.
That's right. 40.
Haggle? That's, that's too much. I don't have that much. Haggle. I'll give you half that, you begin, but the blacksmith only laughs.
You aren't,
What does this say? Tarkin? Oh,
you aren't Tarkin to a child.
he replies, a pirate now. He's just a pirate now.
Farty, or I sarl it to the next one by.
I don't have that much. I don't have that much. The blacksmith nods and takes the blade back with loving care.
It'll find its owner soon enough, I'm sure.
Wow, that's too bad. Ask about payment plans. Give him a 10% down payment and then just put it on your tab. Put it on credit. It's a great idea. I would pay that over time. If I could just pay 4 gold like per week, I'd do that. Well, okay, I guess the blade just stays there. He wants farty gold. Fine. I can't do that. Wash some dishes until you can afford it. I'm interested in the north. I want to find the city nobles. He doesn't know where they are, but let's ask anyways. I need to find the city nobles.
That don't sharp here.
He roars back. The blacksmith quickly hammers something. The noise makes your head spin. I'm interested in the North Gate spell.
I make sards,
He replies with a shrug.
not margic. You want a sard, maybe?
The blacksmith goes over to the back of his shop and downs a quick mug of ale.
I'd best do work,
He says as he returns.
Begone.
Then he begins to hammer so loudly you fear for your hearing, so you quickly run out of the shop, turning over your shoulder only to cast Fireball, melting the man and taking the sword on your way out of the smoldering ruin of the blacksmith shop. Sorry, that was just in my mind. That was just in the back of my mind. No, don't rewind. We're not gonna rewind. No rewinding. Continue up the road, please. You walk between the narrow buildings until you reach a fork. To the left, the road continues towards some kind of bustling market, while to the right, it leads down a shorter street. In the center of the fork is a great bronze statue with some kind of pot at its feet. That looks like Darth Maul. They created a fountain to honor Darth Maul. That's his dual-bladed lightsaber right there in his hand. With the spiky head. He's at least 20 feet tall. The hero of the common folk. Oh. Lightsaber. Excuse me. Definitely. Listen, guys, come on. Look down the short street. Look at the statue. Make a move. All right, we're not going to go to the market with 4 gold. There's not much I can do here. In the center of the fork is a great bronze statue with a pot at its feet. Is that a money pot? What if I just gave the rest of my money to the money pot? Look at the statue. The statue is of a giant brute wielding a club, and at its feet a large pot filled with gold pieces. This must be one of Karay's many gods, with the pot intended for worshippers making offerings, although none of the passing creatures seem to be throwing any in. Look down the short street. Okay. Looking down the short street to the right, you see a sign above the doorway reading, "The Gambling Halls of Vlada." Oh boy. Several seedy-looking creatures mill about on the steps. Cheerful creatures go in, and miserable-looking ones come out. I only have 4 gold. I could make it 8. I could make it 8. Time to move on. Oh boy, look at all this stuff we get to do. We can't do it all, chat. Through the arch, the statue, the halls of Vlada, or the left fork. Oh boy, so many choices. Let me look again. Several seedy-looking creatures on the steps of the gambling hall. I mean, you know what I'm gonna do. I gotta go to the gambling hall first. Then we're gonna take our money back to the streets and spend it on good stuff. Turn 4 into 40. Oh man, that'd be so sad if I did that and they still didn't let me go back and buy that sword or like haggle with that guy. I could probably go steal from the pot of gold. I feel like that's probably a bad idea. There might not even be that much in there if no one's throwing any in. Don't know what's at the left fork or through the arch. Probably just if you're not interested in these two things. You can only do so much, chat. We cannot 100% this area, so we do need to kind of choose wisely, and I have to choose the gambling hall, which may not be wise, but it will be fun, maybe. You enter the shade of a long hall filled with bodies and smoke, but strangely silent. No one is speaking, and the only noise is the constant rattle of dice, which rolls around the raftered ceiling like thunder. Only the occasional cheer and curse break the mood. By the door is a booth, and the gaming tables are out in the main hall. A great cheer goes up from one of the tables. Okay, what's the booth? The booth. Should I go up to the booth first? Do I need to get like chips or something? Oh, they're having like a Magic the Gathering tournament here. Crazy. Oh, I can't believe they're ready for War of the Spark. So cool. My first pre-release event. You go over to the booth where a Sven lady is handing out gambling chips. She smiles at you. Welcome, sir, she croons in a voice which sounds like a crocodile pretending to be a songbird. I don't know what kind of voice that is. A crocodile pretending to be a songbird. I have no idea what that sounds like. So, the lady in Monsters, Inc., right? The front desk Monsters, Inc., like, garbled throat singing. But how do you turn that into a songbird sound? I don't even know if I can do the first voice. It would ruin my throat. Because you have to do like a... You have to just do like a... Like you're burping. Right? I haven't seen Monsters, Inc. in like 8 years.
Like, how much can I get you?
Like that kind of voice, but how do you make that sound like a songbird? Don't know. How much should I take? What's the game? Trying to be cheery. Make it higher. I can't. It's just the throat sound. You can't just pitch it. That's just a sound talking in your throat makes. There's no way to pitch that. Well, at least not for me. How much should I take? What's the game? Give her my gold. Don't play. Let's find out what the game is first. What's the game, you ask? The lady laughs at you.
What else? She replies. Swindle stones.
Do you know us? That's Jan. You can't go full Jan. You gotta tone that one down.
There's like a fine line between those two. Jan? Hey, it's actually Jan the whole time. Everyone's Jan.
Swindle stones.
How did I just do that a second ago? I can't do smoker voice anymore. Whatever, the stupid throat voice. I do know how to play, though, thank you. Of course you could reply. I could hardly be in Carré for a day and not know.
No,
She replies, then drops her voice down low.
but you'll find the players here are quite good.
How much should I take? Give her my gold. Just give her all the gold. You hand over your money. The Sven lady counts it out slowly and meticulously as though she was not very good at counting. Then she hands over 4 chips.
Have fun,
She says cheerfully, gesturing to the gaming floor. Well, we got 4 chips, chat. Let's use it. Make it all sexy-like. I don't think that was the way.
Hello, handsome. You here to gamble? Just bring me your gold coins and I'll give you some gambling chips, wink. Meet me after you're out. There's a few more buried in my pockets, if you know what I'm saying.
You walk out into the hall. Players of all races and descriptions sit either side of 2 long wooden benches, starting games with each other, fighting them out, then exchanging chips and moving on. It is like a kind of stately dance, played with great dedication, almost entirely in silence. An old man, a grizzled sailor, and a bristly innkeeper are waiting to play. You notice the old man has only 1 arm. So do we get to... I get to choose my opponent. Oh, boy. Look at the tables. The tables are arranged in different sections by the size of the bet and the number of dice to be played. Sad-looking creatures move down from high-stakes tables to low ones. Brassy and bold creatures move up. At the 2-chip table are the old man and the sailor. At the table with the 10-chip bet, the innkeeper waits to play. The old man and the sailor have just finished a game. The old man must have won because he stands, cracks his knuckles, and moves to the 5-piece table. The sailor shifts down to the table with the 5-chip wager. So we have to play one 2-chip wager, then a 5-chip wager, then we can play a 10-chip if we still have time. So we have 4 gold. We'll have, or 4 gambling pieces. We'll have 6 if we win. Then we'll have enough for the 5 bet. Then we'll have enough for the 10. I don't know if they'll let us play that long. If we can, we have to win 3 in a row, though. All right, look at the tables. But did that take time? I didn't know this was taking time. I thought that I was just figuring out which table to go to, because I don't know which one I'm allowed to go to. They finished another game. You look across the tables. Places at the 5 gold table are occupied by the old man and the sailor. At the 10-chip table, the innkeeper's ready. The old man and the sailor finish a tense game. The sailor must have won. He stands, barks a laugh, and moves to the table with the 10-chip stake. The old man shifts down to the cheap table. The Sven lady leaves the booth at the front hall and makes a circuit of the room, offering refreshments at the cost of 4 gambling chips. The burly innkeeper buys 2 rolled-up flatbreads and devours them without looking. What? 4 pieces? For refreshments. Pick a table. Pick an opponent. At one end, games are being played for stakes as low as 2 gold pieces. At the other end, players are betting on 20 on each game. Most tables also offer long games with 4 or 5 dice each, alongside shorter 2 or 3 dice games. But not all the tables have players ready to play. You look across the tables. At the table with the 2-chip bet is the old man. At the high-stake tables, the sailor and the innkeeper sit in silence. Well, we gotta go to the 2 gold table. There's not really an option here. You sit down opposite the old man from the inn. Wait. From the prison? Not the inn. That says prison. This is the man from the beginning of the game. Oh my God. This is the guy. I broke into prison with this man at the beginning of the game. We had a nice talk. He taught me how to play Swindlestones. This is all coming full circle. Not only did I teach him how to play Swindlestones, or he taught me how to play Swindlestones, I went to sleep that night after having a nice chat with him. He stole stuff from my bag. When we escaped the next morning, he ran down the street to the chainmaker's hut. I followed him. They trapped me inside of a chain. I gave him 3 gold pieces to let me out, and then he put the chain net back on top of me, and I accidentally killed the chainmaker, and he escaped. It's time for justice, my friends. It's time for justice. I have been looking forward to this. I knew we were going to find him again eventually. I just didn't know where. This game is fantastic. This has bumped the game up however many points it needs to get to, like, a perfect score right now. This is a 2-dice game. Oh boy, that's not very much at all. You roll out your dice and consider your opening bid. Hello again, old man. They haven't locked you up again yet, then. Consider your opening bid. We got a 1 and a 3. Always lie on your opening turn, chat. Okay, so the way you play Swindlestones, real quick. I'm not going to explain the full rules. This is a short Swindlestones game, only 2 dice each. He doesn't know what I have. I don't know what he has. I have to make a bid. When all the dice are revealed, you're going to count up the total number of each one. So, for example, in my opening bid, I could bet that I have 1-1, which I do. He's not going to call that. He's going to have to raise or call, but he won't call. So he would have to say he has at least a 2, a 3, or a 4, or he could say he has 2 of something. Maybe he also has a 1, and he knows I have a 1, if I bid that I have a 1, and I'm telling the truth. So he might raise me to 2 1s. Well, then I have to raise my bid to 2 2s. Or 2 3s, or 2 4s, or call him. Yes, it's like Liar's Dice. But it's swindle stones in this game. But not everybody knows how to play Liar's Dice either. I wouldn't have known how to play if I didn't play this. So I'll talk you through this. I'm going to lie and say that I have 1 4. I don't think that's enough for him to call. If he has a 4, then I'm telling the truth. I don't have a 4, so I'm lying as far as I know. So I'm going to bid a 4, which means he cannot bid anything under that. So he can't bid a 1, a 2, or 3. He has to bid 2 1s, 2 2s, 2 3s, or 2 4s. If he bids 2 1s or 2 3s, then I'm in a bit of a pickle because I have a 1 and a 3. If he has a 1 or 3, then he could be correct. So it's risky. You're bidding. So I'm going to bid 1 4. Hope he doesn't call because I'm lying. Sorry, friend. Have we met? So since I told him I have a 4, he believes me. Not only does he think, oh, that guy's got a 4 then. I have a 4 too, he says. In fact, I think between the two of us, we have 2 4s. I don't have any 4s. So for him to be telling the truth, both of his dice have to be 4s. So what I do is instead of raise him, I call. If you're trying to put me off my game, you won't succeed. He said, sorry, friend, have we met? Are you kidding? You don't remember me? Oh, this guy's gonna die. This guy's gonna die. So I'm calling, because I don't think that there's 4 4s in, or excuse me, 2 4s in all 4 of these dice combined. So I'll call. He has 2 4s! He's cheating! He's cheating, man! I played that so well. Oh no! My strategy's ruined. That was pure luck, my friends. Pure luck. Roll the dice again. I lose a die. I only have 1 to play with. This was almost an impossible situation. You're new to the halls. Oh wait, it's old man.
You're new to the halls of Vlada, aren't you?
What makes you say that, old man? The same strategy has to work. The same strategy has to work. Come on, it has to. He can't do it twice in a row. Unless he bids that he has 2 2s, then I'm screwed. But he could bid 2 1s, 2 3s, 2 4s. There's no way. I'll bid a 4. He's not going to call. All in.
New players tend to be overconfident. I know these things, see. I got ways of playing.
Oh no, is he using loaded dice? He can't have 2 4s again. It's the same play. He can't have 2 4s twice in a row, Chad. Impossible. I'll try not to disappoint you too much. Oh, thank God. Only 1 4. The round is yours. How are you supposed to play when you each only have 1 die? I have a 3 and he has what? Why do I get to bid each time first? This is easy, right? I just don't lie. He has to have 2 3s. He could have 1 4. If he has 1 4, he can outbid me and there's nothing I can do. So there is still a play for this guy. Because 3 is the correct answer. Like if I was him and I bid a 4 for a 3rd time in a row, I'd call that bluff. And say, nah, unless he has a 4. In which case it'd be the truth. But if I bid a 3, which is what I got, all he has to do is raise me to a 4 and I have to call him. Because I can't do anything else. But this is the way it has to go. This is the way the cookie crumbles, chat. 1 3.
Doomed.
Excuse me? 2... Excuse me? 2 2s. You idiot. Old man. GG. Rip him. Oh, you take advantage of new players. What if he opens his hand and he goes... Surprise. And he has 2 dice back there. They're both 2s. Like, where did you get that second die from, man? He actually has it. No, he can't. He can't have it. All right, well, he had a 2, so he was trying to, like, bank that I was lying. Which is possible. I could have been lying about the 3. Maybe he had a 1 in 3 chance, if that's the case, of me having another 2. The game is yours. You take his last die away, winning the game.
Here you are, then.
The old man says bitterly and hands over 2 chips. You now have 6. He gets up and with a sigh slinks from the hall. You no longer have enough chips to play unless one of the other players moves down to a lower table. Hold on, no, I should have 6. Oh, yeah, because there should be a table open with 5. I'm not gonna stay put though, because I have 6 chips. There's a table with 5, right? Reach across the table and choke him. I wonder if you can actually pursue him anymore. The only upside is, I got a teeny bit of revenge. I gave him 3 gold to let me out of the net. I got 2 back. I still killed a guy who was pretty much innocent of the whole situation. So the justice has not been served, but that was step 1 of justice. Step 1. Maybe we'll meet him again. All right, we have to change table for sure. You get back to your feet. So I have to go in the hall, right? Nearby on the tables with the 10-chip wager, the sailor and the innkeeper have played each other. The sailor shifts down to the 5-stake table. A pious-looking monk steps into the hall, looks about, and then sits down at the table with the 10-chip stake. Someone curses from the back of the hall, but no one seems to notice. I wonder if you could cash out and chase the old man. I'm not going to, because I'm going to sit here and gamble. You know, that guy sucks. We have to kind of accept the past. We'll get him eventually. Maybe he'll pop up again in a dark alley somewhere. Let's pick a table. Right? Pick a table. The sailor is at the 5-stake table. I think you can pick an opponent because you can try and get with the pious-looking monk, and maybe he can tell you about a clue or something. But I can't go to there yet. So I'm just going to pick the 5-slot table. You look for a table with a partner ready. You look across the table. At the medium table is the sailor. At the tables with the 10-chip bet, the innkeeper and the monk are locked in concentration. Okay, perfect. 5 short, 5 gold. Not even the full-size round. You join the swarthy sailor at the table. He tips his hat to you and puffs his pipe.
You any good?
You ain't good. I don't know what that says. Didn't we meet this guy already? In the inn? The sailor counts out 3 dice each and waves at you to bid. Alright, so slightly larger game, an extra die. I know what it actually is supposed to say, but I'm trying to figure out how he said it. He's casting a spell. Gale, kill that guy. So with 3 dice, the strategy changes a little bit. Like, I have 2 2s. So what I want to do is start the bid low, and then let him kind of just go.
Well...
Oil Roy's the.
All right, then.
Is that right?
All right, then.
He bids 2 1s. Well, I believe that you have a 1. I have a 1. I'm going to up you to 2 2s because I have 2 2s. So even if you don't, this is a fine bid. Oh, I'll raise that. Oh, I see you. I get you.
Well, then.
3 1s. So he would have to have 2 1s to my 1 1. That's very possible. If even one of his die is a 2, I could easily bid 3 2s and see if he calls. Tough choice. 3 1s. Having 2 1s is just as likely as me having 2 2s. So I can't deny the possibility there that he's sticking to his guns. I think I need to bid 3 2s and see what he says. Let's try. 3 2s.
Well...
Call! Uh-oh. He had the 1s, chat. So, there was nothing to be done. I could have bid maybe 4 1s. He did have the 1s, so calling him would not have been the safe bet. So, we were correct, but he called me, and he got me. We're down to 2.
Huh? Tell you what. Dry land ain't no good for me.
Oh, it's like one of those jokes where I have to be careful what I say, because I'm not sure what I'm saying. I'm just phonetically pronouncing it. He bids 1 2. 1 2. Well, I could raise that to 2 2s. But I'd rather just bid 1-4 and keep the knowledge that I have a 2 secret. So I'll bid 1-4 and make him bid 2 of something. He doesn't know what I've got. What did I say? What's that, I said?
When you been on boat as long as I have, you'd understand.
Okay. You know, maybe I would. Sailor guy, thanks. He bids 2 1s. What did he bid before? He bid 1-2. Now he's bidding 2 1s. So he could have a 2 and 2 1s. But he has to have both the 1s. Now, if I believe his original call that he has a 2, I could raise him to 2 2s. And see what he does. Because he's kind of abandoned the 2 position. But if he was lying that first time and he doesn't have a single 2, he's definitely going to call, and he got me again. So, I have to take the risk. One of the risks is call him and say, you don't have 2 1s. Or assume he's telling the truth with the 2s and get him on the next go. Those are my 2 options. I need to win this money very badly, so this is an important decision. I need 5 gold. Do you have 2 1s when you first bid a 2? Or did you lie about the 2? I'll bid 2 2s. 2 2s is not something that, well, we'll see. We'll see. Oh, what? No! Did he get me? Please have 1-2. You just have to have 1-2, my man. Yes! There are 2 2s. The round is yours. He had the 2 1s. Woo! Right call, baby. Right call. Now we're breaking even. Roll those dice. The sailor curses and flicks one of his dice over the table. We're even at 2. I will tell him that I bet that there is a number that I don't have. Start with the 3. If he bids 1-4, then I'll bid 2 4s and we got him. Maybe. Bid 1-3.
Well, all right.
2 2s. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I have a 2. I have a 2. This looks like a loss for me. Because he could be lying about the 2s. But if he only has 1 2, then telling him that there's 3 2s is bad. If he actually does have 2 2s, then this is the correct answer. But I think he's only bidding that high because I bid a 3. So I don't think he has a 4. So he just skipped straight to 2s because he has at least 1 2. He could have 2 though. He could have 2. Could go with 2 4s, but I bid a 3 first, so he's definitely going to call if he doesn't have a 4. If he has a 4, he wouldn't call. I think the answer is just raise him to 3 2s and make him call and hope he has 2 2s. We don't know. Let's just go to 3 2s. 3 2s. My turn.
Crikes. Call!
Dangerous game we're playing here. Yeah, I was kind of doomed. Because I couldn't call 2 2s. Because I have the other 2. So he got real lucky there, basically, that I had the dice he was claiming. Well, we're down to 1. We might lose all of our money here. This is all on the line, chat.
I'll say 1-3.
Don't I just lose? Shouldn't the person with fewer dice be calling first? If I had a 4, this would be way easier. But no, I only have a 2. So I can't bid 2 2s unless he also has a 2. I have to guess what his other die is. It's a 1 in... I actually have a 1 in 4 chance of this being correct. Right? Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Because I don't know what the other die is. It has 4 sides. 25% chance it's a 2. It's not very good odds. The alternative is to just raise him to 3s and pretend to have a 3, but like if you're him, I don't know what the AI would do, but a player, a real human, would say, I have an extra die to lose. I'm just going to call whatever you say. He can't know that you only have 1-4. That's true. If I bet 1-4, is he going to call that? Maybe. But if he doesn't, I guess it's the same probability, 25% chance that he has a 4. So it's possible he might even have one. All right, I'll bid 1-4.
Let me see. No, I darn yet.
2 3s. That's what I was gonna bid, but I don't have a 3, so you'd have to roll both 3s. Call. I have to call. That's my best chance. Thank God. He actually had the 2s. He had the 2. I would have been right. I could have bid 2 2s. My 25% chance was on, but we got around it by lying. So, wow. Luck was truly on our side right there. The final call. The final roll. Ooh, big strong play. Big strong play. This is the only play, chat. 25. There's a 75% chance of winning here. 75% chance of winning here, based on this roll. Because he has to bid. He either has to call my bluff, which I'm not bluffing, or bid that there's 2 4s and he's right. Those are the only 2 ways. This is the best opening roll we could have got. Wait, what did I ask him? Do you often come here?
To core, you mean?
What is core? Oh, Corray.
Or to Vloida?
Tavlada. What'd he bid? 2 2s. Well, you lose. Sorry. Call. He was just hoping I was bluffing and actually had a 2. Easy call.
The game is yours.
The sailor sighs and puts one of his dice on the floor. We beat this guy before and we cleaned him out again. With a frown, the sailor hands over 5 chips. You now have 11. He bids you farewell and moves over to a lower stake table. We could lose it all. We could still lose it all. We're staying at the roulette table and just spinning the wheel and doubling it down each time. How many chips do you lose if you lose one game here? Well, we started with a 2-bet table. Now we did a 5-bet table. Now we're going to do a 10-bet table. You got to go all in, Chad. Would you rather leave the casino a winner or cash out with only 6 net gold after all this work? Also with the knowledge that one of these people at the high stakes table might be able to give us a clue. Because what's fun about this game is they weave this mini game Swindlestone's Liar's Dice in with the actual narrative. And you can get information and clues. In fact, we talked to that sailor in one of the inns and he gave us a clue while we were playing Swindlestones. So we have to try. We're not here for the money. We're here to solve the riddles of Corray. You stand once more. Go back to the main hall and look at what's going on. Over on the upper tables, the innkeeper and monk just finished a game. The innkeeper shifts down to the table with a 5-chip wager. So that means the monk is still up there. Pick an opponent. The monk is looking flush, while the sailor is looking down on his luck. The other players seem to be doing not as badly. I wonder what you can infer from this. Play the monk, who should be at the 10-bet table. You join the monk at his table. He bows his cowled head in greeting. The monk hands you your dice and waves at you to bid. What table is this? What bid did we make here? This is the 10 gold table, right? Why is it only a game of 2? This is the 10-chip table, yeah? Okay, just making sure. It should be 10, but I thought the 10-bet table was going to be a full game of 5. We're only playing a mini game of 2. Hey, Grugan. I believe your mod ship is at an end. Sorry. Your mod for a day. Not that we didn't like your fine work. You did great. Rip Grugan, though. Sorry. Okay. You roll all your dice, consider your opening bid. Betting low is not really necessarily a good strategy because you give him the opportunity to take the reins and set the rules. So, like, if I bet 1 and he's like, oh, yeah? 2 3s. I'm like, uh-oh, I've got a 3. He's probably got a 3. That's not good for me. So establishing your seat early maybe is worth it. Like, if I bid 2 3s right now, that's a lie. He could have a 3, though. 50-50 that he has a 3. And I force him to either bid with 4s or even higher. I'm going to say 2 3s. Let's just go guns blazing right now. 2 3s. Then, uh-oh. That's not the intended result.
Then I wish you luck. There are few that travel the Bachlands. Very few who return to speak of it.
50-50, chat. 50-50, playing roulette right now. 50-50, come on! No! Only 1 3, the monk wins the round. This is not a good place to put myself in. 1 die away from losing 10 gold like that. The monk peers under his palm and closes his eyes to think. We got lucky here.
A long time ago, the Backlands were well populated, before Carré was built.
Guess what? 2 3s. Stroke on that.
When the city port was founded, they dammed the river. It flooded out over the Backlands, creating the marshes. The water has never fully fallen back.
You telling me he's got both 3s right now? We've all got 3s? No way. No way. What? No! Oh my god, all 3 3s? I got swindled at Swindle Stones. So upset. He had your number. You should be more cautious, the monk says. And that's the game, the monk says. You lose. Shrugging, you hand over 10 chips to the pious-looking monk. You are down to just 1 chip. He nods once, and with a beatific smile to everyone present, swaggers from the hall. You don't have enough to play. Okay, like, the first bet was reckless. I'll give you that. The second, that was just bad luck, chat. In no scenario do you bid 3 3s. Right there. That had a 75% chance to win, and I didn't. Dark Kaio says, well, too bad for you, Etalyx. With 25 months. Too bad for me indeed, Dark Kaios. Thank you for the resubscription. Even if it was harsh. I'm very sad. I'm going to stay put and pout at the table in disbelief. You stay put at your table. A hungry-looking beggar girl enters, takes a seat at the 10-chip table. The Sven lady brings around more food and snacks. You look at the tables. At the table with the 2-chip steak is the sailor, at the 5-piece the innkeeper. On the other side of the room, the 10-chip bet the beggar girl is waiting. This is what we were supposed to do, chat. The creature with only one eye gets up, sobbing, and runs out of the hall. It seems it has lost the other eye in a bet. You've had enough. You return to cash your chips at the booth. Let this be a lesson, chat. The Sven lady smiles and exchanges your chips for 1 gold piece.
Hope you had a great time,
she exclaims. You reply with a smile and head back into the street. You head up the road towards the giant statue once more. The day is dawning on. My first real Swindlestones lost, and it was the 10 gold casino. I hope the Analander learned a valuable lesson here. It could have been 21 gold. It could have been 1 gold or 21 gold, chat. Sometimes you gotta go for the gold. If we'd have stayed there for 2 more turns, we would have been able to get 40 gold and go back and buy that sword. You know, you never know. It's Time to take out a statue bowl loan. Oh, God. Let's take a look at the statue and see what's going on over there. You know what? This is what we're going to do. You go over to the statue and look into the pot. It seems to contain almost 20 gold pieces. Look up at the statue. Tilting your head, you look upwards at the statue. He is an imposing figure, at least 4 times your height and solidly armed. You do not recognize the god depicted, but his presence so close to the gambling hall suggests he's either a god of prosperity or a god devoted to punishing those who do not pay their debts. Take the gold, leave well enough alone. I don't think you can go back into the gambling hall after you leave, though, can you? Also, like, let's be real. Are we gonna spend the whole time we have on the Eastern River at the gambling hall playing Swindlestones the whole time? What's the worst that could happen? Give up quest, become pro gambler. Is the Analander jaded enough yet? I'm worried that if we do that, we're not going to get to see the rest of the game. All right, chat, here's the deal. This is crucial. People that have played this, is it possible to actually spend so much time in the gambling hall that you can't do anything else? Because I don't want to miss out on the fun game experience. No, you guys are just saying that. I don't know how many of you even know. Also, like, how... I can't... Listen, the Analander justice, chat. Justice has been done. I can't become a common thief just because I lost in the casino. If I do this, I am speaking against anyone ever moving to Vegas or going to the casino. Hey guys, I'm gonna take my lesson from the Analander here. Next time I get taken for all I'm worth at the casino, I'm just gonna find some place to rob. That would set a very bad precedent. You know what I'm saying? Plus, there's definitely a string attached to this. I'm gonna get... This is an evil... Not just evil. There's definitely gonna be someone that sees me and arrests me. I'm gonna end up going to jail! Why else would I have a copper key to the prison cells of the Red Quarter? The Red Eye cells. It's because they want me to take 20 gold and get arrested. I ain't gonna fall for that. I'm not going back to jail. I've already been to jail, chat. It seems most suspicious. So much gold out in the open. We're in the city of traps. You still have plenty of ground to cover. That's definitely a trap. It does seem very suspicious. All right, through the gate or left fork. I'm gonna say there's probably not much up here. Maybe there is. But we don't have any money. I believe the town... The shopping area is up here. I ain't got no money, so forget that. I got 1 penny to my name. Let's go to left fork. You follow the road around the side of the gambling hall to a wide open space, laid out for a market. There are several stalls, all selling the same goods. Wait, this is the market? There are traders arguing loudly over who has the cheapest or best quality. Oh. Well then, this is, okay, I got confused. This is a, are we gonna rewind? Because I thought this was not the market. I was just trying to avoid the market. I ended up right there. All right, this is an innocent rewind. It's not because I did something wrong. It doesn't change the story. Just an honest mistake. We looked at the statue, left the gold. Okay, it's probably a trap. Through the gate. Away from the shops. You head back down the road under the arch and into the plaza. On this side of the square, the main road continues on through a low arch. 1,000 other alleyways lead off in all directions into Upper Carré. Look at this place. Like a pavilion right here in the center. There's like people with big marching band staffs, little kids roaming around, birds flying high, flags waving, this creepy, like, I don't know, what's this, another one of those blind weirdos that we never figured out what they even were. Approach the monument. You approach the crowd around the monument, which is so thick it's hard to see inside. Here, says one of the creatures, whom you elbow aside, be careful! Push him aside. You knock the creature away. He splutters with rage and begins to threaten you, but other creatures around him calm him down. He stalks away across the square, cursing loudly. Clambering up the steps of the monument, you finally get to see inside, but the monument seems to be empty. There's just a circular rug that fills the floor space. The crowd murmur and whisper. Step into the monument. Throw. I have one coin, chat. It was meant for this. And then we can be completely poor. You know what? Don't even ask someone about it. I'm just gonna throw a coin in there. There's no reason that there's a crowd. I'm gonna throw my last coin in there. You toss a coin into the monument. You don't quite see what happens, but a moment later, your coin is nowhere to be seen. The crowd are clustered around the monument as though expecting the rug inside to move. That's my last gold piece. Just let me in. Let me in. I gotta go get my gold. I dropped it in there. I'm sorry, everybody, but there's a gold piece on the floor, and it's mine. Whatever these creatures are worried about, you're not afraid. I literally have no gold to lose. You step through into the monument, but just as your foot is about to touch the circular rug, there's nothing there. And then you're falling. Okay, well, we're pretty used to this at this point. We tend to fall into all sorts of places, really. You're a wizard! Hey, Paul Matt. Thanks for your 17 months of sub. Welcome back for one more. Much appreciated. Sorcery! Yes, it is, Scooch. Yes, it is. Time to cast a spell, perhaps. We're falling. Oh, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Not again. You are floating slowly down through the air, turning over and over. You're in pitch blackness. You cannot see a thing. Then a spot of light appears. It grows wider and wider until finally you emerge to a fate that is nearly worse than death. You've landed in a disgusting pile of unbelievable filth, slime, excrement, sludge, dung, dregs, all the way up to your neck. Evidently, the sewers of Corée. Why would you wait under this circumstance? Just get up. You start to struggle up to your feet when a splashing sound to your left draws your attention to a small opening in the wall right next to your ear. Something is coming. This is like... Oh my god, I'm not even gonna get to see the rest of the game. Well, remember how cool the Fallen Quarter, the Garden of Briar, the Necropolis, all this is? No, in the sewers now. Sewer 2.0. Whatever, we're going this time. I ain't gonna undo. No more retries. This is the playthrough now. The only time we retry, I'm staying with this one. I wish I would have just gone through the shops. Should have just stayed in the shops. Could have gone to the well. You hear a sound. Stay standing, duck. I gotta know what it is. Just meet it head on. I've been in the sewers before. You cannot bring yourself to duck and simply hold your breath as the filthy liquid explodes from the chute. A moment later, you are violently sick. Gasping for breath, you wipe yourself off as best you can and wade out from the heap of filth. You can feel it in your eyebrows and your boots. Did I just get, like, gagged? Did I just get, like, physical comedy? This is the part of the movie where the main character falls down the trash chute, like, dusts himself off, stands up, and just gets smashed right in the face with a deluge of sewer water, and when the camera cuts back, it's just dripping from his face. And he has to, like, with two little eye holes. poop comedy. Going in. We just got slimed in a 90s game show. We just got double dared. You can feel it in your eyebrows and your boots. I'm not going to be very respectable like this, and I lost some stamina too. You stand in a cavernous sewer tunnel filled knee-deep with slow-flowing, stench-filled water. It is pitch black. You could be standing on a mountaintop or inside of a coffin, except, that is, for a single speck of light somewhere in the far distance. The last time I did not wait, it was a huge mistake. We also have a bit of a maze here. Chad, is this a different thing? We haven't been in here, there's no way. This is a different place. So if I had to guess, is this north, south, east, west? Because if I fell down here, this is directly east. So I fell down here. Why do I feel like it's going to emerge up here inside of this temple and like skip all the fun stuff in the game? Why do I get that distinct impression? Because like that is up and east. Hold on. Hold on. Enhance. Make the image clearer. CSI team, come on. You're slacking on the job here. We've enhanced so far that we've pierced through time and space itself. That's a well. That's a well. North and east, chat. North and east. Here I am. North and east. That's gotta be a well. Hold on. There's another. The other well. There's a. That looks like a well to me. Right? I feel like we're gonna end up in the necropolis somewhere. That's definitely a well up there. I wanna come back out ASAP right now from here, if I can. Wait? Last time I didn't wait, I got punished. You wait, and within a few moments, the tunnel is filled with goblins! There are not one or two, but a whole army, led by a tall, stocky elder goblin, chanting a weird, guttural song. They pause a short distance away from you, and the leader steps forward. A whole army of goblins.
You should not be here, the goblin declares. This is the domain of the Mad King, and of us.
Apologize, take me to the king. Draw my sword or cast a spell. What spells could I possibly cast on these goblins that would help me out here? The illusion of treasure would probably be a good one. How? Oh. Just burn them all with fire. Mud. Cannot cast, we don't have any quicksand. Pop. With a pebble of explosions. God. The illusion of worship we cannot do. Gak. Cause fear. Well, I'm tempted by how to figure out how to get it. Wait, you can't do how. Is there suspicion? No, there's not. Does. Cause slowness. That is another option. Okay. The question is, what do they intend to do? This is the domain of the Mad King. Apologize is definitely not going to work. Take me to the Mad King. Draw my sword. Or cast a spell. I mean, you could just say, take me to the king, but the king could be anywhere. I feel like if I apologize, I'm not going to be able to cast a spell after that. I think this is my only opportunity to do the spell. Can you cast Pog? No. Burn them all? No. Oh, the Mad King? Burn them all. Sunday? Sunday? Mud. What was the other one that I was gonna do? D-O-Z. Cause slowness. I'm gonna cause slowness on this whole group of people. You guys need to slow down. They can still talk, I think. Let's try Dawes. Dawes! You cast your spell over the approaching goblin, and its movement begins to slow down until it is creeping through the water toward you. You rush forward and skewer it with ease. Call slowness? Sorry, did you mean to say, like, kill that guy? Okay, then. You didn't, yeah, you kind of missed the army. The goblin leader laughs. He gestures another of his minions to face you. I guess we're cleaning the sewers out today, chat. I suppose we're cleaning the sewers out today. I mean, I am being assaulted by an army of goblins. I think it's clear they mean me harm. They threaten me with their domain. Do we have any new options? Well, we can, I think it might be time. What if we just keep, what if I just keep slowing each new goblin and skewering them? That'd be pretty funny, actually. Can't do mud. Just keep slowing them one by one and skewering them. Haunt. Is there a letter that I'm forgetting? Throw the body. Presto. Check out this treasure, okay? Just wanted to kill that goblin in particular, but I brought these vast riches from the stockhouses above. The humans don't need these anymore. Here you go. That guy, though, he slighted me earlier. It was personal. I'm sorry that you had to see that. But, like, I bring an offering. The illusion of treasure has to be right. It has to be right. They're goblins. You cast a spell filling the sewer with illusionary gold and riches. The goblins cackle with glee. You are wealthy, the leader of the goblins states. We will be glad to rob from your body when you are fallen. Huh. Should have cast Fireball. I actually don't have any money. Listen, you won't believe this, but I almost won 20 gold at the casino earlier, but they took me for all I'm worth. Can you believe that? It's rigged. It just is. And then he's like, that's how I became the Goblin King. I lost to a monk. He rolled 2 3s, and I bid 2 3s. There's no way he could have had 3 3s between the two of us. I called, and sure enough, he did. No way. That's how I lost all my money, too. And then we, like, throw our arms over each other's shoulders and just have a beer, knock one back. Nice bonding moment between me and the Goblin King after I just killed one of his minions. Okay, what do you think a Goblin King does on turn 1 with only 5 stamina? I would wager defend. It has to be, because look how much stronger I am than this chump. This is definitely going to be like a first turn, like, low attack, right? He's not going to go all in. He's going to do a defend. We'll do a nice, like, 3-5, 3-6, 3-5. Oh! Why would you do all in on turn 1 when you're so weak and stupid? The creature marches toward you. You try to gauge his size and perform a fast cutting attack, aiming to connect while the creature is off guard. The goblin growls and swings with all its strength for your body. You are driven backwards a pace. The monster tracks your movements. Now he's definitely defending. Good. Okay. A moment later, you lead the fight. You catch the goblin a quick cut on the side. Its blade takes some of the attack. The creature tracks you cautiously. Then we just stay on the offensive. He might even defend again. But he definitely can't have more than like a 3-8 after going all in. Okay, another defend. That's fine. Chasing the goblin, you leap forward and drive your sword at its side. It dodges back and races across the tunnel. Do you think he has a full meter right now? What was his original swing? It was like a 5'9". Might be a good time to defend. Because I don't have as much as he had. He might have a full meter. Let's defend. Okay, should have gone in. Should have gone in, but now I can definitely beat him. Wary, you drop back, watching the goblin carefully. It attempts a sideways cut, but you deflect it, keeping your focus. The creature eyeballs you fearfully. As you should. Fearfully means he's gonna defend, right? This should be a clue. Fearfully should be a clue. That this is gonna be a little attack. Right? If I get baited again, it's because of this message. You're supposed to use the last thing that they say as kind of a clue as to what they're gonna do. I'm trying 864 for the first time, much more crisp than 720. I know, right, Molotov? I know. It's crazy. Please don't. Okay. Perfection. Then you are taking the advantage. Holding your weight back, you slash sideways. By sheer luck, the goblin sword catches some of the attack. The goblin is weakening. That doesn't mean that, Is he gonna defend again? He's defended like twice, a small attack, and another defense. This might be my time to go all in. We just have to guess. Oh, bad guess. Bad guess. The watching creatures are hissing and spitting as you alter your stance and aim to chop its heart. The goblin turns and races back across the water. He growls and stamps his feet in the muck. Should have waited to hear that one, because I'm definitely going to defend now. Because I do not have 4-3. Wary, you drop back into a defensive posture. The goblin roars. You knock it away and it tumbles into the dirt. You ready your focus. The monster shows its teeth and spits. You leap forward, powering the tip of your sword into its side, defeating the goblin. 4 stamina lost, shameful. 2 of that was just a misjudgment on the first attack, to be fair. The goblin leader frowns. He's starting to get angry. He motions one more of the goblins into battle. No. That was not even the leader, chat. That was just a default goblin. I don't have that much stamina, to be fair, but I can't sit here and just fight all day, either. I can't. Infinity OZ, thank you for the resubscription. Welcome back, and thanks for sharing. Appreciate your 5 months. I know it's a lot longer than that, but thanks for coming back for one more. Well, Dawes worked the first time. Will it work the second? We can't do mud. It's gotta be the big boy. But we're gonna be so low on stamina if it doesn't work. We already tried Dud. Not gonna be enough. Dawes worked on the first goblin. I think we gotta go all in here. Cause fear. Okay. Gak! You cast a spell, whipping out the black face mask. The goblins shake and quiver with fear. You are clearly a powerful being, the lead goblin declares. We will not trouble you. And with that, he waves his army on. Should have just started there, huh? Could have just begun with using the mask. What if it's cursed, though? What if it's cursed and every time we use it, it seeps further? Like, how do you think the first guy died wearing the mask, huh? Who killed him? What if you use the mask too much and it attaches to the back of your head and takes control of you? This is why I love the playthrough. Hindsight is so good. Well, we lost 5 stamina, but it could have been more. They march off into the tunnel. Jeer at them. Absolutely. You call and jeer at the goblins as they pass, but they are well trained. Even the grunts at the back ignore you. At the rear are 2 goblin generals.
How many more soldiers does the Mad King want?
The first asks the second as they pass your position.
Thousands.
The second replies, then spits.
But he'll get what he gets. That he will.
The first agrees, testing his blade on his thumb. The 2 walk on, still talking in muttering voices. The Mad King wants thousands of soldiers. He'll get what he gets. Okay, make a move. The goblins are tramping away up the sewer. You found a new clue. What's the clue? In tunnels under Correa, an army of goblins are massing for attack. Yeah, I guess I don't know what to do with that information, but that is a clue. Can I not just climb this ladder here? There's clearly a ladder here. Maybe it just it leads up to this well pit. Where's the well, though? I don't know. We're just in the sewers now. So, option 1, head the other way, follow the goblins. Under what circumstances do you follow the goblins, I wonder? They seem to amass inside of this giant chamber. But again, I am just fearful that if I go that way, we're gonna somehow end up right next to the north gate. Which I definitely do not want. Whereas if we go east, this could be in the necropolis, if that is even a thing, or it could be... I have no idea. I don't see another well. We fell in here. Straight down. There is a well right there. I don't know if this is accessible, but it might be. I have no idea where we're gonna get spit out. I don't know which way to go. Now, if the goblins are massing for an attack on Correa, if I really truly wanted to save the city, destroying them somehow is probably important. But I don't know what good following them does, because I could have just done it there. Guess you could get more clues and possibly go up this way. I'm just gonna go east and find out what's over this direction, I guess. It's like, this is definitely a way out. Hopefully. I'm going the other way. Stay away from the goblins. You turn and head the other way down the sewer. The way seems to continue on into infinite darkness, but these goblins must have come from somewhere. Wait, they were coming this way originally. They just crossed us. There's nothing else for it. You strike off along the sewer hoping to find a way out. It's impossible to tell how much time has passed. In the world above, perhaps the sun has gone down, the stars have come out, but down here, all you know is that the people of Correa are still throwing their slop into the grates. The water underfoot stinks, and the ducts above your head rain with thick filth. A junction. You reach a junction of 2 sewers, one way sealed by a grating. The left or the right? The right seems to lead to a strange waterfall. The left, well, I mean, both of them could round. I'm gonna stick to the right and explore whatever this, like, body of water is coming down here. You splash on through the water when suddenly your foot strikes something. The base of another wooden ladder, sitting in a fork. You give the ladder a sharp tug to test its strength. The whole thing comes away in rotten splinters which rain down into the water like so much slurry. There is no choice but to move on. If you keep walking for long enough, this tunnel must come out on the other side of the wall of Correa. Uh-oh. Are we skipping the whole game? Oh, no. I hope that's not true. Whatever, this is no rewinds, chat. We ended up down here by sheer random chance. This is the story of this Analander. The goblins must have entered somehow. A bending passage, or another junction. There's no way they would let you fast travel to... Wait a second, what? Is this where I am on the actual map right now, or is it just because that's where I am on the, like... Am I here? No way, right? a bit... Why would I go to this dead-end pass? Because if I play this like an RPG, I want to explore every nook and cranny. But that could come back to bite me. But this is clearly a dead end. Like, I want to at least check it out. The skewer forks again, but one way is blocked by a rusted grill. A skeleton hangs against the metal. The skeleton's arms hang through the grill with the rest of its body on the far side. Looking closer, you see the wrists have been bound by decaying leather bonds to the metal. Untie the skeleton. You untie the poor creature, snapping his leather bonds easily with your hands. The current tugs at the skeleton, and it drifts away down the sewer beyond the grill, arms trailing out behind it, as if it was trying to swim back. Look at the grill. The grill itself is sealed and has no doorway. Why was the creature trying to reach through? Who was standing on this side to tie his arms in place? On a hunch, you look down in the filth at the bottom of the grill. Perhaps the creature was handing something through. Indeed, you find a small metal box. But it's nothing, just a tinderbox for lighting fires. Once it dries out, it should be serviceable once more. Which way now? Well, let's see what's in this pile of rubble here. The sewer continues for a distance and ends in a solid metal grill. There is nothing more here. Okay. There you go, then. You retrace your steps. Which way now? Turning back. You return to the junction by the rotting ladder. So you could turn all the way back if you want. I'm just going to keep going to this junction, though. A thundering sound announces water nearby. The sewer forks here. Let's see what the water's all about. You follow the sewer. The noise of falling water grows louder until you are standing at the foot of a plunging waterfall. Drink. Oh, God. Examine the water. The water falls from a great height. You must be below a river or a lake. The only lakes I see are here, here. We could be in the Gardens of Briar somehow. Maybe. There's got to be clean water, and I need some stamina. So let's drink it. You cup your hand and drink. The water is cool and refreshing. An unbelievable blessing down here in the dark. Fresh water. You move away quickly before you are deafened. Well, that turned out to be good. Did I take a shower and wipe off all the muck and filth from falling in the sewer, getting blasted in the face? I mean, let's be real. We did get ass blasted by a sewer pipe at high speed velocities. It's true. It was so fast that it took away like 4 stamina. You make your way along the sewer. In the distance, you hear a dull groaning sound. In before we get fleas. What, down in the sewer? Wouldn't be surprising. A dull groaning sound in the distance, huh? Well, there's nothing but to keep going, I guess. You emerge into a small chamber where a knee-deep pool of sewage has collected. The liquid is bubbling, and as you watch, a shape rises from the water. It is the smooth hide of a slime eater. It roars, gobbing slime and goo at you! Look at this guy. Look at this guy with his eyes and stuff. He got little slime horns. A slime eater. Hey, buddy, I met your friend earlier and I didn't kill him. I could tell you where to go eat some slime if you want. If you're feeling hungry. He looks very smug. He looks comfortable, like he's in a big hot tub. Well, we got some choices here. Let's see what we got. Summon a goblin. Not possible, unfortunately. Cause lively dancing. We do not have a bamboo flute. Create lightning. We cannot teleport, sadly. P. Pep. cause strength requires fire water. Interesting. What was the other P? P-O-P. We do not have pop rocks. It is a giant slime eater. Perhaps it is time to summon a giant. Or perhaps it is time to talk with animals. Talking with the slime eater might actually do something good. That seems like a good option, actually. Is there anything else? There is a T-E-L. Reading minds versus talking to animals. I feel like the talking would be better than the tell. Is it an animal? I don't think they would give you this spell. They would have given me Yap if it was not... Wait, okay. They would have given me Yak. No, they would have given me Rap. Hold on. Yap is talk with animals. Rap is speak other languages. The slime is known for its wisdom. I think it's Yap time. Check if Rap is an option. Maybe. Oh god. Talk all languages. Uh-oh, they actually did give me both. Sharpened blade with beeswax. Oh, so many possibilities. He hasn't spoken. It roars, gobbing slime and goo at you. Let me look at my spell book real quick. Might be the other direction. Rap and Yap. In conjunction with this wig, the spell will allow its caster to understand the language of and communicate with creatures speaking non-human tongues. This spell allows the caster to understand the languages and communicate with most animals. It'll be ineffective unless wearing the green-haired clown wig. That is risky. That is risky, no matter how you cut it. Tell will just read his mind, but if I can't understand his language, what good will that do? So we actually have 3 language-based options here. And then we have the go big. Go big and summon a giant to fight for you. We only have 2 giant teeth left, unfortunately. We never even got to use the first one. Fine. I don't know if this is a dire situation, though. I have 12 stamina. We can't do hot. Analysis paralysis is not fun, so let's just go. Nope, not invisibility. Talk with animals. I'm gonna try this. It might backfire spectacularly. No, he's flinging slime at me. He's not an animal, though. What if he doesn't speak any language? Fine. Talk all languages. Here we go. Oh, that didn't do anything. You pull the wig onto your head and cast a spell, but nothing happens. This spell is intended for talking to intelligent creatures. The slime eater is a mindless beast. There was no more time for further spells. You draw your sword, which seems a mere toothpick compared to the size of the creature. Then you close in for the kill. 12 versus 11. Mere toothpick. I should have gone with my instinct. I don't like picking on old fat guy in the hot tub like that. He's got a little Shrek tinge. This is just Shrek with like fire coming out of his ears. All right, what does a slime thrower do turn 1? I wonder. If he's not intelligent, he should be attacking first. He is. I don't know if it was wise to go all in, but I assumed more than a 3.1 was coming.
The slime eater growls at you, filth and fetid waste spilling from between its blubbering lips. Killing it quickly will be your best chance of avoiding losing your last meal. You swing your sword in a mighty arc. The slime eater stops a short way from you and swipes with its enormous paw. You chop it away, drawing thick green blood that mixes with the filthy water. It drops under the water, almost out of sight. Well, if I can't see it, how am I gonna attack it? Now, is it dropping under the water for a surprise heavy attack? Or as a defensive, recoiling posture? I will assume giant surprise attack. Also, I need to recover some strength, because I don't have much to wager with here. And it was defensive. Warily, you move into a crouch. The slime eater sinks down low into sewage. It begins to lift its bulk out of the water, sending ripples down the sewer. I feel like it's gonna go big. It could go big, because it only did a little 3 before. I shouldn't have defended there. I should have gotten another little chip in. If he's lifting the bulk out of the water, I think this is preparation for an attack. But how much of an attack? If I go all in and get hit, I screw myself for the next 2 turns. If I defend and get a light hit, it was kind of dumb. But maybe it's not the worst thing in the world. Pee in the water. If I do a full swing and he defends again, which I don't think he will. I just don't know if he's gonna go above 6. He has to be like above here. He may do. I'm gonna go 6. Please. No! Ah! You step forward and the ground slopes down. You almost go under. Fighting for balance, you gasp for breath and retch and leave yourself open. The slime eater reaches out with long, clawed hands. For a moment, you think the creature will have your head in a single swipe. It disappears into the sewer, almost invisible. 1. A cheeky hit. You attack the creature, sidestepping, you slash out at the slime eater. Low in the water, the monster escapes mostly unharmed. It grunts as it slinks back. The water around the monster begins to move. Is he gonna have more than me? Do you recover energy if you defend? Yeah. But if he does a baby attack, then it sucks. Surely, like, I did a 1. He did a 0. Is he gonna have more energy than me? He's definitely doing an attack. Will it be higher than a 4 or 5, or can I punish him? Oh, I gotta go to try to punish him. He has so much! He's got so much energy! Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. This is gonna be the end of the line for me. The slime eater spits a fountain of foul goop out at you. You almost fumble your sword into the dark water. That would have been certain death. You gasp for breath, injured, worn down. The smell of the sewer enters deep into your lungs. It sinks lower into the water, eyes on you. Barely got that. That was a -2. The smell is getting worse. Fainting left, you slice at the slime eater, catching it a light blow. The slime eater lifts up from the water and then crashes back down, bits of its body bubbling and boiling. It drops down into the sewer, watching you intently. Ooh! 1.5 to 1.4. I just had a premonition. Quick as a flash, you slash at the slime eater, slipping a light blow past its clawed hands. Its mouth is thick with blood. It slides lower into the sewage, sending up bubbles. Defend. Okay, that sucked. That sucked. Last time he did bubbles, it was big. Warily, you move into a defensive crouch. The slime eater stays low and tries to ram you. You dodge the best as you can. You dodge as best as you can. It slips under, hidden from view. We'll do like another 1-5. Got it down to 2.
Sidestepping, you slash out at the slime eater, but you cannot swipe through the sludge with enough force to hurt the monster. The slime eater staggers backward into the filthy water, screaming and howling. It reaches long, clawed arms out of the thick water. Finish. Rushing forward, you charge the slime eater. The slime eater roars, exposing a soft area beneath its chin. You strike with your sword and it sinks in deep, bringing a fountain of thick green ooze. Eight stamina lost. Shameful. And then silence. Shame on my family, Analander. Don't worry, we've gotten through worse. We're like Goku. You gotta get beaten to within an inch of your life to feel anything, you know? They don't feel anything until they're almost dead. Then they rise up at the last second and take it to the next level. That's how they get their thrills. The body of the slime eater sinks into the muck past the slime eater's lair, another tunnel. Well, we are not in a good place right now. 4 stamina. Woo. Woo. Further on, the sewer ends and a walkway opens on the right. You step gratefully out of the filth and muck into a low tunnel, a dead end. You arrive in a dead-end passage, but there is light here shining from above. You look up to see a hole in the roof of the sewer, and even better, a rope with a bucket hanging from the gap. You found a disused well. Testing the rope. You cannot believe your luck. Down here in the dark, you've been close to thinking you might never escape. So you test the rope first, expecting it to come free at the slightest tug. But it does not. It holds secure and firm. The climb will be long, but it will be safe. Reassured, you start to climb. The first few feet are wonderful. Filth runs clear from your legs, but the rest of the climb is long and makes for hard work. Halfway up, you stop for a rest. Oh no. Whale? Should I pray for aid, chat? I'm gonna pray for aid. What if I need it, though? I'm gonna pray for aid. You raise a prayer for aid and feel the presence of the whale, helping you to climb, filling your limbs with strength. You continue to the surface and reach the top, feeling stronger rather than weaker. Thank you, based whale. Thank you, whale. I love you. You are a good god. Where am I? You've emerged from the sewers into a wide area of tall trees and short headstones, surrounded by a tall ironwork fence overgrown with ivy and gripweed. You are in the necropolis of Karay, its city of the dead. The sun is beginning to set already behind the city wall to the north. You must be close to the gate now. We went from here to here. I gotta explore the graveyard. I can't just go towards the north gate. Thank you for letting me go back. I haven't even been here for a day. I would skip that whole section. The wind whistles between the tall trees. The sun is setting behind the wall. You step nervously off the path and walk between the nearest tombs. Some are ancient, headstones tilted to crazy angles, and some of them fallen face down, as though the citizens of this graveyard have been drinking since they died. Others are fresh, neatly carved, clean of all moss and weeds, sparkling in the moonlight, as though cleaned by maids and waiting for their occupants to arrive. Okay, so on the upside, it lets us go back and at least explore the necropolis. But in your journey, should you take it, you might get the opportunity to explore more of the square. We missed a decent chunk of Fireview. We missed everything in the merchants' quarters. Nothing we saw there. Nothing in this. There's 1, 2, 3 separate paths. The Fallen Quarter. A bunch of ruins and rubbles and houses. Gardens of the Briar are here, looking majestic. Lots of other places to possibly go. We may be able to backtrack a little bit, but I bet we're locked into the necropolis right now, which is fine. I want it to be here. Like, out of these 3 places, Necropolis was my number 1. Gardens of Briar is my close second. And then Fallen Quarter I'm probably least interested in at the moment. But I would have loved to have gone down here. Oh well, this is fine. The adventure has been a good one. We made it through. We narrowly made it through the sewers. I should have just cast a spell. Like, I should have cast a proper spell. I tried to communicate that's to my downfall. I've learned my lesson, though. I should have done Yob. But I learned my lesson. We fought bravely. We're still okay. Could be better, could be worse. We survived the sewers. It is fitting that we went back to the sewers after the commotion the day before yesterday. What with the canonical erasing of the sewer adventure on the western side. So it's fitting that there's at least one sewer adventure in this canon run. Explore the older tombs, explore the newer tombs. Let's look at see what those are again. Some of them are fallen face down. Others are neatly carved, clean of all moss and weeds. They sparkle in the moonlight, waiting for their occupants to arrive. The new tombs or the old tombs? Let's go to the old tombs. You leave the path for the oldest area of the graveyard, in the corner nearest the city wall. Most of the stones here are now mere rubble. A few statues lie face down in the mud. A tree has split through a carved stone coffin. Search for grave goods? What do you mean, like grave robbing? All paths lead to the sewer. We could have followed, that's the other thing, the sewer didn't even have one exit. The sewer, we could have followed the Goblin King, or even asked to be taken to the Goblin King and possibly communicated with him. We might have been able to help him overthrow Corray. There's probably so many ways to go about that. Or avoided the sewers altogether. Find the oldest grave. You soon find what looks to be the oldest tomb. It is a small mausoleum with a low roof supported by ornately carved pillars. An inscription reads, "Here lies Lorag, founder of Corray." That's strange. Didn't you meet a man named Lorag? Founder of Corray. Okay. Didn't you meet a man named Lorag? Lorag's children, every single one named Lorag? It's a bit suspicious. Look at the mausoleum. The tomb is a simple stone cabinet carved with the likeness of a man. From centuries of rain and wind, you can make out nothing of it but long, grisly beard. Below the inscription is a longer tablet, but it is half weathered and covered in moss. Something's fishy here. Something is fishy here. Clear the inscription. Examine the carved man. So the tomb is carved in the likeness of a man. You can only see a beard. There's an inscription as well. Let's clear the inscription. You clear away the dirt from the carved inscription, but you still cannot make out the words, only trace their outlines with your finger. The eyes of the carved statue appear to be watching you. Make a rubbing. What does that mean, chat? What does make a rubbing mean? Oh, like put a piece of paper and like color it in so you can see what the text says. Like a tracing, huh? I wonder if I do that. I want to see what the carved man says. I hope I can do both of these things. But the language is certainly intriguing. Make a rubbing. For a rubbing of the inscription, you would need some kind of charcoal, and you have nothing that will do. Choose your own adventure game! I didn't find any charcoal on my journey. Maybe you will. Maybe you will, chat. I have a piece of paper. I do have a piece of paper. I thought you have a tinderbox. But that's not a piece of charcoal, is it? That's not the same thing. Examine the carved man. You look closer at the carved man, clearing away the spider's webs, the dirt and mud. You can make out a little more of his features. It is surely quite impossible, but if this is not the same man as the wizard you met earlier, it is his direct ancestor. You head away from the tomb. Basically, the game is saying, it him. At least we suspect it's the same person as the man we met earlier. His exact likeness. Explore the newer tombs. There are several tombs here. There must have been a recent plague on the city, on the rich in the city. They are scattered around in roughly alphabetical groups. Explore the tombs of Anagile, the tombs of Giol, explore the tombs of Oxel, or the tombs of Ulxor. The tomb of Ulthor. Let's see. There's definitely something here. I doubt we'll be able to see all of them. Someone's supposed to be dead. We never met the stupid priest. Not yet. We've only followed up on 2 clues. Do we know a last name? I guess it could be first names. Lord Sonsus? We know 4 nobles know the spell, and that one of them is supposed to be dead, right? Lorag is dead, so he's gotta be one of the nobles. In secret. Where's the clue that told me who's dead? One of the nobles is now blind and begging. The priest in Lower Carré might be able to help you. I don't think we'll even get a chance to meet him now. Vic? I don't think I have a name to work with based on what I know currently. But if I knew what I was looking for, I'll look in the S's because the only name we have is Sansus. He's probably alive, but like, I have to start somewhere. Explore the tombs of Oxel to Tamaran. You look from one headstone to the other. A few catch your eye, though you cannot immediately say why. Preya, Riff's, or Shinva's mausoleum. Look elsewhere. A few catch your eye. You cannot immediately say why. Yeah, we only know the names Sansus and Vic. Maybe I'll get a chance to look at all of them, but in a choose-your-own-adventure game, you assume you don't get to gamify everything and look at every possible angle. So, we have to pick carefully. Preya, Riff, Shinva. None of these really mean anything to me. I'll go with Riff's tomb. You walk over to Riff's tomb, but it seems quite ordinary. An angel with a covered face, and beneath its clawed feet, a dying serpent. Between the serpent's open jaw hangs a bone bracelet. Well, this is a bit shady to be taking this bracelet away from a tomb. Riff's tomb is ordinary, an angel with a covered face. Beneath its clawed feet, a dying serpent. The serpent's jaws have a bone bracelet. Let's take a look, chat. Don't tell me. Let's take a look. We're looking down here. Pebble, sand, skullcap, nose plugs, black face mask, mirror, jewel, firewater, stone dust, gale horn, yellow powder, oak, brass, pearl, jewel-studded medallion, sun jewel, bracelet of bone, kid. While wearing a bracelet of bone, the caster of the spell can concentrate on a particular illusion, and this illusion will become real to others. However, affected creatures must be intelligent, and the caster must not act counter to the illusion. Well, to further my studies of the sorcery arts, I will take the bracelet. You lift the bracelet carefully from the serpent's mouth, expecting a sudden attack, which thankfully never comes. So, I'm just kind of speechless because how fun is that? Go to the graveyard, find, like, the tomb of the guy who you already met earlier in the game. Over in the other graveyard, you have like 3 or 4 different series of graves to inspect. Pick one. Okay, from those there's 3 more. Pick one. Boom, you just found like an item hidden in the pages. You know what I mean? Maybe there's another way to get a bone bracelet. I don't know. But this is my way of getting the bone bracelet. And it's just there. We could have just passed it on by. Something else may happen that takes us away, so we don't get to explore all these. That's why I'm kind of hesitant to look at each one individually. Let's do 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3. I'll do Shinva's mausoleum. You approach Shinva's mausoleum. Carved above its door is, "Here rests Lord Shinva, 5th noble of Karay." Your heart hammers. Is this the undead noble you were warned you would need to find? You found a new clue. Other clues have been updated. Notice how we did not get to go see the other pieces? Maybe we will, maybe we won't. You gotta make do with what time you have, chat. And that's the beauty of it. Somehow they bring your adventures to the same place eventually. And it feels really satisfying to do. 5th noble Shinva is dead. Lord Shinva is the 5th noble of Karay, but he's dead and buried in the necropolis of Karay, where his ghost still haunts. Other clues have been updated, it says. 4 of the nobles were each given 1 line of the spell. The 5th is dead. So which other one was updated? Priest may know. God Korga. Wait, what does it say? God Korga? Oh, it doesn't say where. Vic runs several businesses. The Goblin Army is massing for an attack. I think it was just that one. Okay, sick. Well, let's go check out the rest of the mausoleum. Since that is a noble, that's why we're here. We're looking for nobles. The door to Shinva's mausoleum seems to be unlocked and is a crack ajar, as though someone regularly came and went. Just in front of it is a ring of little mushrooms growing up against the front step of the mausoleum. Look at the ring, cast a spell, make a move. Before we do that, for the cartographers in the chat, hold on. You can only zoom out so... You can only zoom out... Stop it! For the cartographers in the chat, I think this is as good as it's probably gonna get. 1, 2, 3, and if I zoom out any more, oh, here's one other view to help with the updated map. It does have my pawn on it, but it's best I got. Okay. Just in front of it is a little ring of mushrooms. Look at the ring. Cast a spell, make a move. I think make a move is probably less than ideal. Let's see what options we have for spells. Do we know any of the spell yet? Well, we now know that spell for the bone that we just picked up. We automatically know it. It's just, you can't always cast every spell. So sometimes some are going to be available, sometimes others not. So one obvious is what's going on here. Maybe sensing danger would be wise. We can also become big? I don't know what that would accomplish. Read minds of what? Whose mind would we be searching for exactly? Magical protection. I've never seen a use for that, but that doesn't mean one doesn't exist right now. H? Hot? No, how? Find safe passage. I don't feel like we're in danger at the moment. That's big. That all of them? Yeah, it might be wise to cast Sus. Read mind is kind of interesting, though. Maybe we'll sense the presence of someone who's here and hear their thoughts if they're hiding, because it says door's ajar, like somebody has been going regularly. If somebody's still here, I don't think we have to know whose mind we're trying to read. I think we can just hear thoughts. Because remember we used Tell the one time with the claw machine at the festival in this part 2 at the Thieves festival. And he like, oh, he's an honest man. This game is not rigged at all. But you hear another voice, and we never figured out what the source of that other voice was. We could just maybe pick up a voice that tells us something, if somebody's around here. So let's just try. Tell! You pull the skull cap over your head and cast a spell, searching the cold air for the thoughts of other creatures, but nothing results. Clearly there's nothing here, or nothing alive, at any rate. See, we basically just sensed power levels. The Dragon Ball Z analogy continues. We were trying to feel power levels to see if there were any living creatures around that we could understand their thoughts. Nothing alive, at any rate. Let's look at the ring. You crouch down to look at the mushrooms. They look highly poisonous, not least because you cannot see a single insect crawling around or under any of them. Unusually, the ring itself is also perfectly circular in shape. In the center, something silver glints, a stake pushed into the soft soil. Silver stake. Is that a thing? Surely not. Gold pieces, bamboo flutes, vial of glue, pebbles, sand, nose plugs, jewel of gold, mirror, firewater, stone dust, gale horn, yellow powder, oak sapling, brass pendulum, medallion, ring, sun jewel, that's not the same thing as a stake, green ring, crystal orb, golden hair, holy water, and that's it. You don't trust it? Oh, does the heartbeat noise give you any indication that something is amiss? I feel like the perfect circle of mushrooms is being kept at bay by the stake pushed into the soft soil. I'm not going to step into it to take it. I'm going to make a move. It's too cold to stand still in the shadow of the wall. Walk into the tomb, jump over ring. Walk away. The mushrooms are freaking me out. I'm going to try jumping over the ring. You take a run jump and jump clear over the circle of mushrooms, landing on the step of the mausoleum. Shinva's tomb. The air inside is freezing. Dust coats the floor. Urns line the walls, but there is no coffin. The floor space is empty, except for in the far corner, where a narrow stone staircase leads down into darkness. You still get fleas. You still have fleas. Cast a spell. Maybe it is a good time to get suspicious. Dop. Open locks and doors. I don't see a locker door yet, do I? Float? Wait, we just did that one? Sorry. Did I do big F or little F? Oh, we did little f. Big F is fog. Summon darkness. M-A-G, magic protection. I'm kind of sensing some magic issues here. I might go ahead and cast this. Like, there's a silver stake and a ring of mushrooms. I'm in a mausoleum said to be possibly haunted by the ghost of the fifth noble. This might be a good opportunity for magic protection as a precautionary measure. March! You cast the spell, casting a veil of magical protection around yourself. Well, let's see how long it lasts. I could cast another spell as well. The floor space is empty except for the far corner where a narrow stone staircase leads down into darkness. Cast another spell or make a move. I think we have magical protection. I'm going to make a move. Let's make a move. I can't afford to part with that much stamina. Skulls peer at you from the walls. Turn and flee or go down the stairs. Oh boy. Look at this place. That looks very daunting indeed. No, I do not have any lightness spells. I do have a box, an empty matchbook. A tinderbox. The tinderbox will be of little use without something to burn. That's all I got. I do have a strange silver chain. We'll keep that in mind. Plenty of magical items to play with here. We have Lorag's spell line, whatever that's worth, if anything. Alright, chat, before we go any further, I need to take a quick bathroom break. It's been about 3.5 hours. I want to grab a different drink, and then find the secrets of the dead fifth noble in the tomb. If that's cool with you guys. With the heart-thumping thump-thump in the background. I'm gonna get a snack. I don't really want Pop-Tarts today. I know that's heresy. But yes, we'll head down the stairs in just a moment. Burn your spellbook. It's a good idea. Maybe we can find a torch. 3.5 hour bathroom break. Yes. I'm gonna be gone for 7 hours. I'm just kidding. I'll be back, though. Midas, please, my son. I'll be back in just a minute, guys. All right, so hang tight. And the journey will continue. Hey, get over here. What are you thinking? What are you thinking being such a noisy awooga dog? What are you thinking being such an alarm dog? He's bad. That's all he thinks about. All right, I'm gonna take my doggo out and bring him back. So give me about 4 or 5 minutes, guys, if you don't mind. Again, thanks for your patience. We'll return shortly. Hopefully, finishing this game today, but we'll see how far we have to go. Hey. What's up? No Pop-Tarts today. No, 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 no. are you guys talking about? The perfect timing that the song is over? Give Midas a kiss. Heretic, I gave Midas a treat. He had a piece of jerky, which he ate in 3 seconds. Now he's just slurping fresh, cold water. And I'm gonna slurp a fresh, cold Coke. Okay, we'll save the snack for a little while later. For now, we have a crypt to attend, I believe. We're going to head down the stairs with our fresh magical protection spell, hopefully still at the ready. Unafraid of what you might find below, you make your way toward the stairs. But you must have stepped on some kind of switch, as behind you, you hear a noise, and you turn to see the door swinging shut. Let it close. You stay back, not wanting to be crushed by the heavy stone door. It seals with a bang, and you are plunged in darkness, filled only with the sound of your own breathing. And one other noise, a distant rattle of chains. The ghost of Chainmaker? Is that you? Listen, it was the old man. I wasn't trying to kill you earlier or steal your jewelry. I tried. Chat, we were there. I tried at least 3 times to save him. But I ended up killing him 3 times instead. In the dark. In the dark. What is there? The echo of the slamming door circles the room. Things are moving across the flagstones. Light the tinderbox. Feel for the door, feel for the stairs, cast a spell. I assume we still have magical protection. If Chainmaker's so good, why isn't this is Chainmaker 2. Chainmaker's back for justice. Up. Open locks and doors. No thanks. Fog? I mean, I'm pretty sure darkness is already here. But it would be darkness for others and not for me. We already have magical protection, I assume. S? A? P? Cause depression. In who? Create light? Sorry, can't do that. I can sense danger, though. It might be for the best right now. Thus! You cast the spell, clearing your mind to allow a calm inner voice to speak. It warns you that in the lower level contains a dangerous death wraith who can only be defeated by weapons made of silver. Otherwise, the voice remarks, there is nothing for you to fear here. The darkness is absolute. Anything could have your throat in this gloom. Yes. Let's go towards this. Should I light the tinderbox? I mean, we're in pitch darkness. We should light the tinderbox. You fumble for the tinderbox and strike it. A spark flashes, but without any tinder, the flame cannot catch and goes dark just as quickly as it lit. You dig through your pack for something flammable. Fragments of paper are too small, but you have a larger alternative. Burn the whole spellbook! Excuse me? That seems like a permanent problem. Why would I do that? Hard mode unlocked. What a mistake. So, would you guys blame me if I just did that with the intention of rewinding to see if the game actually lets you burn your whole spellbook into dust? I feel like I have to know. Like, can I just do it and rewind one step? No rewinds. No. Who's ever gonna do this, though? It's not like you're gonna pick a run and be like, you know what, I can't wait until I get to that one dark mausoleum where I get to burn my spell book. No one's I can't, it's not even spoiling anything because no one's gonna pick that option. What if you rewind? What if you burn it and it's like, the spell book was the only thing that lets you rewind, sucker. You're on your own now. What if you can't cast? Yeah, that's what I was just saying something about it. That's what I was joking about. There was an option not to take it at the beginning. Yeah, but what if you have to anyways? So you guys are gonna judge me if I do this? But I want to see. I'm like deathly curious to see what happens. No rewinds. Wait, no. What did I ask? What was the answer? Do it or don't do it? Please, Etalyx, burn it. We won't judge you. Do it. All right, most people are saying do it. Let's see. I'm going to rewind because I just want to know. Burn the spellbook. With a heavy heart, you open the spellbook and strike the tinderbox. A spark lands on the page of the sun spell and quickly ignites. The book erupts into powerful flame. Wait, did we only lose one page? Or the whole thing? So what happens if I try to cast a spell now? It doesn't tell you what anything does. You just have to remember what everything does. That's so funny. That actually is hard mode, but all the spells are still castable. You just have to know. It's actually like New Game Plus mode. If you think you know everything, just win the game then. That's kind of awesome. So like if I I'm like, it's gone. It's gone. All right, I seen what I wanted to see. I seen what I wanted to see. That's really, really cool. I like that even more. It's actually just permagon. Amazing. Okay, light the tinderbox. No, I don't want to burn my spellbook. Don't burn anything. You close your pack once more. It isn't worth the loss. The darkness is absolute. Anything could have your throat in this gloom. That's really cool. Actual hard mode. Just remember, the power was in you all along. Yes, Roggle, yes. You've got it. So yes, it did burn the whole thing. If you're so smart, do it. Teriyaki? Thank you for the subscription. Appreciate the new Prime sub. Hope you're having fun tonight. Kyra Toby, thank you for the gift to S. Duffy Does. Very nice of you. Thanks for the generosity, guys. Appreciate the support. Wiki mode activate. Does hot equal light? Listen, I'm not going to burn a fireball in this room. Let's feel for the stairs. You feel your way over to the stairs. We're back to no rewinds, okay? That was just for fun. Moving carefully so as not to hurl yourself down them by accident. Finally, your foot finds the top step. There could be anything below. A gaping pit, the jaw of a serpent, perhaps even another manticore. Except you've already been warned that there is a spirit. Thank you, sus. Don't go down or keep going. Keep going. You steel your courage and move on, deeper down into the darkness. Menacing sounds echo up from the depths of the crypt. The clanking of chains, the moaning of wind. It's as though a tortured soul paces the flagstones of this place. Would it not also be fun to have to learn the spells and write them down yourself? Oh, yes, Waxerseal. You could write a spell book for the next intrepid Analander that comes along and hand it to them in the starter city. You could be that NPC. Keep going, freeze, cast a spell. I don't know what I would need to cast, so I'm going to keep going. Something reaches out and touches your neck with an ice-cold grip that tightens and tightens. Can I fight it with the silver chain? I have a silver chain. How do I use it? You grapple for whoever is holding you, but either they are made of air or they dance around you, escaping your arms. You begin to choke. Oh, I'm dying. How do I use the silver chain that I've got? Maybe I should have frozen then. I don't know. I'm gonna have to rewind because the dude's gonna kill me, but I have a way to kill him. Struggle. You twist and turn, but you only shake the last air from your lungs. Just as you think you'll never breathe again, a heavy blade is pushed into your heart and you die from that instead. You've been stabbed in the dark. Okay, come on! I have a silver chain, which is a weapon. Okay, we'll try freezing here. You stop still. Do I have to be able to see it? It would be so fitting to kill this chain demon with the Chainmaker's chain. Create a force field. I'm supposed to have magic protection, but that hasn't done anything. Nothing with G. Huff? Create wind. Hot. Or how? I don't want to escape, though. Fireball? I don't want to... Okay, maybe I will throw a fireball down here. Possibly. What other spell? Just sun, which we don't have. Sun would be really nice down here. I know there was a silver stake outside, but like, I already have a silver weapon, so this should be fine. Thoth is just as much stamina as a fireball. We know that the enemy down here is not susceptible to anything besides silver. This is a really expensive force field, but it might save me from getting strangled. Can a force field stop a ghost? Perhaps. It might be worth a try. Off! You cast the spell, binding a force field around your body. Something reaches out and touching you. The chill wind of the crypt seems to reach straight through it, as if not of this world. This is not a for fun rewind, by the way. This is just... I don't think I'm allowed to use the silver necklace. There was a fight? I don't think I can fight, though. Because if I freeze, isn't there also a fight? And you just die? Yeah, you just die. That's not a fight. Well. Nothing is gonna work down here except silver. And I have a silver weapon, I just can't use it. Ow! You cast the spell and wait for a sense of how to proceed. A voice enters your mind telling you there is no hope for you in the darkness below. Chat, there is hope, okay? Someone can help you, all right? No matter what, no matter how deep in your life, no matter how dark things seem, someone can help. Listen to this game. It was made in the 1980s, okay? They didn't know how to deal with depression back then, all right? They probably put leeches on you or something. Try to get the bad blood out. Well, what? May as well just cast everything. may as well just do everything. It's not gonna work, but why not? Nope, not that one.
Hot!
You cast the spell, creating a blazing ball of flame that for a moment fills the stairwell with light and reveals a ghostly shape hovering in the air just a foot in front of you, its clawing skeletal hands reaching out. Then the flame vanishes in the cold of the crypt. All right, well, this is not a winnable scenario, apparently without the stake. I admit that I am disappointed. I have to rewind past this. I think maybe if I had light, I would be able to see him to actually fight him. I wonder if that's the issue. I wonder if it's not necessarily just having the stake as much as it is not being able to see. Because we have matches, and we could have had a light spell. Light the tinder. We could feel the door, cast a spell, feel for the stairs. We could try feeling for the door. You feel your way over to the door and try to prise it open, but it's sealed completely, as though it was never really a door, but a wall that had not yet been completed. The mausoleum is now a tight stone box. Even if there is nothing in here with you, you'll soon run out of air. The darkness is absolute. Anything could have your throat. Foreshadowing in this gloom. Well, we'll try and open the door. Too bad we didn't learn the secrets of lockpicking from Lorak, the lockpicker. Fun. That's sun. Not what I was looking for. I'm just looking to see what options we have. Dark. Why would I want darkness? I don't think this spirit is going to be affected by my darkness. Try and depress the spirit would be hilarious. I don't remember the spell. Good thing I didn't burn my spell book. It's one of these easy ones. Dop. Dop. D-O-P. Try and depress the spirit. D-O-P. Open locks and doors. Dop! You cast a spell over the door and it begins to creak and groan, the heavy stone fighting against the force that is holding it closed. But eventually the spell wins out and the door reopens. You cheer with delight as moonlight shines into the crypt. Something rushes across your boots and into a crack in the stone. Okay, so here's the deal, chat. I'm gonna try and go back outside and get the stake and come back in. I don't know if the game's gonna let me, so I may have to rewind further. Well, we might just... I would feel dumb if I don't solve this problem. Let's just see what happens. You are taking no more chances. You head out quickly back down the path. Okay, that's kind of what I thought. So am I still in the dark even though the door is open? Wait, is this before I open the door? Alright, door opens. You can still cast another spell. Like, it's still possible to use up more stamina. We already cast Sus. Which we already know that there's danger down there. What does sapping do in this room? Sap! You cast a spell causing the only living creature within sight to begin to lose its will and vitality, you. The gloom of the mausoleum becomes overpowering and you can hardly lift your head to look around. You might as well sink into the dirt right now or rot standing up. At least you will have a decent tomb. Much better than if you die in the Baklands, as you are likely to do. Sit down and die, or stand up and die. I guess I'll die. Oh my god. Sit down and die then. You stand up. Wait, what did I click? thinking you can at least die proudly. Perhaps I thought I clicked sit down. Perhaps your body will stay in this position when your lungs give out from lack of air and you become a statue. When an earthquake cracks open the mausoleum, they'll find you like this. Time passes, but it hardly seems to matter. It is the end, until quite suddenly your spirits rise. Perhaps things aren't so bad after all. Surely you can escape this place if you try a little harder. The spell lifts and so does your heart. The spell's not permanent, chat. I just felt super depressed for a minute there. The life seemed over. But you know what? It's not over. I have a life to live. I have goals to accomplish. I want to be somebody. Just cast sap again until you do die. Used 1 stamina to give yourself depression. Man, okay, let's just go. We're going. I can't, there's nothing I can do down here without the stake that I skipped over on the way in. I am disappointed that I can't use the silver weapon chain for the beast susceptible to silver, but maybe it's because I can't see him. I'm gonna assume that I can't see him, and that's why. You are taking no more chances. You head quickly out of the door and back to the path. Let's leave. You avoid the ring of mushrooms as you leave. Outside, night is falling and things are stirring between the moaning trees. You would do well not to linger here. Something scurries across your foot and is gone. It is time to leave the necropolis. We did get some pertinent information. We got a new item that we can use for magic. We found the Tomb of Lorag, and we found the 5th Noble's resting spot that we didn't even know existed before. So, the necropolis was valuable, despite that. Let's leave. You return to the path gratefully and make your way to the far side of a graveyard. Beside the gate is a disused well. I am familiar with this well. Perhaps once used to draw water to wash the bodies before internment. Let's pull the bucket up. You turn the winch on the side of the well, drawing up the bucket from beneath. It comes to the top filled with clear water. It must be drawn from a level even lower than the sewers you explored. Oh, it remembers I explored them. Is this as fresh as the water from the other fountain you tried? Drink from the bucket. You scoop a handful of water and taste it. Despite your surroundings, it is fresh and quite clear. You feel much better for it. Look down and remember where we came from, chat. You peer down the well. The climb was certainly long. You can make nothing out of the bottom at all. I love that it remembers the climb, too. That's cool. The rear gate of the graveyard hangs from its hinges, but not from age. It seems it's been taken apart, maybe widened, to let something through. Beyond is a deep forest. I'm imagining him standing there in the crypt in front of the open door and just going like, guess I'll stay here and die. Okay, but like I have a magical depression spell. It's magic. That's the whole point. It defies logic and expectations. The point of this spell is to demoralize an opponent such that his will to win is completely lost. He was probably like, my quest is hopeless. This is a beautiful mausoleum. Why not just, where better to die than here? I already have a grave. I'm looking for a crown. I've been just fumbling around through Charade. The king has put this expectation upon me. How can I possibly overcome this? But then the spell wears off and he realizes that that was just the darker side, the shadow of his mind, thinking the things that he doesn't want to think. Contemplating the options he's been avoiding all this time. The shadow that we all have within us, chat, that we push under the surface. But it's important that we rise above it, stand back up, and push forward. And not wallow in the past. You walk for half an hour through thick trees along a narrowing track till you reach a fork in the road. To the left, the track gets narrower still. To the right, a massive shadow looms, so large it seems as though a colossus has seated itself on the wall in thought. A chill wind blows through you, as though ghosts walked back and forth this way. Look at the shadowy shape. The shadow to the right has a jagged silhouette, a ziggurat, with perhaps 100 steps leading to its apex. The trees whisper and move. Look down the left fork. Looking left, you see distant flicker torchlight through the trees. The north gate, perhaps? Night is drawing in. You should get moving. Things whisper between the trees. The whispering between the trees. How am I not going to go to the giant ziggurat? Are you kidding me? Of course I'm going to the giant ziggurat. Anyone else eating pretzels right now? No, but I've got famous Amos. Making me hungry. I just made a mess. That was not wise. Sell out. Buy them. Opinion on wafer cookies? Any cookie is a friend of mine. Let's see. Where are we? You stand at the base of a towering ziggurat built from carved stone blocks, each the size of a hay bale. The temple rises higher than the city wall and positioned to catch the first star of evening at its uppermost point, a moment which has just passed. So, the stars are just now revealed in the sky. Look for an opening. You tilt your head back looking for an opening and finally make one out, a small black dot, about a third of the way up, but even that is quite some climb. For less devoted worshippers, a small gargoyle by the steps has an open mouth, ready to accept offerings. Look at the gargoyle. The gargoyle is carved in the shape of a small but spiky dog, with long claws, sharp horns, and a pointy beard. Its mouth is wide open, with its tongue lolling out, a coin-shaped slot at the back of its throat. Climb up or make a move. I don't know what... A move to what? Away? I can't give it any money because I threw my money into that carpet that went down. Oh boy. Yeah, we're broke, chat. Well, I guess we'll climb up. You begin the climb, hauling yourself up the first step. Either this ziggurat was built for giants, or ascending is an act of devotion. The next few steps are equally exhausting. You have to throw your pack up first and follow. Give up. Nope, I think sap is still in effect, chat. Let's cast a spell. Well, the first thing that comes to mind is big. Grow in size, then the steps will come much easier. The second thing that comes to mind, why walk at all? Float up the steps. Levitation, baby. Third thing that comes to mind is hover in air. That's interesting. What's the difference in that and floating? We'll never know. We also have danger sensing, which I don't know. Let's just go. To be honest, like, if it says dangerous as that last spirit, then whatever. Is there an H? Does it really look that dangerous? Find safe passage. How am I gonna get out of this? I don't think there's a situation yet. I think I know what to do. Big! You cast the spell, swelling to 3 times your size. You're now able to run up the stairs. But the scale quickly changes. It seems the builders of the pyramid created an optical illusion. The later steps are not as high as the lower ones. The change is so gradual that you hardly notice as the spell fades. You reach a halfway point almost as high as the city wall beyond and pause to rest. You're halfway up. Friezes of gargoyles and polished metals ring the temple on this level. Eat something. We haven't eaten all day. At least away from the rats and night foxes that live on the ground, you're free to eat. You take out the sugary honeycomb and eat it quickly, feeling better for both the nourishment and the rest. The wind claws at you, trying to pull you to earth. We've been carrying that honeycomb since all the way back in part 1 in the Shah Mutanti Hills. We met an old man in a tree somewhere over here, like right here. A beehive. We cast daws to cause the bees to stall and fall. An old man was lulled to sleep. We reached into the beehive and grabbed honeycomb and a ball of beeswax. And that's what we've used. KBS, sounds like you may need to watch the rest of the stream from the day before yesterday. The wind claws at you, trying to pull you to earth. Look at the view. You pause a little longer to take in the view. From this side of the ziggurat, you can see nothing but the top of the wall and beyond the gleaming darkness of the marshes of the Bachlands. Walk around to the north face, around to the south. I don't know if it matters, does it? I don't have a indication of anything one way or another. Is this cardinal? North, south, east, west? Well, this is North Gate, so I assume so. The south side just looks back where we came from. Pretty sure. You can see the top of the wall. So we're on the east side. Isn't there a compass on the left? Oh yeah, okay, so that's north. North looks that way. East, so south looks back towards the city. I wonder if I can do both. I'm curious about the south. You walk around the side of the ziggurat to the south side and look back out across the city. Nearest to the ziggurat is the inky blackness of the graveyard. But beyond that, you see torches outside the halls of Vlada, ship's lanterns rocking on the river, and the bustling inns of the dockfront. The bells of the shrine of Slang are just ringing out, and the sound carries like a low moan. Making a complete circuit, you move around to the north face. You can see the path ahead running straight between wild and overgrown trees. It seems very few people come this way anymore. The north gate itself is now visible, however, and appears deserted. Then you notice a point of light. A torch has been lit between the trees. You watch as the torches move through the trees toward the path. They're making slow progress, but they are moving towards the graveyard and presumably from there on into the town. Climb higher! You continue the weary climb to the first level of the ziggurat. The first level? You climb for another 20 minutes up the steep stone steps until you are gasping and panting for breath once more, but finally, you reach the dark opening that you saw from the base of the temple. The steps themselves continue up a little further still to the very peak. The opening is guarded by rock-sculptured images of unimaginable creatures. Beyond, you see a long, dark hallway with something large and gleaming at the far end. Oh no. Don't do this to me. Don't put a shiny coin breadcrumb trail in front of me. There's no guarantee we'll be able to do both. There's no guarantee at all. You see a long dark hallway with something large and gleaming at the far end. It's a big red button. And the button says, ban Visual Warlock, nobody asked you. Climb for the top. Or enter the temple. I have to go for the shiny thing at the end of the hallway. I can't not do that. You step into the temple, the hollow space amplifies your footsteps, and they echo eerily for several moments. On the floor, in gilt inlay, is written the name of the god who inhabits this space. It seems this is the ziggurat of Korga the Gracious. Wait and listen, go inside. Wait and listen. You wait for a few heartbeats to see if you've disturbed anything. Nothing happens, and then you catch the tail of a gigantic snake slithering across the floor and disappearing into a crack in the wall. From the markings along its back, it seems highly poisonous. You enter the temple, but the snake still manages to catch you by surprise, launching itself from a crack in the ceiling behind you. I would have loved to become like a slither tongue and speak to this snake, but here we are. Alright, would a snake defend turn 1? Like, no. You know? A snake would go all in turn 1. Why do I get the feeling he's gonna do like a 5 or something like that? If a snake defends turn 1, he's very intelligent. Ooh! Ha-ha! I've predicted your movement, Snake. The temple snake snaps and hisses at the air between you. You swing out wildly, hoping to chop it in two. As it also shoots forward, the snake lashes out wildly in its agony. Now, I should have more than he does. We both went all in. I should have more in the tank than he does to finish him off. The temple snake is retreating, but you give chase. Launching off your heels, you lunge for the beast's neck. With a weird scream that echoes around the cold stone, the snake dies, its head crashing to the floor. No stamina lost, flawless fighting. You wipe your sword clean and wait for the violent echoes of the fight to fade away. Then you go further in. The sight of the shrine takes your breath away. The walls are decorated with brightly colored murals, depicting scenes from the religious mythology of Korea. Fine ornaments and precious metals are set into the alcoves around the pews, and rich woven tapestries cover every surface. A cunning trick of architecture catches the wind past the doorway and creates a constant ethereal humming, as though a crowd of monks sat in permanent meditation inside. There you go. This is the best we can get for the cartography map later on. Further inside, at the far end of the hallway, 4 large stone gargoyles of winged demons watch over the shrine from mounts high up in the eaves, guarding the altar on which the gigantic idol squats. Korga himself. The gargoyles are very omnipresent here. Korga looks quite interesting, I must say. What am I going to do, not approach the altar of Korga? Please don't require money. There's a lot of stuff here. You walk up toward the altar across a richly patterned carpet. Something about it gives you pause. Its surface is decorated with wide symbols that seem too deliberate to be accidental. Just walk across, forehead. Avoid the star shapes, avoid the circles, avoid the spirals, cast a spell, or turn back. Well, we're definitely going to cast a spell before I guess, to find out some more information. Excuse me, it's parcel tongue. No, it's not parcel tongue. It is. But also, what did I say? Something a Slytherin would say. Frost Rider, thank you for the sub. Back for 6 months. Appreciate you. Thanks for coming back for one more. How's it going? See what we can cast. The carpet makes you sad. Sap yourself. Why? Why can I do this? What? There's suddenly an option in every room. Well, I don't need safe passage yet. I'm not in a dangerous situation that I know of. You cast who? Float in air. That's okay. Zap? What are we zapping? We don't have Zin, so I can't hover in anything. I guess we're just gonna cast Sus. Right? What else would I do? I have to do this. It needs to be done.
Sus!
You cast a spell and hear a calm voice into your mind, informing you there is indeed a trap in the rug in front of you. But before it can tell you where, a second presence enters your mind. Booming, it declares,
Make your choice, worshipper!
Korga himself, perhaps. Bunch of symbols. There's stars, circles, and spirals. Do we have any clues about this? The god Korga may be able to help with your quests. That doesn't... Yeah, he may be able to, if you guess correctly. He said there's clearly a trap. The voice told me there's clearly a trap. What would the god Korga sound like? He'd be like super like guttural if he's booming.
Make your choice, worshipper!
That sounds kind of evil though. That's kind of like dastardly. He sounds like a Snorlax. Star shapes, circles, spirals. Cast another spell. Where's the audio? There it is. He's gonna get pissed if I cast more spells. He just wants me to make a choice. Safe passages to leave. Right? He's gonna get mad if I do this. Are there any other things I can do with what I have available here? We could float. How? Zap? Probably not it. Levitate might get you, carry you over all the steps. And avoid the trap altogether. We don't have Zin. What am I zapping here? Okay, I think I'm just gonna have to pick one, or just walk into the trap. If there is a trap in one of these shapes, I have a 1 in 3 chance of avoiding it. Also the God of Grace, that's true. But I can't go deep enough for a booming God of Grace. That's like a Aslan. You know? Like Who's like a character that has like a super deep but caring voice? I can only go so deep. All right, stars. He doesn't like. He interrupted my magic. The stars give me magic, so I'm gonna make a huge leap here and avoid the star shapes. You walk towards the altar, carefully avoiding the star shapes woven into the pattern. But along the way, something happens. Although you cannot be sure what. One moment you're in the Temple of Korga, the next moment you're falling. You've got to be kidding me. No. This is not possible. This is not happening to me. This is not happening. This is not happening. This is just someone cast Zap on me. Someone sapped all of my life forces. I've been in the sewer the whole time, haven't I? All of everything I just saw was a dream. There's a slime eater waiting below the duct through which you fall. With its mouth wide open, you do not even hit the water. You've been drowned and swallowed whole. Your adventure is at an end in the sewer. Korga. What? What? Okay, well I died, so I get a rewind. That's how this works, chat. I would have played that out if there was anything to play out, but we can't just turn off the stream, so I get to try again. It would have been worse if they didn't kill you, so yeah, at least this way, jerk, I get an excuse to just do it again. I will cast another spell then, screw you, guy, Korga. Kind of a dick, to be honest. Let's try how. We've had this option a few times. It has yet to be useful to me.
How?
You cast a spell and a voice enters your head, telling you there are 2 exits from the temple. One is the door behind you, the other, a door in front of you. But it does not stay long enough to tell you where. This spell is garbage. Whoever put this in the spell... Hey, there's 2 ways out of here. You go backwards or forwards. It's up to you. Whatever you want. Okay. I don't have any clues about Korga, right? None at all. The only clues are if I scroll up. No, you can't scroll up. Remember there were gargoyles in the rafter? I don't know if there was a clue there. There's a bunch of circles on the ground in this. Is there any clue about from the ziggurat shape at all? Make your choice. Not turning back. Well... I mean, this could be just like a Indiana Jones. We could be getting Indiana Jones right now. Hal did not tell me anything sus. He cut me off before sus could say anything, which is suspicious. Just walk across forehead. Just walk, LOL. It can't be any of these because the only reason I picked star shapes was because he interrupted my spell and spells are related to stars. I have nothing against circles. I have nothing against spirals. There's nothing gained by turning back. There's no reason either of these should be correct. It has to be this. Nonsense and superstition. You stride across the carpet toward the idol, but along the way, something happens, although you cannot be sure what. One moment you're in the Temple of Korga, the next moment you're falling. Chat, I hate you. You don't even hit the water, a slime eater consumes you, you've died again. Your adventure is at an end. You know, I actually believed you all. But I'm glad that you were wrong in a way. I think we need to back this up so we can actually use a different spell. This is a big puzzle. Let's use a different spell. You know what, Korga? This might be metagaming. Too bad. You've killed me twice now. I'm done with you. Zap! You cast the spell, creating a bolt of electricity in your palm that you unleash onto the carpet. The whole rug goes up in a flame. Or no, not the whole rug. A thin black circle is left behind, a mere outline on the stone. You step carefully around it and approach the altar. This is the first time I have cast Zap and had it actually go off in the whole game. And it worked. Desperate times call for desperate measures, I guess. It was just a whole lull. Here's the thing. We'll never know which piece it was actually hidden under or why. The last time I tried Zap, we had Jan the Minimite was on my shoulder, and it ate 3 stamina and did not let me cast Zap, because it absorbed and nullified my magic. So it was the circles. Didn't it say left a circle? Yeah, thin black circles left behind, so it was under the circle. But why? What was the clue? How would you know that without rewinding? You just like circles. We'll never know. There's probably another way to find out in the game. The clue was spoilers. It's something you'd figure out in town by luck. That's cool. I don't mind dying. It is a choose-your-own-adventure game. I'm not mad. You're supposed to die in choose-your-own-adventure games and try again. That's part of the fun. You get to the bookend, you get to the dead end, you try something else. I love it. I still having a great time. I can't believe Zap the carpet. Zapping the carpet revealed. Okay, the reason I wouldn't have done that sooner and only did it out of anger is because I assumed Zap would, like, destroy the statue. I thought I was gonna zap Korga's statue and explode it. I didn't know I was aiming at the carpet. Or else maybe I would have tried that earlier. The temple was said to catch the stars in kind of a spiral. I'm not going to give you the spiral, but I'll give you the stars part. You stand before the idol, a fat statue set with gems and curious pockmarked features. Above his head is a plaque that bears an inscription. Look at this idol, man. This is actually legible, but it's a little too small. There's the gargoyles with the big pillars and the stairs with carvings all etched in. Read it? It reads, "On Korga's face you kiss a cross and finish with the lips. For answers to your questions you must err not, else he spits." You step nervously up the steps until you are below the great statue. Ask a question of Korga, kiss the idol, leave. So if I don't kiss the idol, he'll spit. Kiss a cross and finish with the lips. Err not lest he spits. Okay, well, here you go. You stand on tiptoes and lean in, preparing to kiss the statue. But where? Does the humming in the temple seem to be getting louder, or is it just your heart beating faster? You've never kissed anyone before, Annalander. You left the town and you've never had any significant other. Is this strange fat statue going to be your first? How romantic. He just tried to drop me into a slime pit. Twice. I zapped the carpet and here we are. Pray for guidance, kiss the idol's forehead, left eye, right eye, nose, or lips. You kiss across. So if this is a... If this is a, well, across like left to right, if it's left to right, you'd go left eye, right eye, lips, maybe. But if it's a literal like cross, it'd be like forehead. No, it can't be that kind of cross. Oh, it could be a cross. You could do left eye, right eye, forehead, lips, and that creates a cross. Like cross horizontal, then cross vertical. Because forehead's above the eyes. We could also pray for guidance. The whale is just here. If we pray to the whale in another god's temple, I feel like he's going to know. But this is a creature of great wisdom and deep honor. Great wisdom, chat, the whale says. Let's pray for guidance. You try a prayer to the whale for guidance, but it seems in the temple of another god, the whale cannot hear you. I knew it. You were on your own. I knew it. I even called that. Cheating on the whale with Korga. Okay, I gotta kiss across. Finish with the lips. Finish with the lips is the important part of the clue. I will do left eye. First, you place a kiss on the idol's left eye. You hear something flittering in the upper levels of the temple. Kiss the idol's right eye. Next, you kiss the right eye. The forehead. You lean over and kiss the idol on the forehead, and then finally, the lips. As you straighten once more, you see the idol's eyes flick open. A soft voice issues from its mouth. "Stranger, you are not of my faith," whispers the god, "and yet you have completed my ritual. How can that be?" "I have used my wits." The god laughs softly. "My brother Pashna is the god of thieves and tricksters, but you are in my temple today. I will answer 3 questions if you have questions to ask." You take a moment to think over everything you've learned and not learned about the Northgate spell, but you have only learnt very few of the lines of this spell. Tell me the spell for the gate. What will my fate hold in the Bachlands? How can I avoid the guards? You have only learned a few lines. Yeah, tell me about it, okay? It's been a bit rough, what with getting thrown into the sewers at every turn. Huh? Maybe that's part of the problem. I got choked by like a demon. I lost all my money in the gambling hall. What a misadventure Corray has been for the Analander, let's be honest. He's neither saving nor destroying Corray. He's just bumbling through, bumping into people, getting pickpocketed, losing all his money gambling. Like, this is really, he should be getting drunk in a bar right now and like passing out. That's what he should be doing. Tell me the spell for the gate. I mean, I have to know this. That's going to be the first question. Hoping for the god's aid. "I cannot tell you the spell," Korga replies after a long and mysterious pause. "Only the nobles know. Mulas, Shinva, Theta, and Lorag. But know this as well. You must also know the order of the lines to successfully open the gate." The god waits for your next question. You didn't even... That was one of my 3 questions. That's like a genie. I just asked for infinite wishes to the genie. He's like, "Can't do that, by the way. That was one of your 3 wishes. Sucks to be you right now." How can I avoid the guards? What will my fate hold in the Backlands? How can I find Lord Mullah? What order should the spell lines be read? How can I find Lord Theta? I mean, it's a little late for that, isn't it? Maybe not. Should I even be asking these, or should I be more curious about these 2 instead? I only have 2 questions. I don't like this. There's too much pressure. Because, like, sure, he might tell me where the nobles are, but I'm on this path to the North Gate, son. Fine. I will use one of my questions on one of the nobles to see what he responds with, and save the 3rd question for my fate in the Backlands, or how to avoid the guards of the North Gate. Theta or Mullah? I gotta know about Lord Mullah. How can I find Lord Mullah? You ask the god in a reverential tone. The 2nd noble has been dead for a long time, Korga replies softly, although he does not stay dead. He moves around the lower part of the city, half decayed, half animated corpse. That was Lord Mullah. We cut his body up into hundreds of tiny little pieces. Asking these questions are not going swell for me. There was probably another solution to that puzzle. I think I know what it was now. I remember I had an option to throw a silver chain into the zombie. I bet if I had done that, something different would have happened. Instead, we just fought him. One question remains. How can I find Lord Theta? What order? What will my fate hold? How to avoid the guards at the North Gate? If I'm asking a god, I think the 3rd question should actually be something important. He's not been able to give me any good answers so far, so I may as well ask about something a little bit bigger picture. What will my fate hold in the Backlands? You put your ear close to the idol's mouth to hear the god answer. Stranger, it says, there will be no fate for you in the Backlands. You do not know the 4 spell lines needed to open the north gate, and without these, you cannot pass through. Or, the god falls mysteriously quiet. No, I see a path. Go forward, but know too that you will go back. A great silence descends across the room, and then the god speaks once more. Now, he intones, I have a question for you. You have completed my ritual. Do you wish to enter my worship? What sort of god are you? Korga seems to almost smile. I am the god of grace, he replies. There are few as generous as I. There are few as generous as I. This god sucks. He is the sewer trap god. I do have a clue that says Korga may be able to help. The clue is as follows. Lord Theta is one of the nobles in Kuray. Second noble, Lord Mullah, is a corpse who torments the citizens of Kuray. Those are not the clues we seek, but the god Korga may be able to help with your quest. Maybe he'll still be able to help after this. The god of vaguely answering questions. The god of grace. Sure. I wish it. Very good, Korga intones. There is a moment of quiet humming that rolls around the temple until it becomes almost too much to bear. Then a moment later, you feel the god's presence inside you. My aid comes with no price, but there is a condition. You must act graciously to receive it. A great sense of well-being floods your body. You turn and head out the temple door. You found 3 clues, and other clues have been updated. So it says I found 3 clues. Theta, corpse, and that only found 2, right? The ritual of the god Korga. The god Korga may be able to help you. His ritual begins with the left eye, moves to the right eye, then touches his forehead. I found that out by doing it. I don't know if I'd consider that a completed clue, but I guess I solved the puzzle on my own. Well, let's go. How will you murder people now? I haven't murdered anyone. You are back by the opening in the temple. May as well climb for the top now. I think he gave me some stamina. Did he rejuvenate me? Let's read what he has to say. Your god is Korga, the god of grace. He is bountiful, generous, full of great cheer, but he does not approve of ill will or evil doing. You turn back to the steps and climb higher, all the way to the top of the ziggurat. Night has fallen, stars spread across the sky in peaceful repose that belies their true nature. Warring spirits tussling for control of the world below. Look at the view, look at the stars. Let's look at the stars. With your head tilted back, you can see more stars you've ever seen in the city. Perhaps you are above the level of the lights and the smog and the dust, or perhaps more stars choose to cluster here around this sacred site. If you were a true mage and not a mere sorcerer, who knows what spells one could weave at a spot like this? You lean back, look up, trying to recognize the stars from your studies. Oh, God. What's up, Virus Blood? What's happening? You gotta heal, lost it again. What, climbing up, lost some stamina again? Spell making. Interesting. What, yeah, just zap the stars. Oh boy, there's a lot of letters here, chat. Unknown. Luck. I need some luck stars. Come on, help me out here. This looks like the kind of thing you only do on like New Game Plus when you've already figured something out. Lur. Lek. T-A... Tar? Gamble on a spell. It's gonna backfire and kill me. I'm gonna have to reload. You guys are all gonna laugh. Luck is a decent one. P-U... Per. It's really LPT. LPT. Those are all the starting letters. Is there a word that we can make with T? Well, we tried that already. Tuck-tur. Tectur. Let's try, L again. I like luck. L-A-R. L-A-K. Lack. Lar. Lek. Lur. So R and K seem to be, like, pretty common. I want to try luck and see what happens. That's the only one that actually makes sense to me. Probably gonna kill me somehow. Let's see if we can get lucky. Luck! You fashion the stars into alignment. An enchantment is created. You feel a strange force entering your bones as though you are growing stiff and begin to shake. Something has happened to you. But what? What effect will it have and how long will it last? You have found one of the secret spells of the Temple of Korga. The icy wind chills you to the bone. Wow. That was a real spell. And we could only cast it because the stars align differently over the top of the Temple of Korga. We have no idea what it is, what effect it gives, or how long it will last. Well, let's see what happens then, shall we? Maybe we'll figure it out as we go. Let's look at the view and admire the city below. 9 luck, baby. You look out across the city. In the far distance, you see torches in the woods near the north gate. Looking back, you see the lights of Corée coming on and the shouts of revelers, drunks, and nighttime thieves. Down we go. The view is quite wondrous, but your journey beckons. You start the climb down the ziggurat once more. You made it to the top. You return to the opening in the temple. The climb back down is easier going. Halfway down, you pause to rest. You look out to the north. The thick trees are still lit by torchlight. You hear the distant baying of wolves. Wait longer? What? Half an hour passes. Nothing changes except the sky grows colder and the wind picks up, cutting through your cloak. Let's climb down some more. You've seen enough. You climb quickly back down the steps and retrace your steps to the fork in the road. Oh, it's time. The time is actually changing. Why have I not noticed that until now? The mud underfoot is stamped with footprints, and in between them, the prints of many paws. Either those people we saw had dogs, or we actually waited and the baying wolves actually passed us by. So waiting, waiting may have just saved us a wolf encounter, possibly. We'll see. Or they may have gone this way, I don't know. You walk between clawing trees and thick bushes. The north gate is finally in sight. You can see its imposing, ornately carved wooden doors over the top of the guard huts and low buildings that lie at the end of this road. You pause to watch the guard huts. They seem quite still. One has a hole in its roof. Weed grows through the chimney of another. Are they abandoned? But between here and there is a long road, lined by thick and gloomy trees, a patch of wild forest like you haven't seen since the hills. Go quickly, go cautiously. Quickly. You hurry forwards, moving as fast as you can. Things rustle and mutter in the trees on either side, but you pay them no notice. But then your head is turned. Something catches your eye. Movement in the shadows on both sides of the road. Torchlight. Keep going, stop and look, call out. The north gate isn't going to help me. I can't get through. So they're just going to tell me to butt off. We may as well figure out what's going. Let's see who's out here. We're not hiding. I don't think it's illegal to be up here in the trees. Call out. You stop, hand falling to your sword hilt. Who's there? Something emerges from the side of the path. A wolf, clad in tight metal armor. No. It's a werewolf. It sniffs the air. It has caught your stink. The foul air of the sewers still clings to your clothes and hair. No matter. You have defeated werewolves before. Draw my sword, ready a spell, wait for what happens. And yes, it still remembers the sewers. You open your mind to the patterns of the stars above, but just at the last moment, you freeze. One werewolf you could probably defeat with a spell, but suddenly there are more. 10, 20, 30 werewolves pad down from the shadows onto the path, forming an arc in front of you. I don't think threatening them is going to be the optimal pick here. They're probably way faster than me. We may as well wait. You wait, tensed, ready to run if necessary. Then you notice a man stepping from the tree line beyond. Who goes there? He demands. Friend or foe? Friend, foe, friend of whom? Friend of whom? Sorry, well, you weren't specific enough. There's about 30, 40 werewolves here? Yeah, like, who am I agreeing to be friends with? I just want to be clear before I say anything I'll regret later. Neither let me pass. Wow. Foe, you're dead. I'm your enemy. Kill me as quickly as you can. Thank you. I am a friend. I need to keep Korga with me. I have Korga and a luck spell. Friend. The man does not respond. It's clear he is waiting for something. But for what? Vic for First Noble. Wow, that is desperation at its finest. Digging into the back pocket for that one. Oh my god. I have to shout Vic for First Noble here because maybe it could work. It's the first thing that comes to my mind and I have a luck spell on me. It has to be right. Vic for First Noble. The man sighs a huge sigh of relief. Well met, friend, he answers. Vic for First Noble. It worked. Oh, all right then. Didn't know the werewolves were out knocking doors this late at night, trying to campaign for my boy Nick. Vic, I know who he is. Careful. You have to know his name. Ask him about the wolves. Bid him farewell, ask him about Vic. How's Vic doing? How's your boy Vic? What is Vic doing? Leading the charge, the man replies proudly. Walking to the council building. The wolves following a decent way behind. He's not talking anymore. But yeah, he is. He wants to show he's not afraid to stand alone. I thought this was not a thing. Anyway, they will kill him. He's a brave man. He's a brave man. He's what the city needs, the man agrees. A strong hand and a passionate one. With that, he whistles to his wolves and sweeps away into the night. You breathe a heavy sigh of relief. You found a clue. Wow. Vic for First Noble, chat. Armored wolves. Werewolves trapped in their lupin, formed by magical plate armor, are stalking the city at night. All right. Vic for First Noble. We're finally at the North Gate. At long last. You've reached the North Gate. The ground before it is wide and clear, lit by blazing torches set into brackets either side of the enormous sealed doors. Should there be archers hiding in the shadows, they would have a clear sight on you. Off to one side is a well, but there is no other cover. You don't know all the spell lines, of course, but perhaps the gate will open to a top spell after all. You're not gonna win this fight game. Stride over to the gate. Oh, I cast Dop. It was that easy the whole time? Well, you're not gonna bait me into Dopping the door. Let's see. My options. What are they? That's never succeeded for me in the past. You can cast Dop from here, it's true. Force fields. I do need to sense some danger. Sus! You cast your spells, spreading your thoughts around the perimeter of the area, searching for danger. The shadows to the left seem to be safe, and to the right. The door itself holds no danger, though beyond it there is plenty. All in all, everything seems safe. In fact, the only source of danger here is the well. And you know perfectly well what lies down there. Sassy game. The sass is strong. I do know what lies down there. I've been down there for about a third of my total time in Corée, actually. Well, waiting and watch doesn't really seem necessary if there's no danger here, so let's just stride on over. Somewhat reassured by your spell, you step out of the shadows and approach the gate. Time to see if you've learned enough on your travels to unlock it. That's gonna be a no from me. But it is the only thing we can do. Something's gotta give. You reach the other side of the clearing unscathed and stand below the enormous doors. Force open the doors, recite the spell, cast a spell. Yo, I don't even know the spell. There's nothing to recite. So many unfollowed up on clues. The only thing we actually have is the possibly lie from Lorag. It's a possible Lorag lie. That's it. I don't even know where it is on this clue list. Where's the Lorag quote? Oh, it's the keys. Sorry, it's keys. Lorag's spell line is tumblers 2 sealed deep inside. So we only have one spell line. Alright, we're gonna have to try something else. I have some stamina. Still waiting for Dop. I ain't gonna Dop. Fog? Who am I hiding from? Summon darkness. Big? Try and go through the gate as a giant. Well, there's Dop. Huff? Oh, create wind. That makes sense, actually. How? No hot, no zaps. Just climb the gate, forehead. Sus again. Just get bigger than the gate. This is gonna be such a waste. Grow to 3 times your size. What a waste of stamina. I have to do something though. Big! You cast a spell growing to 3 times your size. You hear a scrabbling noise in the distance. You haul at the door using all your giant strength. The gate does not even rattle. Suddenly, you are not alone. A phantom voice issues from the wood itself.
"Halt, stranger!" it booms. "Do you know the spell which controls the gate?"
I do not, you reply honestly. The voice begins to laugh.
"The gate denies you,"
replies the voice. From across the clearing, you hear a scrabbling sound of metal moving over stone. You look around, but see nothing. Look at the shadows by the wall. Look at the well. Look along the track. The track. Define the track. I'll look at the shadows by the wall. You gaze into the shadows by the wall, expecting from the sound to see guardsmen sneaking along and dragging the points of their swords across the stones behind. But there's nothing there. Then you hear a cry, and you whip round to see a face emerging from the well shaft in the corner of the clearing. It bears the leering, hook-toothed smile of a goblin. The creature is climbing a rope with a grappling hook attached, which is hooked over the lip of the well. I will actually run to hide this time. You turn to run, aiming to find somewhere you can hide and watch what unfolds, but then you realize that you're running for your life as goblin after goblin clambers from the well and begins to race across the clearing toward you. There is no way you can fight 100 goblins, so you dash aside into the shadows. It's the well goblins! The Goblin King amassing an army! I could have followed him earlier, but we went different ways. We split up after I, put on the mask and feared them away. Sus said no danger. It said that there was danger in the well. It did say that. Cast big again and grow even bigger. Yeah, what happens if you grow 3 times big and then you get big again times 3? Are you 18 times as big at that point? Oh, I got excited. I saw Sorcery 2 and thought it was a new series of the games. I hope you enjoy this one, though. So much fun. By far, one of my favorite series. Hey, Kaiser Wilhelm. Yeah, we're on part 2 right now. There are VODs for the other 2, and also if you do exclamation Sorcery, you can check out an interactive map of part 1. We're going to be working on a map for part 2 as well, in case you're interested. But it's been fantastic so far. But check out that link if you're interested in tagging along for the journey, if you want to use it with part 1. 3 times 3 equals 18. Sorry, Aku. Okay, so it'd be, I would grow 3 times my normal size. So then I go 3 times again, and I'm 9 times my normal size. Then if I go 3 times again, I'd be 27 times my normal size. Why am I hearing cats? There's cats around here, I guess. But thanks for the sub, Kaiser Wilhelm, as well. Hope you enjoy the VODs if you check them out. Thanks for throwing that extra support my way. Let's go hide in the shadows near the gate now. The goblins pour up to the gate. Are they going to try and ram it? But then they stop. And in their midst a small figure is being propelled forward. You cannot clearly see him, but he is wearing a dull metal circlet on his brow, which he clutches as though it was keeping him safe. Their king, perhaps? But since when have goblins had a king? He's surrounded by a guard of nearly 20 goblins, as though he was indeed precious. Kill the figure? How am I gonna do that? Like this, I guess. Whoever this Goblin King is, he needs to be stopped. Korga, stay with me here. I'm trying to save the city of Karay. We went down into the sewer earlier, and we found out that the goblins are amassing an army, potentially to take Karay from below. Korga has to see the reason in this. We're not doing this to spite the goblins. We're doing this to save Karay. As I told Lorag I was wont to do. The Goblin King must be stopped. It's time for revenge. We have a second chance here. Let's see what our options are. Pop rocks. We don't have any pop rocks. We can't zip anywhere. Cause teleportation. Where you would teleport him? H-O-T. That's the one. Or better yet, Who could deal with hundreds of goblins, if not a giant? With a giant's tooth. We're out in the open. There is no wall or ceiling to hold back my giant. Step on him, Yob! Yob! Look at this big boy. Here he is, in all of his glory. And he's under my control. Here's the giant's tooth. Up he springs from the tooth. You cast the spell, throwing down a giant's tooth, which erupts into smoke. A moment later, a giant is standing in the middle of the clearing. It grabs fistfuls of goblins and tosses them away over the wall. Then grabs the Goblin King in its fist and raises him up into the air. He looks to you for instruction. Toss him away. Crush him. Put him down. He is a bountiful, generous, full of great cheer. He does not approve of ill will or evil doing. If I throw him over the wall, it may not kill him or be seen as an evil act. If I crush him, Korga may abandon us. But if you kill the King of the Goblins, do they not just elect another to take his place? It's definitely not put him down. It's either toss him away or crush him now. Gob versus Yob. That's a big decision here. I didn't know I was going to have to choose. But he is wearing a strange crown. A dull metal circlet. Who said that the crown that we're looking for had to be bejeweled and bedazzled? If I see a crown, well, I'm trying to find a crown. We have to check all the crowns. But there's also a chance that crushing him may crush the crown. What are the odds of that? Crush him, you declare. And without pause, the giant squeezes his fist. The circle from the king's head clatters to the ground. The goblins roar with anger. The giant roars back, but then fizzles away in a cloud of smoke. It seems their king was their only way to open the gate. They are beginning to try and form a ladder of their own bodies, but the wall is high, and they are clumsy creatures. Did I just lock myself in here with an army of goblins? They were gonna open the gate. I could have just let them open it. And now they're trying to form a lattice of goblin bodies. Oh my god. What other spell could I possibly cast to just mess up this situation even worse than I already have? Jig. If I had a bamboo flute, I could make them all start dancing. Create a shield? That's not possible. Really? You want me to fireball all the goblins? I don't have that much stamina, man. Cause fear? I've already been down that road. Did I miss any letters? Am I missing any of these letters? Walk is not what I want. Haunt is not. That's so much. Cause fear is just gonna make them scatter. Jig, haunt, gack, walk. I think that's all the letters. Haunt is always the answer. We already killed the goblin leader. Why not a few more? I'm gonna lose Korga. Okay, like, there's a difference in killing the king to stop the goblins from getting through. Korga's like, okay, I see your reason in that. How is he gonna forgive me slaughtering these goblins trying to escape the city? Whatever. Goblins should have thought twice before they attacked me in the sewers, you know what I mean? This is justice. I fell into the sewers. Horde of goblins attacked me. You could argue that, yes, I did slow one and stab him, but I didn't. They were gonna attack me anyway. Ouch! You cast a spell building a fireball with building a fireball in your palm with crackles and glows. The nearby goblins see it immediately and turn toward you, rattling swords and advancing. Hurl the fireball. You hurl the fireball into the oncoming army, sending up 4 or 5 goblins in one violent explosion. But the others are not afraid. They raise their swords and move forward, fast and ready for your blood. There is no time for more magic. Run for it. You cannot keep this up. Wave after wave of goblin is filling the yard. You cannot hope to kill them all with just your sword. You turn and race away into the shadows. Then a voice rings out. Stop! There's a better way! Look for the speaker. You look around but see no one. All around you something is happening. It is as though the goblins have slowed down, their warmongering becoming an absurd, stately dance. The noise in the clearing dulls to a low rumble. I command you to stop! The voice cries, and suddenly you feel yourself held rigid. From the smoke of the torches by the gate, a figure emerges. Who are you? You call out. Do you not recognize me? The voice replies. It is an old man. Oh. With a long beard and deep, black irised eyes. He paces through the churning goblin army to stand in the open. His legs disappear into a spectral trail. He is at least part wraith. Step forward, he commands, and you find yourself bidden. The goblins seem to part around you like smoke as you approach the figure. I have aligned 3 stars, the ghostly man declares. Vic rises tonight. The goblins show their hand tonight. But also you. You are here tonight. Suddenly you recognize his face. It is Lorag the Scholar, but he sounds nothing like he did when you first met, because now he's half demon. Spectre Wraith. We meet again, he says. It has not been long enough for it. Sorry. It has not been long for you. For me, it has been centuries upon centuries. I have founded a city, and now I intend to save it. How is this possible? You demand. I met you, or a man that looked like you, in a house mere hours ago. I saw Corray was falling. Sansa had lost his mind and sided with the goblins. The council was in ruins. My own life was threatened. I saw that Corray needed to be saved, so I went back to remake it in a way that could be saved. And here we are now. You have been here 2 days. I have been here hundreds of years, waiting for you to bring me the spell for the gate. Don't you know the spell? Why do you need me? Find them yourself. Don't you know it? Why do you need me? Find them yourself. Just use stop. Oh my god. Oh, what do? Don't you know it? Why do you need me? Why do you need me?
I created the spell, Lorag replies. Long ago. It has been passed down since then, changed, lost to me, split into 4 lines. I knew it would happen since I was given one of those lines myself. So I prepared someone to find it again for me. For this night, I prepared you.
Explain. What are the spell lines for? Explain, you reply, head in a whirl. What are the spell lines for? I thought they unlocked the gate.
The spell does not open the gate. His tone is heavy and dark like tarred timber. The spell controls it. And there are deep magics burned into the wood itself, magics that have poisoned this city and burnt fire into the eyeballs of those who live nearby. He stares at you, his cold black eyes expressing no emotion. Deep magics I place there to be used by you. Tonight, I am dead. You must act for me.
And if I refuse? You reply, steadfast.
You must not, the wizard replies, for Corray will fall.
I have no stomach for your quest. But there is no more time, you insist. It is too late.
There is a magic, Lorag replies, that will give you the time you need. I cast it on myself once, and went far back to before this city was built. I founded Corray. Now you will save it.
He waits to let his words sink in.
If you allow me, he says, I will bend time itself, so you may return to the city and find the spell for the gate. So, shall you take the adventure, or will you leave Corray to burn? Understand also, he adds darkly, I will curse you and the journey to follow, if you do not assist me.
You hesitate. Corray is a city of traps, but also of secrets, and there's still more than you might find. Can you afford to let the city port burn? Continue the search. Abandon Corray. Oh, abandon Corray. See you later, Corray. I'll be cursed for the rest of the quest. I wonder what that curse is. It's so funny. We're going full Majora's Mask, chat. Continue the search. I will help you, you tell him. The wizard nods.
The lines are known to 4 nobles. Lord Theta is blind and living in the wastelands of Upper Corray. Lord Shinva is dead, but not yet forgotten in his mausoleum in the necropolis. Lord Mulas was a follower of the god Slang, and in his shrine near the docks of Lower Corray. You may learn his line.
Ready myself. He raises his arms and begins the spell. The raging goblins stand like statues. You feel yourself lifting up from your body as though you've been snatched away by birdmen. Wow, we actually had a vision of birdmen in the first game.
Corray dwindles beneath you and you feel your body growing weaker. Your clues have been updated.
Oh boy. Outside Corray, the fields, the necropolis, the road to the gate, the eastern slums, the well, the docks, Upper Corray. I have to choose. Why would I go all the way back to outside Corray? Because if I do, I become Minority Report. Anything wrong that ever happened to me on the trail, I can follow the same path and kill everyone that wronged me. If I wanted to. Who's up for round 2? Literally Majora's Mask? Maybe, but this book was written in 1983. So who is literally who? I wonder. Well, this will take you back in time to continue your search for the spell lines from outside Corée. Let's think about this, though. We know we have to get to the necropolis and get the silver stake this time. That's one. We already have an answer from Lorag. We have to go and fight the undead guy again, if he's here. He should be here again. This time throwing the silver chain. That's 3. The 4th one is the docks. Let me look again. Lord Theta is in the ruins in the fallen quarter of the city, blind and begging. The priest at the Shrine of Slaying may be able to help you find spell lines to the gate. The shrine is located between the well and the docks in Lower Corée. Between the well and the docks in Lower Corée. Where is the well and the docks? The docks are here. This is not Lower Corée, though. Well, it's south. Is that what are they talking about this? The well and the docks. It has to be between here. So I was there and I missed him? No, we went into the shrine and answered the question wrong. Yeah, we already went in there. That was the impossible question that we answered incorrectly. Okay, so we actually took a good path the first time. My God. Well, we have to go all the way back. We have to go... Oh no! Kate? Sawyer? Locke? Other outdated references? We gotta go back. All the way to when the Dharma Initiative was founded. You're being wrenched in directions you did not know existed. The pain is unbearable, and just when you think you'll go mad, the forces tear you apart. You struggle to grab onto your belongings and your very self and tumble down from the clouds. And then you are awake. Your eyes open once more. Your surroundings have changed. You are back on the pass outside Corée in the twilight. It is as though the last 2 days had not occurred, except now you know the layout of the city and the whole matter of the spell lines. Kairotobi and Fire are going to die. Can you rewind the rewind? That's actually a good question. I don't know. Dawn of the first day. I have deja vu right now. Seriousness, loving the stream. Thank you, Aku. It's a lot of fun. We're going to have a good time right here. Are you going to pull that card on the time travel trope, though? I'm sorry. Was time travel a trope in 1983, chat? I don't think it was. You know how things become tropes, right? Somebody has to do them for them to become tropes. Are we gonna need a 3D map for this game? Bake Flakes, what up? Thanks for 2 years of being subscribed. Who simply says, Zap. We gotta go Back to the Future. Yeah, that wasn't a trope when Back to the Future came out. People weren't like, I can't... Back to the Future, 1985, by the way. I can't believe these idiots are doing time travel tropes, okay? We're like above this form of media in 1985, not creating one of the all-time classic sci-fi movies that's ever been made and will be regarded for generations as a classic. Most of you guys are Zoomers who know of these things and haven't even seen them. I wasn't even born in 1985. So just because you've seen these things now doesn't mean they were tropes when they were created. So you're all just angry because the game is like using a game about magic has created a very interesting scenario wherein you possess knowledge of the future and magical abilities to take all matters into your own hands with foreknowledge. I could be RoboCop now and just blast everybody that did anything evil in the first game, the first time through. If anybody thinks that time travel was a trope in 1983, I'm going to need to see a birth certificate that says at least 1950, 1962, okay? Because you can't put a label on something from before you were born. You know what is a trope? Calling things trope. And I'm frankly tired of it. It's like the word edgy. It just doesn't mean anything anymore. You have not seen a living soul since you left this fin, so you are naturally cautious when you round a bend in the path and see a beggar crouched low against a rock, muttering to himself. But anyways, I'm not going to waste my time arguing with some guy out there whose opinion means absolutely nothing to me. If I could, I would use time travel to rewind to before I read the opinion and then not read it. That's how much I care about not caring about it. We continue on the path. You stop out of sight behind an outcrop, but the beggar does not look like much of a threat. Oh, I wonder how I could take things differently this time. Wait and watch. Try to slip past. We approached him and he was good. This guy was nice. Wait, I just lost my god. I just lost the god Korga. I guess we could get it back. And that's fine. This is the last thing I'll say about it, chat. This is the last thing I'll say. To clear the air. To clear my mind. Okay? Last thing. One and done. The same person who said, this is just a time travel trope, also said, this is literally Majora's Mask. Do you see my point? Someone's just mad that I called them out for this game coming out before Majora's Mask, which apparently was the oldest point of time travel reference they could come up with. Like, if it's such a big trope from the 80s, could you throw out any other example besides a Zelda game? That's all I'm saying. Tropes have to come from somewhere. They come from the past. This is from the past. A Christmas Carol. What a great movie. A great series.
Who goes there, he demands. What is your business in Corray?
Greetings, old man. I am a traveler. I am on a quest. I don't even remember how I handled this the first time. I am a traveler. Actually, greetings.
Enough of your greetings. I asked you a question. Who are you and where are you headed?
I am on a quest. The man prods a little harder with his stick.
A quest? For what?
Oh yeah, he beats me with a stick. I can't tell you that. I seek the crown of kings. Well, I guess I'll just tell him, because what's the worst thing that's gonna happen? This man was a good guy. He was a good man. I'll be honest. I seek the crown of kings, you answer, watching his face closely for a reaction. If he has one, he hides it well.
Never heard of it, he replies. What's it for?
He prods harder.
Answer me, or you'll face the consequences.
Who are you? You ask. You're certainly very brave. The man beams with aging pride.
I am the city guard. No one enters Corray except through me.
And then, despite his age and clear ill health, he comes at you waving his stick. I only have 4 stamina. I can't afford to get beat up by this old man. Could Lorak have had a little bit of graciousness in his heart? I can't allow... It'd be pretty funny, though, if I just let him beat me to death. I kind of want to see what happens, actually. I won't fight you, you tell him. You are unarmed. He waves the stick close to your face, jabbing a few times, but you push the point aside with one hand.
All right, then, he declares. We'll settle this fairly.
He tosses the stick to one side and raises his fist. The knuckles are blackened with scabs.
I still won't fight you.
You reply, I mean it. The beggar makes a short braying noise, like a laugh, and then lamps you on the nose. It's surprisingly painful. He's readying for another swing. You step back, and with that, the fight seems to drain from him. He sits down again, suddenly sad. Very well, he moans.
You're right, I suppose. I can't defend the city on my own.
You're very brave, you tell him kindly.
Am I? He asks, looking up. I don't feel brave. I'm still alive. Doesn't that make me a coward?
He shivers. You don't have any food, do you? He asks, sadly. Here. You rummage in your pack and pull out a hunk of bread and cheese. Here. The man grabs it and eats gleefully, like a wild dog. He murmurs and grumbles to himself as he does so. Come with me. You take pity on the man. I'm going to Corray, you tell him. The soldier considers your offer for a moment as he chews. You're sure? I know the word for the wall, but they will not let me go through the gate. I'll see to that. He clambers slowly to his feet. A gleam of hope has entered the poor man's eyes.
Very well then, stranger. I'll trust you.
Follow the pass. In we go. The beggar walks a few strides ahead, the ghost of a military pace in his step. What's your name? You ask. I know his name, but I have to ask anyways to repeat a little history.
Captain Thomas of the 4th Legion, responsible for the southern perimeter.
He knocks his bony heels together.
At your service.
I think you're delusional. What are you doing out here, soldier? We were sent to investigate sightings. Oh, he's speaking.
A whole legion of us, back when the council felt bold, but then they locked the gate and wouldn't let us back.
Where's your legion now? Sightings of what? We have to get some new information. Why would they lock you out of the city?
They locked the goblins out, he replies. If the goblins were gone, they'd let us in. But they aren't gone. They're in the rocks.
I don't see anything. He looks at you with angry eyes.
Of course you don't. They hide. Goblins hide. Don't you know that?
The path winds through gorse and thick grass. Correa squats in a basin in the hills like a stagnant, festering pool. You turn one corner, then another, and then the stone walls of the city loom over you. Talking to people will provide clues for your quest. Did I just get a clue? I think that's where you get a clue about the goblins for the first time. That we just didn't get before. The walls weren't built to... Oh, he's speaking. The walls weren't built to keep anything out. They were here before the goblins, Tomas says. They were built to keep people in. Correa is one gigantic trap itself. It is indeed. Yes, it is. Why? Are the people inside not happy? Would you be happy, ruled by pirates and thieves? He points. Cast your eyes up. You can see them, arches facing in both directions. You could scramble up the slopes to the right to get a better view of the wall. That's okay. We'll just keep going. I have something I need to do. You step out of the pass into the clearing. An arrow whizzes past your shoulder. Who goes there? He bellows. Friend or foe? Let Tomas answer. You wait, and Tomas cries back, Friend! And the watchword is Cantopani. The guard pauses a moment and then lowers his bow. Approach. Tomas turns and smiles at you. We're going all the way back to the past, chat, because we're here to unlock the gate with the Spin Chief's key once more. Is it safe to go through? I am sure it is. Tomas considers that for a moment, then nods. Well, no matter. I am a Korean god, not a criminal. I'm not afraid. And with that, he slips through the door and dashes away. You hear nothing for a moment, then the sound of shouting voices and feet rushing away. Go in after. Slipping inside, you find the yard deserted. The old soldiers cleared it out for you. This didn't happen last time. You push the great gate closed, key still in the lock. Whoever the next ruffian to visit Correa may be, he'll be grateful for your little gift. We're leaving the key in the lock. Oh boy. That does not sound good. You pause just inside the shadow of the gate. To your left is a low stone building with metal bars for windows. One sec. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? I think I can depict time travel on the map somehow. You would just have to do a second... You could do like a second page for this one with the map changed, I guess. Possibly. Why did we lose 2 stamina? I got punched in the face by the old man. Which is a bit of a problem, actually. Now that I think about it. Because I can't cast Fireball with 2 stamina. Why can't you go around the walls and straight into the backlands? Because it's not... It's a huge city. There's a river that I would have to somehow cross. Normally people cross with a bridge, and there's docks with huge boats that go through. So we have to cross a giant river. Plus, you have all the things in the wilderness out here, with no road, no food. This is at least a few day journey to get through. It took us 2 days to cross the city normally. So this is at least 3 to 4 days around the edges with absolutely zero food. Why can't you swim out of the city? Why can't you just be an Olympic gold medal swimmer? With a backpack and a spell book packed to the gills. Hey, Superintendent Chalmers. How's it going? Thank you for the subscription. Welcome back for the 8th month. While chat tries to poke holes in the internal logic of this choose-your-own-adventure book. You guys just can't have any fun. Just have fun, chat. Why can't you just walk around? Well, let's just uninstall the game. I guess they didn't need to make this game. You know, if it was that easy, why even make this? Just don't bother. Just put on the green wig and become a dolphin. You pause just inside the shadow of the gate. To your left is a stone building with metal bars for windows. Try the door to the low building. It's locked, but the key is still in the keyhole. At that moment, 2 soldiers march around the corner. We could greet the guards to try something new, but I have to dive inside the building. With heartbeats to spare, you leap inside the building. The small room is dark, lit only by a narrow, barred window. It takes a moment for your eyes to adjust to the gloom, so you don't notice that the door, which must be heavily weighted, has swung shut until you watch it lock or hear it lock behind you. There he is. The old man who's caused me so many problems in my past life. Greet him. Greetings, old man. He ignores you, concentrating hard on something on the ground just in front of him. A collection of small stones. They're dice. Ask about his arm. Look at his stones. I don't think I can do anything with just 2 stamina. You glance upwards to the stars, and suddenly the old man shouts, "A sorcerer! I knew it!" What of it?
Well, he answered, you'll get us out of here, but better yet, I've not played anyone for months, and certainly not anyone smart. Sit down, sit down.
I don't want to play.
Of course you do, he says. We'll play around without a stake, and then you can dop that door and we'll get going. What do you say? Swindle stones.
How does he know our spells? That's a good question. How does he know DOP? He shouldn't know any of this. Is there more to this old man than meets the eye? Possibly. He did take a giant's tooth from us before. Maybe he knew what its magical properties were. I've no time for games, you reply, tired of this foolish old beggar.
Everyone should have time for games, the old man replies. That's the only way to learn, you know, and there's plenty you need to learn about Corray. Believe me.
Cease your ramblings.
Sit.
He pats the bench beside him with one hand.
Play.
We can talk while I beat you. He's forcing me to play. So be it. The old man drops 4 dice into the palm of your hand and sweeps away a patch of dust on the bench.
I'll go first, he says, waving his hand. Show you how it's done.
Fine, I'll beat you, then kill you. How about that?
At least we get to play Swindle Stones again.
His tutorial village also gave him the spell book.
So, where are you headed?
Just visiting. The North Gate, the Backlands. Chat, I'm going in hard. I'm going in hard. 3 ones. No, not that hard. 2, I'll bet 2 2s, which I don't have. 2 2s. I don't even have them. He's not going to call that.
The North Gate. Now, why ever would you go to the North Gate? No one goes there.
3 ones. Out of nowhere, he just bet 3 ones. 4 ones.
I mean, 5 ones. I'm gonna give you 5 1.
No way, dude. No way. I didn't think so. Only 4, the round is yours.
He's puking mid-game. Somebody help this man.
So, what's your name? 1. We have 2 1s, 2 3s again. I'll bid a 4. Force him to up. He's not going to call 1 4.
Have you seen the room prices in Corray? No, I suppose you haven't.
So you like being locked up? He just likes to be here and play dice and steal from people. He bid 2 2s. He could have those, but I don't have those. I'll bid 2 3s. I'll do 2 3s. It's safer.
I keep on thieving, don't I? Got an itchy hand, me.
Not that well, it seems. You've been locked up. He bid 3 threes. He could have a third 3, chat. What else did he bid before? He bid 2. Well, I bid 2 threes. He bid 1 4. No, I bid 1 4. He bid 2 twos. If you lose this game, does he take some of your 0 gold? He doesn't steal your gold. He steals your stuff, which even worse. Oh, dear. He has to have 1 3. He could have it, but he bid 2 twos. I believe his bid of 2 twos. Maybe I shouldn't, but if he has even 1 3, I lose. So my options are call or bid 4 of something, which is just a mistake. I have to call. I may have screwed myself. He's got the 3. He is a cheeky old devil. But yeah, this is a no-stakes game right here.
You think he could just walk across town out the other side?
That was the idea. All right, we have 2 threes. So we're going to bid 1 4 again.
That's the funniest thing I've heard all day.
2 1s, please. Well, I will bid you 3 1s is unlikely. He has to be telling the truth about the 2 1s. If I bid 2 3s, he's going to bid 3 3s. He could have a 3 in there. He could have a 3 in there. Do I have to call again, or do I call now? Calling now's bad, but I could raise him to 3 3s. And he might call, but if he's lying, then I lose. I'll bid the 2 3s and stay safe. Keep raising. Yes, I know the North Gate is locked, old man. He raised it to 3 3s, chat. I mean, Wait, no, 3 1s. Excuse me. He raised it to 3 1s. I'm sorry. But he did bid 2 1s before. It's so likely he's telling the truth. I can't outbid that, though, unless I think he's also got a 3. Then I would have to bid 3 3s. And there's a 1 in 4 chance that that last die is a 3. I think if I call, I lose. But if I bid 3 3s, maybe he'll call me and I'll get lucky. I don't know. I think he's got the 1s. I'll bid 3 3s. Oh, boy. He called me. He had the 1s. There was no other play. I guess it could have been 4 1s if I really believed him, but he might have called that too. I'm losing to this old man again. I can't wait to kill him. Old man sucks. I gotta change my strat some. I'll bid 1 2. A total lie. Start it a little lower. I'll raise that to 1 3. Okay, I'll bid 2 3s. What you got? 3 3s. No way, man. I got a call. You have 2 3s right there? No way. Thank you. Woo! And we're back. 2 4s. Very strong hand. Very strong hand. So we start with 1 4, give him free reign, and then raise him to 2 4s after he goes like to 2 3s. He'd have to have double 3s, but we definitely got him in the bag here, unless he's got 4s, but I don't know why he would wager that. 2 4s. Call! Here we go. He got 1 1 and 1 3. Let's do this. Time to win. Didn't he beat me the first time around? A 1 and a 2. Not a great hand, but we've only got to beat him. He's only got 1 die. I got to give him some room. I'll bid a 1. I got to give him some room to claim whatever he's got, and then... No, I can't. I can't give him room, because if he's got a 3 or 4, he'll just beat me. So I have to bid the 1 4 and force him to guess. I have to try to put him into a pickle. 2 1s. Oh my god. He could very well have that. I can't raise that. He's got one of the ones. It's not possible for me to raise. What did I bid first? 1 4? I could bid 2 4s. But then he knows I'm lying. You dug your own grave? I don't think there was a good play there. I have to call. Even though it's wrong. Yeah, it was wrong. The old man wins the round. Well, it was impossible for me to win. Doesn't he just win by default? This is a no-win scenario. Hold on, though. He bid a 4. I have a 4. You can only win with luck. He can't... I'll... Call. Come on, we both have a 4, old man. You just got the wrong end of that straw. Yes! Oh my god, that was not supposed to be a winnable hand at all. That was 100% luck. That was actually a 1 in 16 chance of me winning that. Because there was a 1 in... I don't know. I'm just gonna go with that. Don't disagree with me. I win, don't I? The old man nods, gathering up the dice.
I win easy on you, of course.
Rematch? Enough. You stand up from the bench, finished with the beggar. I enjoyed beating you.
The pleasure was mine,
the old man says bitterly, putting his dice into his back pocket. He leans back against the stonework and hums quietly to himself. You take a seat on the other bench from the old man, who is fussing with his empty sleeve. You stand from the bench once... No! Hold on, back it up. How can I escape this place? Tell me how I can escape this place.
Oh, it's simple enough, he replies. In a day or two, the guards will let you out. Once they've decided you're not an enemy, they just take a while to consult one of the mages.
You stand from the bench once more. How do I kill this guy? Try and escape. You go over to the door, locked of course from the outside. Try the copper key in the lock. You have a sudden rush of relief. Of course, didn't the blind man outside Kristen Tanti give you a key to escape the jail of Corée? I just slept in here for no reason the first time. Oh my god, I have the key! You pull it out of your pack, grateful not to have dropped it in your travels. You put it in the lock, it fits. Open the door. You turn the key, but it sticks. If you push much harder, you risk snapping the key. Oh my god. Don't do this to me, game! Why would this be a thing? You give it one more hefty twist, and the old copper bends and breaks in the lock. The blind man told you this was a key to the cells of the Red Eyes, not the cells of the city guard! Why would it tell me, unreliable narrator style, that this... Of course! Didn't the blind man outside Kristen Tanti give you a key? You told me that! Unreliable narrator. The old man claps his hand against the bench.
Oh, very good, he sneers. I wonder if that means they won't be able to unlock it from the outside either.
Now I've lost that key forever? Oh my god. I can't zap. I don't have enough stamina, chat. That's very sad, I know. I could open the door. Rewind! I can't rewind. This is no rewinds. I just lost that key forever for no reason. Pray? Maybe I should pray to the gorilla. Your spirit is far from you now. You must wait until it returns for further aid. I'm having some last minute. Kyra Toby, when did you subscribe again? With a blob dance? With a big tier 3 sub? How did I not? I don't know. I saw Superintendent Chalmers. Either way, thanks for a $25 sub, Kyra Toby. That's very nice of you. I appreciate that. Are you out there somewhere? I want to show you guys where we actually got the key the first time around. We got it from a blind man outside of Kristen Tonti, right? That's the Bomba fruit. That's also the first time we heard the word Snatacat. Oh, here it is. Between the buildings. We gave a begging man a gold piece to help with his situation. The beggar calls Etalyx back before he could walk away and hands him a copper key. The beggar explains he used to live in Corée and that the key will help if I'm ever captured by Red Eyes. We have at least one ration. We do have one ration, it's true.
Good night and good luck.
Thank you, Jax. Thank you, Jax. Seriously, though, I guess I lost the key forever. Okay, we're just gonna live with the consequences of our actions, alright? We're gonna live with the consequences of our actions. I lost the key, I threw it away being reckless. I'm sorry. Live with the consequences. An apple. Eat it. It's not enough stamina, chat. Try picking the lock. You dig through your pack, but you have nothing suitable to pick the lock with. You try the tip of the sword, but it's far too long. After a few minutes of frustration, the old man laughs at you. Might as well try using your nose.
Zap! You begin to weave the spell, the force of it builds within you, and only then do you realize the awful truth. You are too weak to control it. Magical forces tear through your body, stripping it of all energy and all life until you are nothing but a discarded husk. You've been consumed by magic. You died in the prison after the rewind.
Oh my god. Oh no, look what I've done. I rewound. Too late. We rewound. I'm keeping the copper key now, chat. You can't stop me. You can't stop me. Natural scum. I had to know what would happen. Every time we die, we get to rewind. All right, what about... Nope, not pop. What about, how can I kill this guy easily and cheaply? All I have is Dop, Zap. That's all I got. It has to be Dop. I'm sorry. We'll figure out how to kill him later. You aim the spell of Dop, opening towards the door, and slowly, quietly let it go. The lock's rusted tumblers click over in response. Very good, very good, the old man chuckles. Check outside. You check outside. The yard is empty. While you've been locked up, the sun sunk low below the wall. How long was I playing dice with him for? You should be able to walk right out of here under cover of darkness. The old man is less cautious. He is up and out of the door like lightning. Don't worry, I know where to find him. I just need to get my stamina about me first. The old man is spry despite his age and quickly far ahead of you. You seem to be forever rescuing old men, first from the tree outside Cantapani, and now from prison. Self-aware game. Very self-aware. Eternally rescuing old men for some reason. I don't know why. He didn't steal from us in this timeline. Chat, we've created another timeline where the old man has done nothing wrong yet. Morally, how do we punish him for the actions of his other self in a different timeline? Is that justice? Or am I just making an excuse because I only have one stamina and I physically cannot kill him? Like, if I gripped his neck, my weak grip strength, he would just, like, shake me off and then, like, slap me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have enough willpower or strength to physically kill a man. You are a time cop. You're still missing that giant tooth. Into all his timelines. Looking left, you see the guard lined up in rows running drills. Best not to head that way. To the right, the first buildings of Corée. You can just see the old man disappearing in this direction. So what? There's not going to be a body this time, then. I love how I went all the way back here to try and kill this guy through alternate history. Night is falling. Luckily, by the roadside a small inn, which will make a perfect place to stay before you lose yourself in the winding streets. Alternatively, you could walk into the fields and sleep under the stars. I don't have any gold. I have 1 stamina, 1 ration. That's it, chat. No money. I got nothing. Let's go in the inn. See what we can find in there. I don't think we went into the Crooked Finger at all, actually. Here is the Crooked Inn. In all of its glory. This is almost rock bottom. It really is. Enter. You go inside and find an empty bar. The bartender snoozing at the counter. Clearly trade is bad. Approach the bar and let's see what he has to say. He wakes with a snortle as you approach.
Greetings, traveler. He yawns. You'll be looking for directions to somewhere else, I suppose.
That's just another old man voice. Okay, we can't do old men.
Greetings, traveler. You'll be looking for directions to somewhere else, I suppose.
I wish to take a room. I need to eat. Quite right. Quite right. I wish to take a room.
No trouble, says the innkeeper. 7 gold pieces.
Do you play Swindlestones? You ask hopefully. The innkeeper narrows his eyes.
If you think you can cheat me out my gold, you've got the wrong idea.
Not cheat. A fair game. He clearly doesn't trust you, but he nods.
All right.
Sweeps his face on the bar top, rubs his hands. What's the stakes? I don't have enough gold to bet. You tell him straightforwardly.
Can't play without a bet,
the innkeeper replies, rubbing his hands together.
So what have you got?
Nothing I'd be willing to stake. This is the saddest rerun of this playthrough ever. The innkeeper's mouth sets a hard line. Then, the cost of a room here is 7 gold pieces. You don't understand. I'll be your slave. If you either I win and get a free room to sleep in, or I'll be your dish slave. Haggle. 7 gold pieces is robbery, you tell him. The innkeeper shrugs.
Courage prices might not be what you're used to, he says, but you can sleep in the street if you prefer, and then maybe you'll see why they're as high as they are.
I'll do that. It seems you'll not be staying here after all. Indeed. I thought maybe we could get away with a little sneaky, cheeky dice game. Shaking your head, you leave the inn to find a field for free. Very sad. You strike off into the fields and find a muddy dell in which to stretch out. The stars are out, forming the constellations of the gorilla. You feel a certain peace, despite the hulking shadow of the wall. The gorilla's back, baby. Gorilla's back! Eat before sleep. Sure. You eat the apple, then settle down to sleep. The sounds of the city drift to you on the night air, shouts and screams, the occasional distinct howl. You doze fitfully, turning over in your mind what the poacher told you of the 4 spell lines required to open the north gate. Then halfway through the night you awaken to the sound of something scratching in the earth nearby. You sit up and peer into the darkness. You see red glowing eyes and slavering teeth in the gloom. It is a werewolf. But how can that be? The moon is only crescent. Watch the beast. The beast paces around you in a circle, moving in and out of the shadow of the wall. Then for a moment you see it in full moonlight. The sight of it makes you catch your breath. What you took to be gray fur is, in fact, metal. The werewolf is wearing fitted plate armor. Vic for first noble? Vic for first noble, guy. Vic for first noble, yes? Where is he? Vic should be saving me right now. Are you kidding me? Well, I guess we have no choice but to pray to the gorilla for healing. 5 health, 5 stamina is fairly generous. Thank you, gorilla. Danger and misfortune are his traveling companions. It's time to test the waters. Ah, they want me to cast law. Control non-intelligent creatures. How intelligent do we think the werewolf is? I assume werewolves are not intelligent. Otherwise, why would they be out prowling, trying to kill? Sharpened blade. Could be good if we think that there has to be a fight. Walk. Don't have any gold for a shield. Gob. No goblins. He's definitely not intelligent if law is... Well, maybe he could be. There's no communication options anyways. There's also no how. Oh, there is a how. Find safe passage. If there was ever a time for Hal to save us, it could be right now.
How?
You cast a spell, but nothing happens. It seems at this present moment there's no way to escape. You will have to face the beast because this spell sucks and it literally never helps you out of a precarious situation, even though they let you cast it every single time. I just lost his stamina for no reason. I may as well have just fireballed him. Hey, Cox, give me my frames back. 1,400 frames. Hello. Yeah, shoulda, woulda, coulda, chat. Okay? I was in direct danger. Hal should have told me a way to get out. There's no way to get out, all right? We're here. The werewolf bares its terrible teeth in reply. Look at this guy. He's got to go for a big opening attack, right? He's got to go for a big opening attack. Baring his teeth. Why would he defend? Well, that was way lower than I thought it was going to be, but take that anyways. I will take no risks. The werewolf paces the mud before you, its armor flashing in the narrow moonlight. Driven by fear, you charge headlong. It bites at the air, but your blow lands in a spurt of blood and fur. As the werewolf grows weaker, its eyes grow redder and more desperate. The werewolf pauses to lift its neck to the sky and howl. Does more desperate mean more likely for a big attack? But if it's howling, isn't that my time to strike? He's got so much pent-up potential in there that I hesitate to go do a big, large attack. But he's howling. He's growing more desperate. He's lifting his neck to... That could be his pre-attack. I only have to do 2 more damage. He could very easily overpower me. My first gut instinct was howling is... He pauses, he grows weaker, he pauses, he's howling. My first instinct is attack. Oh! 0.2! So narrow. With only 6 stamina as well. You bring your sword about for a wild blow. The strike catches the beast deep. As the werewolf weakly turns its jaws toward your leg, you lift your blade and plunge it into its throat. The werewolf gurgles as it curls around the blade and dies. No stamina lost. Flawless fighting. With the werewolf dead, you wipe your sword on the grass and try to calm your thudding heart. You look over the beast's armor with fascination. It is finely made, tightly forged to this werewolf shape. Perhaps such a shell can keep a werewolf from reverting when the moon begins to wane. Who made it? You see no maker's mark or sigil on it anywhere. With the tip of your sword, you prise loose the catches that hold the armor in place. As the plates slip to the ground, the dead beast transforms, turning from savage thing into a young human woman. But the transformation does not alter the sword wound at her throat, and it does not bring her back to life. With a heavy heart, you regard her face. Otherwise, she seems just a girl, maybe 18, 19 years old. With the night now quiet and still, it's hard to believe that a moment before you were faced by a slavering werewolf. What if that was mere illusion? You've just slain an innocent passerby. But the wolf-shaped armor is still here. The girl has a telltale wolf bite on her neck, just below a strange tattoo. The tattoo reads, Vic. It is undecorated. The penmanship is clear and simple. It is more like a cattle brand than a mark made for a lover. It is the tattoo a slaver makes on its stock. The plot thickens. The frames continue to drop. Cox! If I could punch Cox Communications right now. 2,000 frames dropped? Are you kidding me? So Vic is trying to go rise to first noble, and somehow tattooing people and forcing them to become werewolves, and then not letting them leave that form. The plot very much thickens. Let's bury her. By the thin moonlight, you begin to dig in the mud with your sword, scraping out a large hole, large enough to bury this poor woman. The work is hard, but you have no choice. You cannot leave her here for the crows. It is little consolation to know she was doomed long before your sword ran her through. As you cover her up, you commend her soul to the gorilla. Then you move a short distance away and bed down to sleep, trying to forget the dead woman's face. You settle down to sleep and dream. Your dreams, when they come, are of the wall, like a towering monster drenched in moss and slime. Oh, not the slime! The gate, its wide open maw. On the back is a host of guards chanting a mantra too quietly for you to hear. As you watch, it reaches down with fingers made from flagpoles and skewers the old beggar man, lifting him flailing into the air. I think that means they caught the old beggar man. Meanwhile, the one-armed prisoner throws the knuckles of his missing hand onto the bench over and over, calling endlessly to himself. A wolf in shining armor howls at the sun, then turns to blow you a kiss. And it's as though you can see the crown, sitting in the dust on the far side of the north gate. So close, and yet so out of reach. Your clues have been updated. Werewolves trapped in their loop and formed by blade armor stalk the city at night and owned by a man named Vic. We have so many Vic clues. And yet we also need to get the code from this other guy. The next morning. You wake quickly from your sleep. The journey must continue. There's no time to lose. Following the tracks for a few minutes, you reach a junction where 3 roads begin. These are the outskirts of Carre. Huts huddle like beggars on either side of the tracks leading uphill into the city port. Time to choose your road. You need to track down the city nobles and get their spell lines for the gate that the poacher told you of. Just at that moment, a cart rolls down the road from the right and careens around the corner to take the main track ahead. This time, however, the crates on it wobble, but do not fall, and it disappears up the road, leaving nothing behind. Interesting. It seems not everything is fixed after all. The first time through the city, this cart dropped a box, and in that box were healing potions. Now it has not fallen. I wonder what the difference maker was. Butterfly effect, perhaps? Maybe. Turn left, go straight, or turn right. Is it time for Chainmaker round 2? I think it might be. Let's go say hello. You head right along a wide track until you reach a large hut. It seems the only building on this path that is still standing. It seems that here in the shadow of the city wall is not a place people choose to live. You have found the hut with its sign delicately painted, Chainmaker. The door is just a crack ajar, and from within you hear a gentle tinkling sound, metal on metal. A creature in chainmail dress, endlessly pacing the floor. Let's go kill him again! Make a move. There are several places you could go next. We're going to say hello. You push open the hut and enter. It's dark inside. The floor is sawdust. The air smells of oil, polish, and burnt metal. From the ceiling, hanging like ivy, are metal chains of all lengths and thickness. Some suitable for machinery, some for oxen, others for arms and feet. The chains shift and whisper to themselves. This time, chat, We'll call that a greeting. Hello, is anyone there? You call. There's a shuffling beyond the far door and a figure emerges. It is the chain maker. He is a Sven, one of that race of man-orcs from the village of Torpani.
You what?
He replies gruffly.
You want chains?
Look for a chain to buy. I need directions to the north gate. He is worthless. Leave this place. Look for a chain to buy. You look around the shop at chain after unremarkable chain. Then one stands out. A short length of silver, which seems to move more energetically than those swaying on either side. The chain maker nods.
Good chain,
He says.
magic chain.
What does it do? You ask.
Magic?
Okay, great. How much does it cost? You ask. He sizes you up, thinking you must be wealthy.
It's 5 gold pieces.
I don't want it. You shrug. He nods. He must hear that a lot, running a chain shop. I've already got one. I need directions to the north gates. Can you help?
Can't help, he shrugs. Not any chains on it. Locked by spell. 4 lines.
And the dumb creature holds up 3 fingers to demonstrate.
Couldn't care less.
There is nothing to be gained here. You leave the hut and step back out on the path. That's what happens if you don't go through the same series of events, I suppose. The old man's still alive, hilariously, and there's nothing I can do about it. I don't want to walk on to the festival. I want to go back and find the dude in the street. That's what I want. There's clearly nothing in this part of town. You choose a different road. We also went up, and there was a house up here that we ignored, right? Before I found the body. We're kind of retracing our steps right now, right? I am curious about that house. Because there was a Vic guy up there. This is the burnt down house with the guy inside. There is no one here. You make a search of the hut, the main thing you find is the glass pipe from a hookah. This is probably all that remains. What did I do last time, though? What did we do last time? Did I look under the mattress, probably? I think I looked under the mattress. Maybe I did both. Look through the hole in the roof. Standing on the remains of a low table, you put your head up through the hole in the roof. There's a fine house on a hill a little further up, but that's all you can see. Time to go. Whoever was in here clearly ran away in time, but there's no sign of water. No one tried to put this fire out. Okay. Clearly nothing here. But a tall, muscular creature. We've met him before. He nods to you. You stride over, not afraid to meet the creature's gaze. Good day. That's me. Good day. The creature nods to the burnt-out hut behind. Friends of yours? It asks. We answered no last time. Maybe we should try a different course of action. Of course. Shame what happened there. Real pity. Doesn't bother me. What happened? Accident, the creature replies, taking a menacing draw on his pipe. Fell behind on their rent, you see, always forgetting to pay. The coals of his pipe flare for a moment. Who are you? The creature shakes his head. Doesn't matter who I am. He tips out his pipe and grinds the ashes underfoot. Things are gonna be different round here very soon, friend. Vic, for first noble. With that, he stalks away down the street, humming to himself. Let's follow him up the street. Look what happens when you don't try to sneak around and kill. I didn't kill him, and I also didn't have enough money for the chain that I got by killing him. So far, not a good example. Because I just lost, I would have lost a chain that I'm gonna use this time. Vic for First Noble, chat. Vic for First Noble. Parkside for 8 months. Thanks for your Prime subscription once again, Parkside. Good evening and welcome. How's it going? So, you pass a drinking fountain. The drinking fountain was good. The water tastes cool if herbal. Perhaps something is growing in it. Let's Get some stamina out of this. It's quite refreshing. Stopping a creature to talk, I don't remember doing anything for, so I'm going to keep going. You continue up the road. The corner of a wall. We're going to go up into the house this time and actually break in and see what's in there. Otherwise, we're never going to escape. There's also a horse tied up outside that I'm curious about. If I go up to the horse, I wonder what happens. You approach the horse. It snorts nervously, wary of your presence. You might be able to calm it, or even talk to it with the correct spell. Let's find out some animal information. What are my other options, though? Hold on. I want to do this every time. Cause depression. I just want to see what it does. Really? Why would you do that? Give the horse depression. It just... I have to get out of here. You know what I'm saying? Invisibility. Talk with animals. That's the one. Yep! You pull on the wig and cast a spell. After a moment, the sound of the horse's breathing changes from irregular snorting into a string of swears and curses. What's the problem? You ask, approaching the horse carefully. The problem? What's a horse sound like? It sounds like this. Alright? I mean, it sounds like that. I've been waiting for that! No! Yes! I'm fire. That's how it talks. Stop. What's the problem, you ask, approaching the horse? The horse goes... And you understand it to mean... this. I had to do it again. Of course. What's the problem, horse? The problem, it replies, seemingly indifferent to the fact you're talking to it. I've been stuck here to this post for the better part of 3 weeks. That's the problem. Horses aren't meant to stand still. We get bored, see? Our knees get knocky. Excuse me. Who is your owner? You ask quickly, unsure how long the spell will hold. The horse stamps its feet and shakes its mane. Only a noble, it replies. Only an important man of Corray, Lord Theda himself. Really? Lord Theda, huh? I'm looking for a Lord Theda. Where is he? You ask. Gone blind, the horse whinnies sadly. He can't ride now, can't do anything. Gone begging, I heard, so I heard. The horse whinnies and snorts and shakes its mane, clearly tired of talking. The spell begins to fade. You finish the conversation, removing the green wig from your head. The last word you catch as you pull it free is a snort. Typical. Steal the horse. What if I take the horse to the beggar? What if I get thrown in prison for this? Keeping your eyes fixed on the beasts, you slip the reins from around the hitching post and hold them firmly. Then, in one moment, you pull sharply, bringing it round so you can jump onto its back. The horse is having none of it. It whinnies loudly and rears up into the air, and then, with you barely settled on its back, it bolts at terrific speed along the road, heading back the way you came. Okay, so... slight problem, chat. Slight problem. We know that his owner is begging in the Fallen Quarter, correct? Lord Theda is in the ruins, blind and begging in the Fallen Quarter of the city. Here. If we stick around and stay on the horse, perhaps we go straight to him. If we stay here, if we go though, we lose the access to this house again. Apparently this is his house though. We'll never go see Dwarftown, the Artist Quarter, or Mansions Row. There could be other stuff up there, I don't know. There could be. I feel like stay on the horse is what I want to do in my heart of hearts though. Hold on for dear life. You cling on as best you can, trying to calm the beast as it stampedes along the outer streets of Corée. You plunge madly through a market, past a shrine, down a wide, ruined street. Just as you think you are doomed to crash into a building, something makes the horse startle, and it leaps, throwing you to the ground. You land awkwardly, the horse whinnies, and races away. No, 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 I don't want to be. I don't want to be at the fair. You land on a wide track on the outskirts of a fair. You limp toward the gathered crowd, people and creatures. It's a festival. No, no, there's no one here. There's nothing here. The ruffian is calling for challengers to take on this champion in bare-knuckle combat. I know all about that. What day is it? Is it nighttime or daytime? I genuinely can't tell. I'm not trying to rewind. I'm never gonna figure this out. There's a guy in a gutter right here that I need to find and to get a clue from his body. And I want to throw a silver chain on him to see what happens. I don't know what to do with this silver chain. But that was the only time we've been able to use it. I should have done it. It's like getting a blue option in FTL. I don't know if I'll still be able to find him if I go through this festival like this. Probably not. We're just going to repeat history indefinitely. The fair continues from here and a road leads away uphill. The place is full of bluster and noise. Huge numbers of people crowd around the boxing ring. More... I don't have any money to wager. I can't even bet on the fight. This is the worst timeline. This is the worst timeline. We're so poor. I guess we have to go fight that guy with 6 stamina, though. That's not enough. Let's go. You cross the fairground of the wrestling ring. A ruffian inside is announcing the current challenge. People of Corée, are you ready for a fight? Watch the fight. We already know what happens. The ogre wins. What are the spells I could cast, though, if I should wish? Dop. I don't want Dop. Slowness? On who? Anybody I want, I guess. Kill. No, it's Kid. Create illusions. Require a bracelet of bone. We haven't used this yet. Kid. But what illusion do you cast? Make the ogre see the barbarian as plague-ridden? Make the barbarian see the ogre grow taller. Why am I even messing with this? For fun? You cast your spell at the ogre, making the barbarian appear plague-ridden and infectious. He begins to hang back, not wanting to engage, and every time Anvar grabs him, he begins to whimper with fear. You've given Anvar quite an advantage. The ogre roars with rage and struggles forward against the barbarian, landing a mighty blow. Well, that was free at least. It's over. With a single throw, Anvar the barbarian powers forward and hurls Skull Splitter to the mat. The crowd go wild. Inside the ring, the master of the fight raises the barbarian's fist in the air. Who challenges our champion? The fight prize is 10 gold. I challenge him, you cry. All eyes turn to look at you. The fight master beams. We have a stranger taking the challenge. Let him through. Here I go again. Here I go fighting with 6 stamina again. Under his breath, the fight master outlines the rules. A fair fight, no magic. Look him over. He's almost half as tall, with muscles on his chest sculpted like wax. In the black corner, Anvar. In the white corner, what should I call you? I am the Analander, you declare, shouting it up to this crowd for them to hear. They catch the name and throw it up to the sky. The Analander! They cheer. The crowd begin to furiously place bets. You can hear them discussing your relative merits. He looks feeble, looks like a maniac. You ready your fists. 6v8. We are at a distinct disadvantage here, chat. Damage is lower, power refreshes more quickly. Here we go, boxing again! We fought the weaker guy. This is the guy that lost to the ogre. So maybe this will be easier for us. I'm betting he's gonna do middle of the road. He's supposed to be super nimble, so I'm gonna do middle of the road. Assume he's gonna block or do something low. Okay, you're wrong. You're wrong. The barbarian raises his fist into the air and roars. The crowd roars in return. The second the bell rings, you leap from the corner and power forward against Anvar's body. Anvar charges straight at you. He strikes hard. You're sent backwards into the mat. He's definitely not gonna do that again. 3-6. Okay, you were right. He only loses one. We're definitely at a disadvantage. I might die. Moving swiftly, you aim for his midriff. The barbarian blocks your blow. Follow it up. Yeah! 5-1 to 4-9! You strike again. Moving quickly, you go in straight lunge for his temple. The barbarian is wide open, arms raised, and cannot defend himself. Follow up the 4-7 with another one. Keep the offensive up. Woo! 0.1! Oh my god. You lunge forward again, moving efficiently. You thrust for his chest as the barbarian swings for your head. Anvar staggers, suddenly crashing into the ropes at the side of the ring. A gasp goes up from the crowd. He's holding back. Someone in the crowd is shouting, "Hey! Anvar, it's body blow time. Body, you do, Pokemon, go!" It's time to block. Point, excuse me? Excuse me? That was a 0.7? Hold on, he is holding back as what he was about to do. That was such a stupid... You drop into a defensive crouch, the barbarian tries a weak punch, you duck out of the way. He steps backward across the ring, putting space between you. Is it time to go all in? Again? Please don't be higher than a 6-7, my man. Please don't be higher than a 6-7. He's holding back. Body blow time, I think he's about to go higher than 6-7. Right? Never. Yes! Readying a forceful blow, you hurl forward as a barbarian stomps and batters the ground. Anvar grunts with frustration as he turns about twice and hits the mat. For a moment, you even think he might stay down. But shaking his stupid head, he picks himself to his feet once more. He moves away toward the other corner. If he moves away, I'm just gonna press the attack. He has big damage. I don't think I can die though. He might beat me here. But he won't. You strike again. Preparing a heavy swing, you charge for your opponent. Anvar staggers back, gasping, his face a mess of blood and bruise. Summoning the last ounce of strength in your arms, you ready a final knockout punch that sends him back across the mat. Strong slugging! We even have a little extra stamina this time. You stagger from the ring, crowd cheering, collecting your winnings. The fair spreads out all around you. Hawkers announce the various attractions at the top of their lungs. The general atmosphere is cheerful, with just a hint of violence. I need to get some stamina back. The musicians were a problem before. Maybe we should go up to the top first, spend some gold on the claw machine. A small tent, a ticket booth. Let's go into the small tent again. The Cabinet of Fortune, try your luck, a prize for all. Let's go. You have time to test your luck if you wanted. I do indeed want. Drink poo water. That's okay. Okay, this is the honest guy. This is an honest game, but I assume that the cabinet is going to go the same way this time. How much does this cost? You ask suspiciously. Aha! Honest Hannah replies, waving a finger in the air, acting he's pleased you've passed his little test. You are clearly no chicken in the springtime. The cabinet costs 2 gold pieces to play. If you don't have 2 gold pieces, I'm afraid I don't care for you. But if you do, spend them with me. We cast a spell last time to listen. We cast Tell last time. But this time, maybe talk all languages? And talk to the little creature that's inside of the cave? Inside of the little back glass? Madge is not doing anything for us, really. Sus, we cast last time, it was fine, I think. Resurrect the dead. That's okay. Maybe that's what we have to do. We have to find holy water somewhere and resurrect the dead guy so he stops being a zombie. That's my guess. That could take a while. Rap. Talk all languages. What else? We got tell. We got, that's it. Okay. Rap then. I don't think I could speak to the other guy, but that was an animal, right? I don't think rap is actually gonna do anything though, because we understood the thoughts when we used tell the last time. Whatever. I'm gonna use rap. It's 0 stamina. Worst case scenario, it just does nothing. Rap. You put on the wig and cast your spell. Not on Hannah, of course. You can understand everything he says. But what about the creature in the glass cabinet? Sadly, though, it is not speaking. It sits in glum, thoughtful silence. Thought we could convince the creature to give us a good prize. Here you go. Here's 2 gold. You pay 2 gold, and Hannah goes over to the cabinet and presses a small button on the side. It seems to operate a cantilevered spike, which pokes the creature, who flutters around inside the case. The creature keeps flapping, and eventually the creature selects something from the prize pool, which it drops into a chute at the far side of the cabinet. You open the flap and remove a small leather pouch. Fleas again? No. I came at a different time of the day. We went there first. We didn't do any of the other things. There's come on. I can't just have fleas twice in a row from the same. I'm gonna get back to Lorag and be like, sorry, were things supposed to go differently? Because everything's gone the same except I didn't get anything stolen from me and I didn't kill the chainmaker. But other than that, I did steal a horse so far. They're not all flea bags. We already cast a spell last time that said he was an honest man and that there are prizes you can win, but I think you have to do some different magic. I don't know what though. You head back out of the tent. We got fleas again. He snatches it from you while staying well back. Unbelievable. Wait a second, that leaves the whole fair. I actually have to rewind, chat. I didn't realize that stops you from being able to go to anything else in the whole fair. So, I have to rewind. I was gonna go here first, then down to the other parts. Apparently, if you go here, you actually shortcut yourself and cannot go anywhere down here. We have to go back to here. I don't want to go into the ring. I can go, if I go to the end of the fair, what happens? Look back, look ahead, look at the small tent, make a move. Look back. The cheer goes up, there's a bonfire. Make your move. Time to move on. Can I go back? Don't. You're gonna make me do the fight again, aren't you? They're gonna make me do the fight again, chat. I guess I don't need anything down here. Right? Do I need anything down here? There's the clown whose wig we stole. There's the musical tent. We might be able to cast a spell there. We just skipped this whole section of the city and we're going back up. We're gonna get all the way back here again, and he's gonna have to teleport me back in time again. Because I missed the things that I need. There was an apple down there. I want more silver chains. Fine, I'll repeat this since I just got fleed. Here you go. I cast a free spell anyways. Give me the fleas. I'll do it fair. Thank you. So what do you want to do? I love how bad I am at this. We never went to the cliff road. The bathhouse is probably worth spending our winnings on so we clear the fleas and heal. I'm in favor of spending at the bathhouse again.
Good afternoon, sir, it purrs. The creature at the front desk purrs. The water is cool and fresh today. A swim cost 4 gold pieces.
Here you go. You hand over your gold, and the concierge gestures you through the center of the bathhouse where a wide pool awaits. Let's go to the pool. From across the room, steam curls from the doorway of a glass-doored room. You strip off and pile your clothes and belongings in one corner. Let's swim first. You dive into the pool and swim a few enjoyable lengths. It relaxes your body, your stamina goes up. You try the steam room. Through the curling smoke, you see another figure in the shadows. Last time I greeted him and he left, we're gonna stay quiet. You stay quiet, minding your own business. After a while, you hear a voice murmuring.
Our last man failed. What makes you think you can succeed?
He thinks I'm an agent come to meet him. I'm braver, I'm smarter, say nothing. Wow, this is actually going different now. I tried to greet him last time and he knew I was nothing. I'm braver, I'm smarter, say nothing. If I say nothing, better to be thought a fool than to speak and remove all doubt. Maybe braver, smarter. I am smarter. So it's either smarter or say nothing and let him keep talking. Say nothing. You stay quiet. A moment later, a second voice replies.
That idiot tried head-on. You can't kill a wizard head-on. You have to go in when they're asleep. You have to have tactics.
Good, says the first voice in the smoke. And I don't want to know what your tactics are.
So long as your money's good,
the second voice says. There were 2 men last time. Stay quiet. How about you stay quiet? I can figure this out on my own, and if I can't, that's part of the journey. It is the rewind timeline after all. That's true, Otis. That's true. But also, it's kind of fun to see what happens if you fail again, because Lorak presumably remembers sending you back in time. Maybe it's just like, this guy sucks. I don't know, I put all my faith in the Analander? What a mistake. Sinister Grim, thank you for the resubscription, by the way. Welcome back with Prime. How you doing tonight? Hopefully better than these 2 schmucks are gonna when I get done with them. He went head on. You cannot kill a wizard head on. I don't want to know what your tactics are. So long as the money's good. Keep listening. You stay quiet and listen. I don't know which guy this is.
Sansa's left me enough to cover all 4 jobs before he disappeared, the first speaker says.
Mulas and Theta are done. The job on Shinva, well. The speaker huffs into the smoke. How do you kill someone, but only have enough to make them a ghost? That was a tough one. You rack your brain for a moment. Aren't those the names of the city nobles?
This one should be the easiest,
the second speaker agrees.
I'm glad to hear it.
But don't forget the last man who tried. He's a sideshow attraction now, I hear. You're referring to the green-haired clown. That's the only sideshow attraction man that I know. So the green-haired clown tried to assassinate or kill the nobles. They're trying to kill the nobles. Okay, so Mulas and Theta are done. The job on Shinva. How do you kill someone, but only enough to make them a ghost? That's the guy in the tomb. The second one, this one should be the easiest. Keep listening. I ain't going anywhere. This is good information.
I won't,
the second voice replies.
So where's this noble's house?
Red Quarter. Round the back of 5 of you. You can't miss it. It's the biggest place in the neighborhood. He tells them all he's a scholar, but don't be fooled. The second voice grunts in assent. Then a figure stands and leaves the room. You've heard enough, and the heat is getting to be too much. You get to your feet noisily enough to make your presence clear and leave the room. You head back out of the steam room. If we had heard all this the first time, we wouldn't be fooled by Lorag, the scholar. No scholar at all. They're going to assassinate him. Or try. Feeling much better, you turn and collect your belongings. Let's check them over. Everything seems to still be in place, and you head for the exit. Okay, well, that is news, but I don't think any of our clues have been updated. Last time we went up the head uphill. Why don't we check the cliff road now? See if anything's different over here. You head along the clifftop road into an area of larger, more impressive buildings. The road passes through the ruin of a grand building, and what must once have been a glorious morning room and ornamental pond is all that remains. Moss grows from the cracks in its tiled sides. Go over and have a look. You walk over to the pond. Despite its great age, it seems well tended and the water is surprisingly clear. A small scarlet fish starts out from behind a stone as you watch. Bubbles rise from its mouth, and as they break, you hear the breath of words. Look at this little fish guy. It was the second random thought after you used tell on the green hair guy. What are you talking about, Mongoose? Nice fish molies. You never see fish moly anymore, do you? Probably for good reason. I mean, look at it. Did the fortune teller say something about fish? Maybe. We didn't get to see the fortune teller again this time. Maybe we'll have a third opportunity. The only upside there is I can skip to that part. Something else glints from the bottom of the pool. Look deeper into the pond, lean closer to hear the words, move on, taste the water, or cast a spell. So many options. I feel like looking closer is probably less than ideal. This seems like a yap if I've ever seen one. But before that, let's see what else there is. Illusion of treasure. I wonder why? Stop, open and lock, open locks and doors. Mud, create quicksand. How? Why would I need safe passage right now? And then law to take control of the non-intelligent creature. What if I force the non-intelligent creature to go get the shiny thing and put it up on the surface? What if I do that? Huh? That might be the best case scenario. Talking to the fish might also be able to control him and ask him to do it for me, though, without taking any stamina. It's a kind of a toss-up. This is definitely the cheaper option, but requiring a special item makes me more inclined to pick it. Yep. You pull the wig onto your head and incant your spell. Then you put your ear close to the water. The fish rises to the surface, and the next bubbles it emerges are understandable, as clear as words. The fish says, "It's cold in here. Cold, cold in here." Ask the fish about the north gate. Fish, you ask? I need to get through the north gate. Can you help me? The fish swims around in circles. No amount of magic will make a fish understand what the north gate is. Which way should I go? Please, fish, you say. Tell me which way I should go next. Some go left, the fish replies. They don't come back. Some go right. They come back. This could be useful, but unfortunately it's not all clear which way the fish is facing. The spell fades, you take the wig off your head, and the words become mere breaking bubbles once again. You leave me no choice, fish. I will look deeper into the pond. First, your eyes trace the second gleam. Not a fish, but a gold piece. Someone must have thrown it into the water for good luck. Take it. It's trying to say words on the water. Lean closer to hear the words. Kneeling beside the pond, you put your ear close to the water. The little scarlet fish swims up and spits a drop of water at your cheek. If fishes could laugh, you would swear this fish was chuckling. Again, its mouth bubbles with a sound like withers. Werthers. But what does it mean? He's warning you of an old man with candy in his coat pocket. You cast a spell. I'm not reaching my hand into that fish pond.
I will take control of this fish, even if it costs me 3 stamina.
You cast your spell into the pond, but the little fish quickly darts aside. The spell hits a snail grazing on a stone at the base of a pond. You amuse yourself for a few moments, driving the snail around, but the creature's lack of pace makes for a dull game. Eventually, you give up. You know what? Give me the gold piece. Just give it to me. You dip your hand into the pool to grab the coin. The fish leaps out of the water to come after you, but it is not fast enough. You pocket the gold. Time to go! The road slopes downhill toward a large domed building. To the right, a narrow road winds uphill. Well, all that work for one piece of gold. It seemed reasonable that it was a trap. It is the city of traps, after all. Okay, we never went to the artist quarter, but I don't know why I would. Let's find out. That's one free shield. That's right, Virus. You follow the clifftop road looking down over the fields of Corée. You see the workers still breaking their backs in the setting sun. Halfway along, you pass a creature with a signboard slung around his neck. Read the board. The board is painted, "Doom comes. The world is ending." The creature notices your gaze and begins to approach. Oh no. Let's talk to him. You stop the creature. Greetings! The creature looks deep into your eyes. Stranger, he murmurs. Do you have a moment for salvation? Salvation requires that I hurry along. Salvation from you? The creature looks confused. It is not I who bring destruction to this city. It is not I who... Keep listening. And all who go there will be destroyed, the creature finishes. You blink. Did you miss something? The creature appears to be waiting for an answer. You should tell more people than just me. I agree. Who go where? You ask? Is he an idiot? Or can you see your future? Or can he see your future? The council has abandoned us, he replies. There is a stir of revolution. The people live in fear and they do not listen. A revolution. Vic for... I'm not going to chant Vic for First Noble now that I know he's a slave owner. Where is the council now? You ask, hoping to get a lead on the nobles. Fire burns in the deep, the creature replies. 1,000 angry voices wait to rise. Go below and you shall find the king. Then he blinks suddenly as though surprised to find himself on the street. I think this man was just possessed by a spirit to convince people to go into the sewers to follow the Goblin King and start the revolution. No more sewers, please. Well, I think we got all we're going to get out of him. Thank you. The creature looks startled, yelps, and then runs. Well, into the artist quarter for the first time ever. Tired, got a class in the morning, but I need to remind Etalyx to use hot. Well, Dragoon, do not miss your class on my account, please. This is a stone plaza where people meet to eat in the evenings. It is a busy spot, and the smell of sizzling meat and broth fills the air with sweet smoke. It makes your hungry stomach growl like a caged bear. The main road leads away along the cliff, and another leads left and upwards. So we go all the way back to the main road. Head left or enter the market. We have 5 gold. That's not unreasonable. We have no rations. Oh, this big map. You slip into the shadow of the market. It is clearly after hours. The carpet and trinket sellers have packed away, boarding up their shops with planks, chains, gates, the occasional troll guard, and instead food vendors have set up along the winding corridors and passages of this great building. Look at this place. That's a big place. That may be the highest res map we can get of the whole thing. Or, for the cartographers, maybe this is better just to have the interior. You can just cut out what you want. To the food stalls. The smells are incredible. Spices, meat, wine, the echoes of slammed mugs and sizzling pans are almost deafening. Let's watch the people for a moment. You hang back watching the creatures pass. Several are eating meals they carry with them on thick leaves, shoveling them into their mouths with forks, claws, or prehensile tongues? You can't help noticing most of them seem to be vegetarian. Most curious. You wander the corridor for a while, letting the smells tickle your stomach. There seem to be 3 main cuisines available: hill fox broth, rat bear stew, and lentil curry with a strange orange vegetable. The meat is, in general, more expensive than the vegetables. 6 gold pieces instead of 4. Prehensile? What about the word utensil, then? It's the E? I don't know, English is stupid. Whatever. Choose a stall to eat at. Try to steal some food. I don't have that much money. 4 gold for a meal seems awful. Let's look at the stalls. You turn your nose this way and that, enjoying the smells. Buy lentil curry is all I can afford. Is it worth it, though? I think not. Wait, do I not have an option to leave? I may not. Hold on. Please don't auto-buy. I'm going to rewind if this auto-buys. It auto-buys! You buy yourself the lentil curry for 4 gold pieces. It's delicious and warming. You feel much better. Hunger abated, you head for the exit once more. The market probably has several ways out, but it's thick with people, and after several minutes of wandering, you find yourself emerging back into the plaza you came from. Well, this is my life now, so we're just gonna go. I'm not gonna rewind. We're just gonna go. We bought lentil curry. At least I'm not hungry. I don't have anywhere to sleep, though. Night has fallen. The main road leads back along the cliff, another towards the wall. Well, we gotta go back, because the priest is over here. I gotta solve the priest dilemma. I want to go up here, but like I want to go up here, but like I gotta go down here because I know for sure there is a code word in there somewhere, and I can't guarantee this is gonna lead me back around to that. I just don't know. Taking a slightly roundabout scenic route to our destination that might take slightly longer than it ordinarily would, but we've arrived. You return to the cliff-top road by the fish pond. And turn uphill. Following the narrow road which skirts the edge of central Carré, you see the homes and buildings on either side are now more densely packed together. You are nearing a busy, bustling area of Carré. Move cautiously. You begin to move more cautiously, keeping your back to the buildings, but you must have missed something because suddenly a hand appears on your shoulder. You're pulled backwards into a building. Oh God, this did not happen before. Don't be afraid, murmurs a voice. Turn to see who it is. You turn to see who it is, a dark-skinned man with a beard of short stubble. As you look at him, he releases you, holding up his hands to show he meets you no harm. This must be an elf. Apologies to give you a fright, he says. I am a lonely man in this evil city. You are a human, and that's a refreshing sight. Please sit with me and talk for a while. I'll sit with you. Thank you. It is good to talk the common tongue, he grins. You look around the building and realize you're in his home, well furnished with rich woven tapestries on the walls. This is how horror movies start, isn't it? We're offered like a bet we're taken into someone's home against our will. I just want to have a conversation. You can leave whenever you'd like. Oh, really? Try the door. It's locked. Look him over, ask about Correa, ask about himself. Let's look at him first. Great to meet you with meat. You look the man over. He is a noble-looking sort and wears fine furs and a cloak. He seems friendly enough, but there is just enough of a mischievous glint in his eye to give you pause. Let's ask about himself. You seem a wealthy man, you remark, looking around the room. Me? The man smiles. No, nothing like that. I used to be a hero, traveling with Glandragor the Heroic, if you've heard of him. The man goes over to a counter and takes down 2 mugs and a tankard of ale. I'd like to ask you about your business, he says. But before I go into all that, would you like some ale? Kidnapped and then offered a drink from his cabinet. What's the worst that could happen? I'll drink with you. The man returns with 2 mugs of ale and he places one deliberately in front of you. So let me tell you about my city, he begins conversationally. The center of Correa is built around the port, and it can be a dangerous place at night. Hold on. My city. Is there any meaning to that? Do you know the spell lines? It's a bit upfront. Why is that? Well, they say that those wandering the streets get waylaid and captured onto slaving ships. So be sure to be settled down in an inn before sundown. He lifts his mug. Your health. Here we go. Drink. You knock back the drink and lick the froth from your lips. So as I was saying, the man continues, another thing to watch out for is the portal traps on the far side of the Jabaji. The nobles who live there protect themselves with them. If you fall into one, well, you've no idea where you'll end up. What does a trap look like? Oh, I wouldn't worry about that, seeing as how you'll never get to the north side, my friend. Look in the beer. You look down into the beer. Sure enough, it's a strange greenish color and has a smell of sickly acid. Yes, I see it on your face. Van Gorn the murderer has claimed another victim. He laughs loudly. You feel a stabbing pain deep within your stomach. You've been poisoned by... If you have been poisoned, you may be only moments away from death. He has a name of the murderer. The Great Ape may be able to help me here, actually. Save us, based gorilla. What spell, pray tell, can I cast? I can't believe another beer poisoner has arrived. Nip. Cause speed. Cause stench. No, none of those things, please. Pep. Cause strength. That's a no. What about Mage? Nope, too late for that. Unless it is a magic potion, then it protects me. Fog? Summon darkness. Create a force field. None of these things... Fog, maybe. It would give me a second to do something, but I don't have a cure on hand. Doc. Heal disease. I do have a potion, chat! But I also want to pray for aid and see if the gorilla hears my cries. We do have that potion we've been hanging on to from the last game. If I get greedy and pray for aid, is that going to take long enough that I just die? You know what I'm saying? Or will it maybe give me another chance to cast a spell if it doesn't work? Vic will not be pleased with you. Might help as well, actually. He might just give me a heal. Let's pray first. The gorilla's been true and faithful this whole time. You raise a quick, fervent prayer to the gorilla. For a moment, nothing happens. Then gradually, a warmness floods your being. A moment later, you are violently sick. Van Gorn turns his nose up in disgust. but he doesn't sound defeated.
I'll get you one way or the other, he says. I don't mind as how.
Then before you know what's happening, he's grabbed a longbow from the wall, notched an arrow, and is aiming straight at your heart.
No one escapes from Van Gorn the murderer,
he gloats, pulling back the string. Now it's my turn. How do I want to kill you? Not law. Not wall. Not glue. Is there no H for hot? Stop? What, open the door? Cause clumsiness. I could make him drop his weapon. He might have some other information for me. He did say... Let's reread this. Don't wander the streets, you'll get caught in a slaving ship. Watch out for this portal traps on the far side of the Jabaji. Alright, chat, the far side of the Jabaji. This is the Jabaji River. So the far side, beware portal traps. Okay? We know that. But really, there is only one justice. Let's be honest with ourselves. Zap! There is no time for half measures. Quickly, you summon the force of electricity into your palm, and before Van Gorn can release his arrow, you shoot a bolt of your own. The bolt hits him squarely in the chest. He is not killed, but clearly badly wounded, and he drops his bow. You launch forward with your sword ready to finish him off. How is he still alive? This is Van Gorn the murderer. Are you kidding me? Every time I say they're not gonna do a full swing first try, they always do a full swing first try. He has more strength than me, by the way. So his full swing is actually way better than mine. So I have to keep that in mind. It might be wise to defend once. Oh, wise indeed! Van Gorn raises his sword and stares at you along the length of the blade. You drop into a defensive crouch immediately. Van Gorn is obviously a fine and well-trained swordsman, and you would do well to be cautious. He comes in fast, stepping to one side as he swings the blade. You catch it with your hilt, and he laughs appreciatively. Let me make it easy for you, the murderer suggests. I'll stand still so you can hit me. Will he? Do I believe this? He just did a 10, chat. He just did a 10. 2 has to be more than enough. He just did a 10. He says he'll stand still. Why not believe him? 1.5. 1.6. The most he could do right now, because his power gauge came down, is like this. What a character, man, this guy! In the next moment, he is on you, fast and skillful, but with your blade close, you are ready to parry. His own blow is of medium force, enough to knock you reeling. Van Gorn shifts his sword about so the blade lies across his body. This is a 1.5. Yeah, finally, retaliation. You sense an opening and determine to take advantage of it. You sting with your blade low and fast, saving your energy. But the blow you land is only minor, because Van Gorn has turned quickly aside. Blood drips from the murderer's chest. He curses you.
A good fighter, but overall you waste more energy than you should, Van Gorn remarks. Whoever trained you would be most displeased.
Oh, really? This is definitely like a 3-1. He's gonna defend. He's gonna defend, but this is definitely like a 3-1. Full blow, he's gonna defend, chat. 3-3. He doesn't have that much. Right? All in? If I all in and he defends, I have to attack him one more. If he blocks, he only takes 1 stamina damage. I'm gonna do like, I'm gonna save some power, but go just high enough that I think is reasonable. 5, leave a little bit of gas in the tank. Ooh, nicely done. Nicely done. Vangorn roars with anger, sweeping clutter off a tabletop as he swings his sword. Relentlessly you cut and thrust, keeping him pinned. You swing your sword in towards his chest, aiming to knock the wind from his lungs. He is off balance and moving slowly. The blade goes deep. He stumbles forward, eyes open wide with surprise. "You have finished me," he declares, "after so long undefeated." With Vangorn dead, you are free to leave. But wait. There's more to explore. Etalyx murders murderer Vangorn. That was not a murder, that was self-defense. No one can deny it. But he deserved to die. Search his body first, I say. Searching Vangorn's pockets, you find 8 pieces of gold, which you take. Opening the cupboard, you find a jar marked poison. Another, essence of bark. Take both. You clear out the cupboard into your sack. Taste the bark essence. Jar marked poison. What do you mean, taste the bark essence? Hold on, do I have a spell for that? Gold pieces, beeswaxes. Goblin, bamboos, glue. Maybe I have already drank the bamboo. Or the bark. What did it say? I don't know what it said. Pebbles, sand, skullcap, nose plugs, face masks, mirrors, gold, wire, water, stone dust, galehorn powder, oak, staff of oak sapling, pendulums, rings, medallions, sun jewels, bone bracelets, wigs, green wings, orbs, golden hair, holy water. I don't think that that's a thing. This is probably, essence of bark I think is the cure for the poison. There has to be a poison and a cure for the poison. It's only logical. Examine the hangings. The hangings look like rich treasures from a much grander household. Made of thick cloth, they are exquisitely decorated with images of orcs and trolls hacked to pieces by a hero with 2 blades and a silver crown. One of the hangings has a suspiciously large bulge underneath it. And as you watch, the bulge moves. Look behind the hangings. You lift one of the hangings, uncovering a gigantic spider! The arachnid jumps out at you, baring its fangs and landing on your chest! Oh my god. What? What? Cast a spell, talk to it quick. Tell it to go away. Tell it to leave me alone. Make it dance. Can't do that, sorry. Fog and Foff, I don't see being useful. Really, you oh, gob. But also... Spiders, kill it with fire, burn down the whole house, summon a giant if you have to. I don't care how you do it, I hate spiders. No, I can't. I can't summon a giant to step on the spider. What's he gonna do? That's the only, I only have 1 tooth for a giant left. We have to use it for a special occasion. Oh, that's Gob again, my bad. Yep. Talk with animals. Yeah! You cast a spell, quickly pulling on your green wig. Whereas before you did not think the spider was making any noise, now you hear that it is whispering to itself, rubbing its legs against one another to form the words. Make a wonderful bauble, this fly, it is saying to itself. Will look wonderful in this webbing. I am no fly. Scratching your nose with a fingernail, you make a reply. I'm not a fly, you say. You've made a mistake. The spider seems to cock its head to one side, perhaps surprised to hear another voice. Of course I'm not a fly, it whispers eventually. A funny thing for me to think. Must be hungry. It moves up your chest toward your throat. Does it think I'm hungry and it's gonna bury itself in my throat? I don't understand. You're not hungry, you say. The spider nods enthusiastically. You're not, it says back to you, because you're full. And if you're full, I will be too. Is this a parasitic spider trying to lodge itself in my throat? It thinks you're its internal monologue. Yes. Swipe at it. You swipe at the spider with one hand, but it catches your arm with its teeth and digs in. You feel its poison no! Spreading into your veins twice in as many minutes. You are truly unlucky. Oh my god. Poison twice. Oh my god. How are you gonna get poison? Hang on, this is the spider he gets the poison vials from. This is how he gets the poison. Pray for aid. You raise a quick prayer to the gorilla, but it does not hear you, having helped you moments earlier. You are on your own, with your skin turning red and blotchy. I should have told it a bird was coming to get it. I should have told him a bird was coming. Sorry, bro, gorilla. And every time I talk to an animal, nothing good happens. Drink my blimberry potion. Well, it's gone. You knock back your blimberry potion and feel a dull warmth enter your veins. After a moment, the itching of the spider's venom lessens and fades. You are saved. You've found all you will find here. Time to be moving on. You've got a clue. Well, 1 stamina, 9 gold. We used our blimberry potion at long last. Your speech is 0. Yes, correct. Karay is protected by a series of portal traps. Well, that is a clue. We'll see if we can ever make anything of it. What an adventure inside. That happened. That's kind of how I fail. Or how I feel, and how I failed. You continue along the street, which grows narrower and more winding. On either side, slum dwellings rise high. Faces appear and disappear behind drapes. Someone throws out a bucket of slop, narrowly missing you. Furry chained-up animals screech from balconies. The sun disappears from view. Keep going. You push forward, climbing a gentle slope. The lane gets narrower. Muck and foul water runs downhill, forming a sheen over the flagstones. The walls either side are now so close together that someone on the top floor has laid planks. They've laid planks across the alley to steal from the house opposite. Or perhaps to steal their own things back. It's hard to be sure. I can't cast anything that's not free right now. Hot? Why would you throw a fireball in this scenario? Sus. Big. I want to see what's up there. G? Question mark? Nobody knows. I can't do anything fun, Mommy. The spider took all my stamina. Keep going. We have no choice. The road narrows further until your elbows are brushing the door frames on either side. You realize you are in a plaza by a well, which you will not climb down. You've returned to the well in the heart of the slums in Lower Karay. There are no guards, no wolves, no goblins. Everything is as it was. You pause to look around the edges. There's nothing to distinguish one alley from another, though you do see a line of what looks like blood heading right. You could sit here all day staring into the well like a daydreaming child, but you'll do better to keep moving. Take the left road? Go straight on. Wait, where's the blood? Heading right towards the, this is the church, correct? I don't have enough stamina to do a spell at the church. This is seriously. Like the sad tale of the hopeless Analander, locked in time. Down, I think. Oh. Take the right road. We could take the right road and then somehow end up back over here. I love this story. Do you really? Let's follow the blood. I don't think we did that last time. The huts and dwellings on either side are denser now, and the streets are dirty and thick with rubbish. Creatures hover in the doorways, smoking pipes and sharpening claws on stone. One calls out to you.
Here, you! You want to earn some gold?
I guess so. You approach the creature. It grins and pokes the ash inside its pipe with a long talon. With a long talon? What kind of creature is this? Long talon is kind of like high-pitched to me.
I saw your eyes light up at the word, he goads you. Might look a journeyman, but everyone's got to eat, don't they?
Who are you? You ask, curious.
They call me Kankax,
The creature replies, smoking thoughtfully.
That's not my name, but it's what they call me.
I see. He taps his pipe out onto the street, then points.
See that big building on the corner there?
With the steam
Pumping from the roof? There's a friend of mine just went in there. He's doing a job himself. I'd like to know about it.
How much will you pay? So you want me to talk to him?
I want you to listen to him. Sure. And let me know what he said.
How much do I get? All right, sounds like a bad idea. How much do I get?
I'll give you 4 gold pieces. You'll need that to get in. I'll give you another 6 when you come back. How's that?
Fine. I'll do it. The creature nods. Opening a clawed fist, he drops 4 gold pieces into your palm.
Be seeing you,
He remarks.
here, shortly.
The creature sticks one claw up his nostril at you and moves on. To the left comes the smell of rotting fish and the sound of voices and water. It's the docks. Straight on, the road continues downhill past the edge of the building. Okay, so where does he need me to go? Steam pumping from its roof. Big building on the corner there. Big building on the corner there. Wait, are they talking about the bathhouse? No way. See that big building? He taps his pipe on the street, then points. To the left comes the smell of rotting fish and the sound of voices and water. It's the docks. Does he want me to go spy on the people I already spied on? It's the only... I mean, it's the only one with steam coming from the corner, right? You are back by the bathhouse at the edge of the fair. Return to... Can I return to the fair? Am I allowed to do that? It seems the fair has been running all day, and what started out as a friendly celebration has become a violent, drunken brawl. Gangs of men and women are falling over each other in the midway, fighting and shouting. Some of the tents have been torn down, a new one's on fire. A few figures are strapped to wooden poles, crying for help. The fairground organizers, perhaps. It also costs 4 gold to get in. Well, I don't know, but I'm entering the festival now to find out what's happening. You roll up your sleeves and enter the festival. You're quickly elbowing your way through hordes of people, all jeering and shoving and waving half-drunk bottles of gripweed wine in your face. Only Honest Hannah's Cabinet of Fortune still seems to be running. What is happening? You fight your way into the crowd between bawling men and cackling women on one side, bawling women and cackling men on the other. Their breath is thick with the smell of gripweed wine, and they don't look like they're going to stop drinking anytime soon. The main tents have either been burnt or torn down. In one case, turned into a latrine. Somewhere up ahead is the midway. What is going... I only have 1 stamina, but I have a lot of gold to talk my way out of this any situation. You push on through the crowd. A woman catches you on. "Here," she shouts over the den, waving a bottle. "Fancy getting
Fancy getting smashed with me?"
I can't do lady voices. I'm sorry. Especially when they talk like, "Eh? Fancy getting smashed with me? Yes, I would like to get drunk with you, please. Which character is going to speak like this to us? We're going to have to find someone for this voice." "Annie? Is that you?" I was on another tab. It's just like morphed into that from nowhere. Sounds fun or ignore her. Listen! I only have 1 stamina. The last time I got drunk with somebody, I almost died. I think I'm a mark. I have to be a mark, chat. Right? She's gonna steal my money. Choices. Get smashed anyways. But the last time I drank down here, it was river water. Can we be sure it's not river water? Fine. Sounds fun. Sounds fun, you reply. The woman laughs maniacally. Then breaks the bottle over your head. Sticky gripweed wine trickles over your face. A second woman, clearly friends with the first, holds up a drinking horn. "Would you like some of my punch?" she asks. That was so funny. She asked me if I wanted to get smashed, and then smashed a bottle on my head. That could have killed me, lady! I have 1 stamina. You have to be careful. Would you like some of my punch? That's a no. You move away as fast as you can. Looking back, you see the woman grabbing another man by the arm, and for some reason punches him in the eye. From a nearby tent comes a deep roaring noise. A bear? Well, I guess maybe one of these times talking to animals will actually do something good for us. A growling noise emerges from the tent. Undeterred, you look inside to see a portly dwarf asleep in a chair in one corner, at his feet, snoring heavily. A bear. The dwarf has a large bag of gold dangling from his belt. Wow, there's some big options here. There's some big options here. Namely, we don't have confirmation of this, but while we were at the Dwarf and Bear show, there was a pickpocket that apparently picked the pockets of every single person watching the bear act. Now, we cannot prove that the pickpocket was in league with the dwarf, but it's possible. It's likely even that the show is there for the pickpocket, because as soon as the pickpocket ran away, someone was like, "The dwarf! What's happening to the dwarf?" Like trying to distract everybody. Let's see if we can talk to the bear. It's gonna wake up the dwarf though. We may not even be allowed to do it. If we can't, we might change our mind. Nip. Create a stench. Nip. Cause speed. We cannot do either of those 2 things. D-U-D. Illusion of treasure. What about Dud? Oh wait, that was the same thing. What about, Dump? Open locks and we don't have any stamina. I can't cast sus, chat. I can only cast free things. So yap or rap would be free. Can't cast fog or foff. Fog might actually be a good spell to do in here if you want to steal the treasure. I can see that being very useful. Of course, cause depression. I would love to, but I cannot afford it. Clone the caster. I don't think talking to the bear is an option. I think we are not having any options since we're having no stamina. take the bag, wait a while, creep away, cast a spell. I think our character is finally maturing. This is a kill or be killed area here. He got sent back in time. This is kind of changing the mentality of, I gotta take the bag of money. Because I'm convinced in my mind that that guy was just all a setup for that little creature to come around and steal everyone's gold at his own show. Where else does the bag of gold come from? Because nobody was paying for the bear show, right? It was free. You just walk up. It was free. We didn't have to pay any money. We could also wait a while and see what happens. There's wait a while is a legitimate option. To see what happens, but I don't have any spells. Take the bag is sure to wake him up, though. Then what do I do? It's dangling from his belt. That's just a classic. There's no way I can free it from his belt. I'm gonna wait. Take the bag is too easy. There's no way. You wait a while, watching the two in the corner. The dwarf's breathing is regular and deep. The bear does not seem to move at all. You sure I can't cast anything with the bear? You're sure there's not a yap? Or a rap? Nope, same letters, I think. Same letters. I feel like the bear is going to rat me out here. But I'm going for it. You reach over and very carefully pull loose the knot securing the pouch to the belt of the dwarf. It comes away. But so does the dwarf himself. His face slides one way and his belly the other. It's a costume. He's got a bodysuit? Take the money and run, or I have to know. The money's not even important now. I have to know what is this dwarf body costume suit? You lift the edge of the costume. Underneath are little rods and levers for the wearer to control the suit. At the center of them all, a small green creature is sleeping. It's a mini-mite. You peer closer, checking to see if it's Jan. But this mini-mite is not the one you traveled with before. It's another mini-mite. Imagine if I had stamina to cast a spell in this room. What would I even have thought? It would have canceled my magic altogether. It would have failed anyways, yeah. That's why there were no free spells. You know what, Minimite? You're a lie. You're a liar. You're a fraud. You're definitely stealing. I'm taking your money. But wait, is it a mini-mite in a costume because they're afraid of persecution for being a mini? You know what? Take the creature's money. I ain't got time for this. I need to solve the puzzle or else I'll be stuck in a time loop forever. It's come to this. Also, this is definitely stolen. You have no compulsion about taking money from a trickster. That's right. You pick up the pouch, 7 gold pieces, and pocket it. You slip out of the tent and rejoin the thronging crowd. Guys, that's... Minimite racism? No! Minimite racism would be if I didn't take the money because they're a Minimite. I was prepared to take the money if they were a dwarf. Why not also if they're a Minimite? How come seeing a Minimite's like, no, suddenly I'm too good for that? Nah, taking the money because that person's lying, they're cheating, they're stealing, they're definitely using a little creature to flutter around. Hold on, you don't... Hold on. You don't think that the dwarf costume person does something magical and then, like, retreats behind the cage, fluttering out as the Minimite, darting through the crowd, stealing the money, and then getting back into the dwarf suit, do you? Maybe. Maybe. CSI's on the case. A strong beast, intelligent and prudent, who takes great pride in acting faithfully, to be depended upon. The ape is a good one to have. way overthinking this? I don't think that I am. Everything in this game is interconnected. Characters are coming back from part 1. Items that you hold on to for dozens of hours at a time become useful later. It's kind of hard to overthink this game, to be honest. There's riddles and clues and strange foreshadowing of prophecies and stuff that come true. You push further on, one hand on your sword hilt, the other on your pack. Up ahead, there seems to be a patch of clear ground. Perhaps there's an attraction here, but you can't see anything above the heads of the crowd. You elbow your way into open space, seeing nothing, and then trip on something large underfoot. Something fleshy and soft. You know what? If it's something that's gonna kill me, just get it over with. It is a body, surrounded by several other bodies, all scattered across the path. Are they dead? You kneel down by one, but with relief, you see he is just snoring deeply. As is the woman beside him, they are simply very drunk. Enough of this. You pass them by and continue along the road. Suddenly, the sound of tramping feet echoes up the path. There are figures approaching in formation. The city guard. Uh-oh. We're back to the gorilla again. Creature of honor and good faith who accepts both danger and misfortune as traveling companions. Hide? Ignore them. Hello, governors! I welcome you to the City Festival of Thieves! We're gonna hide. You'd better hide. Back into the fair, pretend to be drunk. Isn't that worse somehow? Pretend to be drunk. Thinking quickly, you turn about, swoon, and drop to the floor. You hear the guardsman pacing up the road as though looking for something. Then all falls quiet. Stay low. You stay low until you're sure the men are gone. Then you get slowly to your feet. The road is quiet once more, but you can see the guardsman just a little way down the hill. You waste no more time. We joined the drunk pile of sleeping bodies to hide from the guardsmen, who seem to be looking for something. We don't know what. I believe our time in the Festival of Thieves is at an end. How funny is that? You return to the fair. It's now nighttime and you need to find somewhere to stay. Well, I got the money for it if I want, and I really kind of need to spend some. What about that guy who gave us a loan? You're back on the bathhouse at the edge of the fair. I can't even go talk to him again. Maybe because you're supposed to encounter him before you go into the bathhouse? Might be a little, order issue. The road twists and turns up the rise until you emerge on a wider road on the edge of dense slums. From inside, down the street to your left, you hear a very faint sound of singing. A smell of rotting fish fills the air. Close to the docks, you pass the house with the long-clawed creature you spoke to earlier, but he's nowhere to be seen. Well, we gotta find out what happens. I can't just take the money and run without knowing. A knock on the door brings the creature out on the street, still smoking. Well, he growls quietly. I'll tell you what I heard. I'm a snitch. I'll tell you what I heard, you reply, for what good it'll do you. The creature listens as you relate what you can remember of the conversation you overheard in the steam room. He picks his teeth with his claws as you talk, and finally nods. Paid to do all four, he murmurs. The other nobles should be happy to see Sansa's removed, then. Dropping 6 gold pieces into your palm, the creature pats you with a clawed hand. It's all going to change soon enough. Vic. This is a Vic guy. This is a guy for Vic. Vic the slaver, the werewolf slaver. You're talking about removing Sansa, the first noble, to replace him with Vic. Change how? You demand. You don't know, the creature replies, then shrugs. Stay off the streets at night and watch out for wolves, and slams the door shut. I should have asked him about something else. Bad news, chat. We didn't get to go to the inn. We really haven't we didn't do anything except make crazy bank. Go to the docks. We've made tons of money. The smell of rotting fish and mucky water fills your nostrils. You know this area well enough. You've reached the docks once more, the beating heart of Corée. There are 2 or 3 ships moored for the night, and the space between them on the road is filled with a huge number of stalls and shops selling everything from fishing tackle to sailing blocks to barrels of woodlouse rum. This must be a thriving marketplace during the day. With night approaching, it's a maze of booth and cloth. A single bridge across the river operated with ropes to let the tall ships through. The bridge is up to allow the ships passing undisturbed. There are 2 inns here, and a shrine of slang. You think it's possible, even slightly, that well, first things first. We have to go repeat some history, I think. The meat cleaver. We know what happens here. May I sit? The name's Jira. I'm a musician. I looked for nobles but found none. I'm not surprised, Jira replies. You'd do better trying to find a shred of decency in Sansa's heart than find the nobles he's been running out of town. The others laugh, but one of the women shakes her head, saying softly, he's not run out any. If they were out, he wouldn't be able to control them. He's crippled them instead. Now it all makes sense, Chet. Sansa's? Well, it doesn't all make sense. Sansa's is trying to get all the other nobles to leave, but he's crippling them instead. So he's like cursing one guy to undead. He somehow made another guy a beggar. He's like puppeteering strings the other nobles. And that's why they're trying to replace him with Vic. So the nobles are trying to replace Sansa's because he's trying to get them. It's like a war. Okay. Anyways. We asked crippled them how before. Let's just say greetings this time and play them for some money. Are you staying here for the night? Not sure yet. He basically tells me not to stay here. For some reason. Why? He tells me, Vic tends to scoop up the drunks. Maybe we should stay here and find out what happens. If Vic is coming here to scoop up the drunks, we need to combine the clues, weave them together, and solve the Vic crimes and crisis. Let's see if he stops in. A very good idea, my friend. Jira tries to lighten the tone, raising a toast with his mug. I need to find a blind beggar. I know where he is. I'll cross the river tomorrow. You're visiting the Red Eyes part of Corée? Jira asks. Well, you'd better be prepared for them. And for the traps. What traps? Portal traps, he says. They can be hard to spot, but most of them are pretty obvious so long as you keep your eyes peeled. Jira sighs. It's late. We should be going. Almira nods and takes his hand. Arm in arm, they bid you farewell and leave the inn. Time to get drunk here, chat, and see what happens with Vic. You march over to the bar. The innkeeper stands up straight as he can to greet you. Let's say hello. Greetings, my good man. The innkeeper nods to you. Welcome to the Meat and Cleaver, he says. What can I get for you? Why is he just like stupid? Where am I? What am I doing? Oh, I'm the barkeeper? Oh, sorry. How did I get here? Where am I? Ask him about trade, buy ale, food, rooms, walk away from the bar. Let's ask him about trade. How is trade here? Here. I don't know, there's too many bartenders. You can't give a unique voice to all of them. They're all just like, this guy works at a place called Meat and Cleaver. That's like you work at a place called Blood and Guns. You know what I mean? Like, that guy's... Don't want to mess with him. And he's the bartender there at Blood and Guns. LLC. Hey, Wrong Flag, what's up? Hello, E-Town chat. I need some collective insight. For the next 5 weeks, I'll be extremely busy and can't see any of my friends or family in person or video phone text. What can I do to stop from going crazy? Wait, you're gonna be so busy you can't send a text message. I don't understand. Will you not have a signal? Is your phone going to be, like, confiscated somehow? Are you going to prison for 5 weeks? If so, I can't really give advice on that. Solitary confinement. He's an astronaut. Secret FBI missions. All the above. These are great. Well, maybe it's your first time being out on your own, perhaps? I don't know. I don't know your exact situation, nor do I expect you to tell me. But I would say if you really are that busy, you probably won't find yourself having much time to think about it. But as long as you keep the knowledge that it's not a permanent situation, then they're going to be obviously interested in what you're doing, and I'm sure they understand that if it's important to you, then I wouldn't worry about hurting anybody's feelings or defending anybody. If it's about you and loneliness, I assume there's other people there. If you are in solitary, that's going to be hard if there's nobody to talk to. But hopefully you have some friends there that you can interact with and get through it together, because I assume people that you're going to be with are in the same situation you're in. Solidarity. Unite with them. Or hide your phone inside of your book and secretly do it while you don't think the teacher's looking. Solidarity and solitarity. So he says the city is falling apart. I think we already know where this is going. He's in league with Vic. He's helping to get people drunk so that Vic can come in and change the city. Let's ask how it's falling apart.
Well, you've heard,
He says, despite the fact that you're clearly... I already asked him this.
what with the council being in session for 3 weeks straight, and the rumors about you-know-who doing you-know-what. We haven't eaten in 3 stinking days!
That's the voice I was accidentally channeling there. A classic moment. Talk about something else. The innkeeper spits into the mug he's holding, misses, and hits the bottom of your tunic. He does not apologize. We could ask about Vic. Maybe I should buy some food and ale first, huh? I feel like we should keep our wits about us, so getting drunk maybe is not the best idea. Can I ask you about Vic? The innkeeper looks suddenly quite afraid.
You're a friend of his, are you? I should have guessed. Listen here, I'll vote for him. Vic for first noble.
And with that, he shuts up. Let's ask him about food.
Got no food,
He says, tight-lipped. Ask about rooms.
got no rooms.
He replies, too quietly. I will buy 1 ale, sir. How much is ale, you ask?
Beer's off.
He answers, tossing a bar towel over the tap. Excuse... What? You head back to the bar in the middle of the room. I cannot stay here no matter what I want to do. He won't let me. The place is disgusting. You head back onto the street. And back to the docks. Well, we're retracing our steps from last time. Should have gone to the stupid shrine instead. Oh, the shrine is nearby. Let's go to the shrine. I don't have any stamina or rations. Maybe I can go to the shrine after this. We'll try. I need to get some food or something. Back to the Wayfarer's Rest, a lively and bustling place. A bountiful inn. The innkeeper behind the bar is trying to serve numerous customers. I'll help you, and I'll be with you in a moment. But first, we're going to play with this guy. I'm not going to do all the things because I know what we're doing here. I'm from Analand. You looking to sign on? Maybe? And we're going to play Swindlestones. 5 gold pieces on the game. You're on. This is what we're all here for anyways. Earn some quick money. The reason I'm skipping through these, if you're wondering, is because we got sent back in through time by a magical force. Lorag, the sorcerer, sent us back in time. We've already done this. So, I'm not reading this information for the first time. But when we get to new stuff we haven't done before, then we'll spend a little bit more time on it. We're gonna clean them out and stay rich, hopefully. We got 3, so we got 3 threes, and a 4. I think we start the bidding at 4 and see where he goes from there. Do I look like a Korean? Koreans all look different. He bid 2 1s. I'll bid 2 3s. Could bid 3 1s. It's a little risky, though, because if he calls me... 2 3s is very safe, though. Because I also have 2 4s. So we'll bid 2 3s. Not coincidence. You can always tell Korean if you know where to look, or what to look. He bid 3 1s. He has to have all 3 1s. He could, but why even take that risk? I'd rather just up the bid to 3 3s, because I have 2 3s. I also have 2 4s. I've also bid... I bid 2 3s last time, so bidding 3 3s is not crazy. He won't... If he has even 1 3, then we're good. He doesn't take the bait. He has to have 4 1s. Where are you from? Lumley, but only was. Nowadays, I is a boed on a boat, and that's is as it. I don't know what you're trying to say. Show me your 4 1s. You're reliant. Easy. 4 1s. Okay. We're gonna have enough money for the sword if we wanted to buy it honest. How's about 1 3? We do have 1 3. I'll bid 2 1s. Easy enough, eh? 2 4s. I believe that. 2 4s. 3 4s would be too risky. But if he has 2 4s... I mean, we started with a 3, so we changed from 3 to 2 4s. That's kind of weird. So he probably has at least 1 4. Aboard a boat? Oh yeah, aboard a boat, probably. Frost Rider, that's true. We already have the 2 1s, so 3 1s is not crazy outlandish. He only needs to have 1 to complete the puzzle. It's not that big of a bid. So he bids 3 2s. Is it the first time he's bid 2s? It's the first time he's bid 2s. So he has to have 2 2s that he's been keeping secret from me the whole game. Because I have 1 2, so he just needs 2 of them. 2 out of 4 2s. I gotta call. Because I can't bid 3 3s, I can't bid 3 4s. None of that makes any sense. I gotta call. He's got 2 2s he was holding out. He also had 2 4s. Cheeky devil. He had them. Whatever. We'll get him next time. He was holding out on me. I need directions still to the north gate. You haven't told me anything. 2 4s, a 3, and a 2. I'm going to wager something I do not have. 2 1s. And see what he does. 3 1s. Got him. Got him. There's no ones on my side, friend. That was easy. That was a one-turn play. Where are you going from here? 1-3. I'll bite. 2 1s. 2 3s. 3 1s. 3 3s. He doesn't know I have a 3. He's probably got the 2 3s and I've got a 3. So like, there's nothing I have nowhere to. I have no play. I can't bid 4 1s. This is neck and neck. I can't bid 4 1s, chat. He doesn't have them. He doesn't have them. Okay. Okay, we're in. We only need to win 2 more times. 2s, 3s, 4s. We're gonna start the bidding at a 4. No, I'll start the bidding at 1-3. See what he does. 1-4. Okay, I opened it up for him. He might have that 4. I bid 1-3. He bid 1-4. Now I'm gonna bid 2 3s. That's not outlandish. But if whatever he bids over that, I don't know what he's gonna do. He's not gonna call on 2 3s. Doesn't have enough information. 2 4s. He's gotta have both dice of a 4. No way. I knew it. Down to 1. 4-1, baby. Let's do it. Finish him off. I miss Farkle streams. This is as close as it gets. This is gambling. With dice. Hey guys, finally able to catch a stream. What's up, Jurgen? You might be a little confused at what we're doing, but such is life on an 8-hour sorcery stream. My turn, then. We have a 5, a 3, 2 2s. He bid 1-2. I'll raise him to 3 2s right now, then. Bid 3 2s. So he's bidding 4. It's not possible. It's not possible. We don't have 4 2s. The game is mine. I win, don't I? Another? Gotta take that sweet cash while we can get it, chat. Gotta take that sweet cash while we can get this 5 gold per win. I might not win, though. Who knows? 1, 2, 3, and 2 4s. I'll bid a 3 and save the 4 information for later. He bids 2 4s already. He just went straight to 2 4s. I believe him. 4 4s. Big gamble. Could bet 3, but then he might bet 4. What if he bets 4 after that? Then he wins. I have to take the 4s before he can take them. Call. He did. He bet 5. Oh my god. He has to have 3 4s. He could very well have 3 4s, but I can't bid 6 of a thing. I can't bid 6 of a thing. He only has 4. There's only 4. You crazy person. He believed my bid, so he didn't want to just call it. I'm not always gambling. You're just here at the right times, Kelly McChess. He goes out with 2 4s right off the bat, huh? Show me 3 4s then, man. You tell me again, 3 out of your 4 dice are 4s. No. Only 3. Okay. He really likes that bet. It's not working for him. What is this game? Well, the whole game. This is not the whole game. This is just a mini game. I don't know which one you're asking about exactly. This is Swindle Stones, which is kind of like Liar's Dice in the game Sorcery. A choose your own adventure game we've been playing for a long time now. So we have 2 2s, 2 3s, and a 4. He's got 3 dice. We need to beat him 3 more times, and we'll clean him out. Let's start with a nice number we don't even have, a 1. Find more information about his dice. He has 1 2. I have 2 2s. If he lied about that, he's brave. So I'm going to raise him to 3 2s and see where he goes from there. Maybe he's withholding 2. 3 4s. I have a 4. he might have 2 4s. That's actually very possible. But he does love that bet, and he's been wrong the last few times. I think I have to call him on it again for consistency's sake. I knew it, you devil. Eventually you're gonna trick me, but not this time. He loves that 4-bit, this guy. He bids the same way. We've almost got him. On the ropes. 3, 3, 2, 2, and a 4. He bids a 2. I'll just bid a 3. No, I don't want to bid a 3 because I have a bunch of those. I'll just bid 1, 4. He bid 1, 2. Now he's bidding 2 2s. I'll just bid 3 and call him on the next one. Christ. 4. Are both of your die 2? That's a 1 in 16 chance of both of those die being 2. Sometimes you lose the 1 in 16 chance, chat. Sometimes you do. I'd take those odds any day, though. He had to be right one of the times. He's been wrong 4 of the times. Hope he's better at sailing than swindling. It's been good, but I legit can't keep my eyes open. Don't force yourself. Don't force yourself. The bot will still hang around. Let's begin with a number we don't have. Bid 1 4. We got the 3s in the pocket. He bid 2 4s. Well, I don't have any 4s. So again, 1 in 16 chance twice over, chat. What's 1 in 16 times 1 in 16? What's 16 times 16? That's the odds of him getting the same dice like that. Consecutively. I got a call. I don't have a 4. You have to have both 4s. Hate you. But I love you. One more. One more. Then we get to leave with our money in hand. 1 4, huh? Could be lying. He could be lying, but I'll bid 2 4s, and then I think he'll have to call. So lying in his point would be really smart. Getting beat by AI! He lied about his opening number. I should have just bid 2 3s. 2 3s would have won. I got swindled. That's fair. And now I have a 2, a 3, and a 4. That's not good. What a joker. 1 in 4 chance of just winning this round if I bid 1 4. He'll know I have a 4. He'll bid 2 4s. He has a 3. He has to have a 3, right? Oh no, don't beat me back down from 1 die. If he has a 4, he would have bid 2 4s. Then I would have lost. That's the only answer. He has 1 3. He's guessing I hopefully have a 3. So I could bid, since I already bid 1 4, I could bid 2 4s and make him call me. He'd have to call me and I'd lose. He can't do 3 4s. That's not possible. He's playing the long game. I think I have to call the 2 3s because if he knows what die he has, he knows he can't bid 3 of anything. It's like harder than you think to narrow it down on that last die because he has so many mind games he can play if he gets to go whenever he gets to go. Well, he just got lucky I rolled a 3, basically. So I can't process of elimination it. I have to call because 2 4s is... he would have to call. I have to call before he has to call. The comeback. Don't call it a comeback, chat! Is he lying or isn't he lying? Is he lying or isn't he lying? Is he lying or isn't he lying? If he isn't lying, I have to bid 3 1s. If he's not, if he is lying, then he calls because he knows it's impossible. There's a 50-50 chance. Because if I bid 2 ones and he raises it to 3, and he actually has the one, he wins the round. This is getting close. Or I can just up him to 3, and if he's lying, he'll know and call me. I think it's statistically safer to go 2 ones and call his raise. Statistically, for us to all 3 have rolled a 1 out of 3. Statistically improbable, but possible. So I'm gonna stay low and easy, bid 2 ones, it's safer. What you got, man? Show me the dice. You've got to be kidding me. This is not... I'm down to 1. It's 1v1 now. An even fight. I lose. I have to lie. I have to lie. I would never be able to play this game. I have to put down 4, and he either calls it or bids higher and I win. I have to bid high. Don't call it. Don't call it. Don't call it. Oh, from the brink. From the brink. Ooh, that was way closer than it needed to be. You take another 4 gold. Wait, wasn't it 5? I thought it was 5. Whatever. He takes his dice and pockets them. He sips his beer very slowly. Why would he do that? I don't know. An angry dwarf in one corner suddenly leaps to his feet, shouting, "Enough talking, then. Let's show the council what we think of them." This is the guy that gets thrown in the river and dies. Let's ignore him for now, though, and maybe get some food and beverage. You fight your way through the creatures at the bar. We're gonna get, some food and water here. My purpose around these parts, the price of your ale. Holds up 1 finger. Let's buy some ale. I'll have a mug then, you declare. Drink my ale. 1 whole stamina, chat. Finest in Corée. We've read all this before because we time traveled. It was canonical time traveling. We're gonna buy food. We don't have any food. 6 gold pieces, hardy as you like. We just won 8 to 10 gold from that last guy. I need the gold for food. We have no rations. We have no stamina. I'm gonna pay for the meal. You hand over 6 gold pieces. The innkeeper nods. Get yourself a table. We'll bring it out when it's ready. May as well spend all the gold we just won on ale and food. You buy another flagon of beer. You knock back your 2nd mug. All the best can put it away, he remarks. Okay, that's all we're gonna do. We got 3 stamina. Let's head away from the bar. You push your way back. He said he's gonna bring it to me, right? This is the richest we've ever been. It really is, yeah. The sailor's not there anymore, right? The dwarf, here's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid the dwarf is gonna make me choose to go immediately. I wanna go with the dwarf and see what happens. You return to the sailor's table. One of the serving boys comes over and places a large plate of unidentifiable steaming grub. There you go. And it refills if you'd be needing it, he says. You thank him and begin eating. It is warm and deeply comforting, and gently spiced. That only gave me 3 stamina. Order another beer. What is this? It's refills if you be needing it. What does that mean? If I order another beer, is that money? Or can I go order more food? I don't know which one. Is he talking about I can get a beer refill or I can go get a food refill? You stand. Steady as she blues. The sailor it's a sailor. When the yard arms high, that's when I know I'm dry, sings another tight sailor from one corner. Go back to the bar and see what they say about the food. Nothing. Okay, well that was all the food, I guess. Sure, we got 6 whole stamina. Wowee. You make your way over to the group of dwarves in the corner who want to go... One guy wants to go kill somebody. You were talking about the council, you begin. The group falls instantly quiet. Every face turns toward the angry dwarf who shouted, "You're for it now." One hisses to him. That was like an evil voice, I'm sorry. "I'm a traveler," you reply reassuringly, "new to the city." The dwarf nods.
"Then you're welcome."
He slaps the bench beside him.
"Sit down. I'll tell you why we should burn the council building down tonight."
Okay.
"As I was saying," the dwarf continues, "the council are ruining the city. It's time we took the fight to them. Who's with me?"
"I don't know, Sacksmith," another replies more sheepishly. "After all, things aren't that bad around here. What do you say?" The city is run by villains. "Exactly," Sacksmith agrees. "The council of thieves. Us honest dwarves have no way to protect ourselves." Oh wait, Sacksmith is the leader. Sorry, I got these two confused. I read Sacksmith and sheepishly and thought Sacksmith was this, whatever. "Well," the sheepish dwarf says, "what should we do?" A light gleams in the dwarf's eye. The leader's eye, right?
"I know where the council is,"
Sacksmith says.
"My father helped dig it."
"I'd like to go there."
"Is that so?" Sacksmith replies. "Well, I'll take you, on one condition. When we get there, you help me split the first noble's skull. It's time Sansa's lost his crown."
Maybe he'll give us the information first? Maybe I could just lie to this dwarf and then not help him kill the guy, you know? That is certain death. He's not gonna listen to reason. There must be another way. Sacksmith shakes his head.
"There's no mercy they would show us."
He bangs the table with a fist.
"I'm going now,"
he declares. Well, bring my sword, you declare. I'm with you. Sacksmith claps you on the back and heads for the door. We're going, I guess, chat. If we can't find the noble, we may as well follow the dwarf who knows where the nobles reside. Sacksmith marches away down the dock and you hurry after him. He'll lead you to the council and perhaps the city nobles themselves. They may even be persuaded to open the way for you if they learn the importance of your mission. So, where is the council? You ask.
"You don't know," the dwarf replies, genuinely surprised. "You're new in town, then."
Quite new. Just tell me where it is. Just tell me where it is. Quite new. I don't like doing dwarf voices because I don't know what they're supposed to sound like. I can't do like meme voice. Like the Irish. I can't do an Irish accent. We did look at the wiki how to do Irish accents. That didn't help.
"And my sword!"
Exactly. You have the right idea, Dragoon. You've got it. Dwarves are Scottish. What are you trying to say about the Scots? You calling them dwarves? Big bearded, axe-wielding, armored fantasy creatures? Is that what you're calling the Scots? They sure are contentious. Dwarves are dwarvish, of course. They just sound like dwarves.
"An unprovoked attack by a stranger from out of the city, that can't be traced back to us. Meaning you has been most fortunate."
But where is the council building? How do you plan to attack and abandon this mission? Basically, he thinks I'm going to be an assassin for him. I can't do that. But where is the council building?
"The council tower is the tallest building in Corray, but also the best hidden," he replies cryptically. "I know where it is because I'm a dwarf."
You climb a small rise. Below you, the lights of the city port are going dark. How do you plan to attack?
"The tower is built on several levels," the dwarf replies,
whispering in case the empty street should overhear.
"I suggest we start at the top and make our way down."
Well, how will you reach the top? You ask, puzzled. He frowns at you. That part will be the easiest part, he replies. I'll walk in like anyone else.
At the council, we go. Where'd the audio go, by the way? Is there audio in this game now? Lightly. It's very quiet.
Here, the dwarf declares, stopping outside what appears to be an ordinary house. Wait here. I'll go in first.
With that, he disappears through the door. Well, let's look over the house, I guess. The house into which the dwarf has just gone is that. A house. The windows are thick bottle glass, and the door is tarred wood, studded with rivets and painted black. The roof, only a single story up, is overgrown with weeds. Other identical dwellings stand either side. Still nothing. The building in front of you does not seem like any council chamber. It looks more like the home of a baker or seamstress. Perhaps this is all a trap. What does the house look like from outside? Well, I guess it looks like this, chat.
Cartographer? Please take notes.
Thank you. Look through the windows, knock on the door, try the door, walk away. Let's look through the windows first. You peer in through one of the windows, but the glass is so thick and heavily streaked on the inside with candle grease, you cannot make out anything. We'll try the door. We gotta go in after this dude. You try the door, it is unlocked. In we go. Finding the council. You're in a wide room. Chairs line the walls, but there is no other furniture. If this is someone's house, it has been meticulously robbed. If not, you can not see what function it does serve. It cannot be abandoned. A fire in the hearth blazes out heat. There is no sign of Sacksmith anywhere, but there are also no other doors. There's the sound. Boom. What spells might we cast? They want me to cast Howl. Magical protection might actually be... It's going to be useful one of these times. I just don't know when. Dop? What are we using Dop on exactly? One of these secret... There's going to be a secret door in here, probably. I think there's all of them. There's no sign of Sacksmith. There's no other doors. I'm going to say this is a secret door that Dop can open. I only have 6 stamina. This better be correct. I know I haven't seen the whole stream. Why are we in a political revolution with a dwarf we hardly know? Because we went all the way to the North Gate and got sent back in time, and we know about the political maneuverings of a man named Vic, who is taking slaves and turning them into werewolves and putting magical armor on them that does not let them out of werewolf form, and using them to cause havoc in the town, and they're trying to kill Sansus, a first noble, to replace him with Vic, so that the other nobles can be happy, because Sansus, the first noble, is trying to dethrone a handicap or make immobile the other nobles. I believe. That's my story so far. Stop. Vic 2020, all you need to know. Let's see, do you have to know what door you're targeting? We'll find out, wizard. Stop! You cast a spell hoping to locate a secret door from this room. But all that happens is the main door to the street flies open, as if knocked by a strong wind. You close it once more. You just open the front door. Nice. Look at the fire. You go over to the fire to warm your hands. It seems normal enough and is hot enough to roast a pig. A voice booms from nowhere.
Please be seated.
I guess booming would be like,
Please be seated.
you're not a very good wizard. I'm not a wizard, okay? I'm a sorcerer. Thank you. Sit down. You choose a seat close to the fire and sit down. Something strange happens the moment you take your weight off your feet. It is as though the far wall no longer exists. In its place is a long hallway lined with cloth banners, torches on brass poles. 2 guards stand halfway down the hallway. Between them, you see Sacksmith deep in conversation. Either of these could be right. Approach could get him into trouble, but I think he dies anyways. So intervening would be best case scenario. But also, like, he was going to do this anyways, so if I sit back and watch, I'm not responsible for what happens next. He's trying to kill the nobles anyways. Pretty sure. So we'll just sit back and watch. You hang back and watch the scene. I'm sorry, the first guard is saying. The council is in session and cannot be disturbed.
In session?
Squeals Sacksmith.
Everyone knows the council has run away from this city. Sonsus has killed them all off.
The guard smiles tightly in reply. The dwarf looks enraged. He's turning purple. Go over and help him. You stand and go to help the dwarf. A wall has revealed itself. I'm afraid the council is in session, the guard repeats louder now. Could we see all this before or no? I don't remember, but this is what it looks like now. What are you guys pointing at? Wait and watch, then I need to see them. They're gonna disappear if I wait. They're gonna disappear. I need to see them, you declare firmly. No one sees the council when they're in session, the guard replies primly. I don't have that much stamina, chat. I really don't have much to work with here. 5 out of 19 is not that hopeful. I'll be honest, we might have backed ourselves into a corner here. Interesting. I can read his mind for free, no stamina required. I can give him the illusion of treasure, which I doubt will work on this man. Dop again. No. I'm not gonna dop again. K-I-D is illusions. Ooh, I could make an illusion to get past him. That might actually be useful. More useful than reading his mind. I gotta go, you know? I have to get through. We have to see the council. We're looking for the nobles right now. We got the bracelet of bone in the last time through the city. We found this at a gravestone in the necropolis.
Kid.
You cast a spell readying the power of illusion to cast over the first guard. But what illusion will you create? Make the guard believe the second guard is dying. Make the guard believe the first noble is here. Make the guard believe he is on fire. So many good possibilities. What's the deal with grapes? It's kind of hard to explain. HP Color Jet. A little hard to explain. All you need to know is you pointed them. Cranebolt says, what is the most compelling part of this game for you? Just all the options. Even though I am playing this through a second time, because in canon you have to. Well, you don't have to do all of it if you're smart enough the first time around. I love how all the strings tie together to make a cohesive narrative. It like reveals each new piece of information is actually genuinely interesting. Like, we heard Vic for First Noble at the beginning of the part 2, and it was just like, what does that mean? Now there's a bunch of werewolves in the woods. We randomly shout Vic for First Noble to them and they don't attack us. That's weird too. We found another werewolf and open up the chainmail. Tattoo of Vic as the person transforms from being a werewolf. He's a slaver. They're trying to take over the town. Like, seeing the plot unfold, it comes at just the right pace somehow while you stumble through it. And that's what's interesting. It's like it's a genuinely good story, but more importantly, it lets you do insane things like make guard believe he's on fire. And there's a reaction or an action that causes and effects from that. And I can only do that because I found a bracelet on a gravesite in the necropolis. Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many, like, you push a domino and you just look to see what other pieces it knocks over. That's the fun. That's the most satisfying part. I think the First Noble is here is the best one. If he believes he's on fire, I mean, that would get him out of the way. But the First Noble might reveal some information if he sees Sansa's. But Sansa's might be in the room behind him, so that might cause the illusion to break. I don't know. I'm gonna go First Noble. You create the illusion that the First Noble enters the room from the council chamber. The first guard salutes and stands to attention and loses all interest in blocking the doorway. Sacksmith storms inside. Follow him. That worked. This is the main council chamber of Corray, a wide room with a domed roof supported by tall pillars ornately carved with monsters, serpents, and instruments of torture. In the center of the city, wait, no, sorry, I don't know where I read the city. In the center, 12 throne-like seats are arranged in a circle, with one on a raised die. Presumably the seat of the first noble. All are empty. A chalk circle has been drawn just inside the ring of thrones.
At last,
The dwarf declares, proof! He strides forward, clearly intending to seat himself on the first noble's throne. Stop him. You rush forward to stop him, fearing a trap, but you're not fast enough. Perhaps you blinked, or perhaps the dwarf ducked suddenly from sight. But where a moment ago he was standing, there is nothing there, and the room is quite empty. Examine the circle. You approach the chalk circle cautiously. It appears to be just what it seems, the circle inscribed on the stone floor of the room. The only remarkable thing about it is how perfect it is. It's a flawless curve. Walk around the chairs or walk into the circle. There's no spell that I can cast here, chat. I will walk around the chairs first before going directly into the circle. Around sounds safer. The circle, perfect circle, the dude just disappeared. I will walk around the chairs. You make a slow circle of the chairs, finding nothing unusual. It is an ordinary room. Empty. Quiet. The dwarf has gone. You notice all the chairs have names on their backs. Look at the names. The throne of the first noble has the name Sansa embossed in gold leaf on its back. The names of the others are smaller, fashioned from plain iron. Mulas, Tiffin, Lorak, Shinva, Zirin, Theta. It would seem none of the chairs have been sat in for a very long time. He was going to sit on the first noble's throne, and then he disappeared. You rush to stop him, but you're not fast enough. Perhaps you blinked, or perhaps the dwarf ducked suddenly from sight. He's gone. The real question, and it's a rhetorical question, chat, is did he vanish from walking through the circle or sitting in the throne? And if the answer... if I choose sit in the throne, do I also walk through the circle? Does that make sense? Like, I want to try sitting in the throne, because I don't think he even made it to the throne. I think he walked into the circle and just vanished. I mean, we stepped in a circle inside of Korga's ziggurat, and also died. So if I sit in the throne, hopefully I don't walk through the circle. You walk back to the first noble's chair and lower yourself down, crossing your legs and surveying the room. Well, here's the thing. We did see the dwarf body, a dwarf body, floating down the river the next morning. So if I walk into the circle, I fear death. I fear death. But also, what if the circle takes you? Why are they guarding the room? Annalander for first noble. Thank you. If I walk through, this is rhetorical, by the way, maybe he goes somewhere else, then the people there kill him, then they throw him in the river. Or maybe the teleporter just goes in the river. Could be either one. I have a feeling I'm going to end up in the river if I walk into the circle based on us seeing a dwarf body flowing through the river. But also, if we leave, what else are we going to do? I guess we go back to the actual inn, rest for a night, get some proper stamina, and build up our character rather than possibly enter certain danger. Let's just go back to Annaland and drink beer. Curiosity killed the Annalander, chat. It did. I can't just turn my back now, not knowing what happens. I'll walk into the circle. You step toward the chalk circle. You feel nothing as you cross the boundary, but one moment you are in the council chamber, Then your foot touches nothing and you are falling. No! It's exactly what I feared! Oh... We're back in the original timeline. In the sewer again. Oh my god. Welcome home. Embrace your destiny. I should have just gone back. The sewers. The timelines have converged. They have indeed. Well, this is canon now. We haven't been in the sewer canonically. I understand how the body floats down the river now. He gets washed by the wall of water. A huddled creature? The man does not seem to be moving. It's a piled up cloak, discarded by some previous unfortunate who traveled this way. We've done all this before, but this is the canon run. Whatever, it's in the VOD. It's in the VOD. Nonetheless, this was a fine cloak once. There's a number 1 in a circle. The cloak is too heavy to carry away, but it shows you others have come this way before. And so too will we. You never left the sewer, it was just in your mind. The sewer turns a corner here with other tunnels blocked by filth-strewn wreckage. Searching the wreckage, you come across a small glass bottle. It's Blimberry. You stash it into your pack, the one good thing in the whole sewer. You walk onwards, and suddenly the tunnel opens into a low chamber. You stand ankle deep in filth in a square chamber. Icy droplets fall from the ceiling. The smell is terrible, but this is not any sewer. Someone or something lives down here. Now, I can't really... what's funny is I don't remember what I did here. I remember a creature comes, so I'm accidentally metagaming. But I forget if searching the rags or looking around the room was the correct answer, so I'm just gonna do what I would do if I was here for the first time, which is search the rags, which I'm pretty sure is what I did the first time. They must have formed someone's bedding, as they could never have been clothing. Strips and odd squares of cloth of all different kinds. They've probably been scavenged from what people threw down the drains into the sewers. Leave them. Because I do remember this. You leave them be. They are no doubt flea infested. Doesn't matter, because we would lose the fleas in the impending doom anyways. Look around the room. Despite your concerns, you stop to look around the walls of the chamber. Aside from the pile of rags, there's nothing else here. No stash of food, no weapons, no inhabitant. Then on the far wall, some scratches. A mark of time, perhaps. A sudden rush of water floods the chamber, soaking you up to the waist. Something may be coming. Looking at the marks. I don't know, did we look at the marks last time? I mean, I'm doomed anyways, no matter what I do, because we can't make it out of this, right? Well, maybe there is a way to make it out of this if you're fast enough. I have no idea. But the water rushed at me at the same time. There's a clue in here. I remember there's a clue in here. You make your way carefully around the cesspool in the middle of the room, to the far side where the marks are faintly visible in the gloom. They're not just notches, but letters. And perhaps once they were full words, but have been worn away by the flowing water, or else filled in with slime and dirt. It might once have been a poem. You peer at the marking on the wall. You make out the following through the muck. Korga's grace, one lock, deep inside, I bid you. Surely not. Is this the spell for the North Gate? This is the spell. This is the order! This is the order of the spell. We have the one lock clue already. Oh my god, I figured it out. I just don't have the other pieces of the puzzle. We had to come down here. It was our destiny. Lorag's spell line is Tumblers 2 sealed deep inside. What does this clue say? Deep inside. That's the third one. Oh boy. You look up and see a dark, stooped shape approaching fast. It is a rat bear. I can't believe the toilet just led us to our destiny. This is actually a way that we're going to use to escape. Alright, well, the rat bear. We can make leave I'm metagaming here, but you can't just pretend to forget everything. Create illusions. We didn't do this before. That's new. We could take its mind with law, but we may as well speak to it with yap. We could also cause fear with gak, possibly. We might get some more information from it, though. God, the illusion of worship. Oh, that was illusions. I wonder... It's not metagaming, you're a time wizard, that's true. I wonder if illusions would be better than talking, because the rat does not like talking. We get to ask it one question. Is that better than an illusion to see what the rat does with what illusion options we've have to work with? Let's see. Let's try talking again. Yep. Talk with animals. Yep. You pull on the green wig and cast your spell, turning to the rat bear and declaring boldly, "Hold still!" The creature is so surprised to hear you speak, it obeys, squatting down to a submissive crouch. "Don't hurt me," it moans. "I am just a small ratling, nothing more." Kill it, order it away, ask it something. "Answer me a question," you declare. The rat bear turns around and around, winding through the water. "Anything, anything, please." How can I escape the sewer? "You can't," the rat bear coos in its strange sing-song voice. "The sewer eats everything. The slimes eat everything, even rat bears." Suddenly the creature roars with anger and rage. Don't speak to me," it wails, as though words hurt it. Order it away. "Turn and leave," you command. The rat bear gulps, turns, and slinks into the tunnel from where it came. You breathe a huge sigh of relief, remembering to take the wig off first so that it won't overhear you. And now the fun begins. Gorilla, I hope you're ready to offer me some help in my time of need. You walk onward through the sewers. Shadowy shapes loom out of the darkness and disappear as you get close. You walk for what seems like an hour, maybe more. The tunnel tilts lower and lower. Perhaps you're going underneath the river, the sound of fast rushing water filling the tunnels. You keep walking. The sound of rushing water is growing louder. Suddenly, you realize the sound is not coming from you, or close by the tunnel, or through the walls. It's coming towards you. The dam must have given way, and the river water is now flooding the tunnel. Pray for aid. You stop still, clearing your mind, raising a prayer to the gorilla. You feel a great calm wash down over you. Then a moment later, the wave breaking across your body, knocking you flying like a rag doll. The water wrenches you from the floor and throws you into a swirling spiral. You see nothing but murk and filth. At least, you think wryly, you're getting a wash. You feel the calm of the gorilla in your mind. Whether you'll be protected or not, you cannot tell, but at least you feel in control. Well, we know what to do, chat. There's no way out of this, so there's no use struggling. You swim upwards toward the roof of the sewer, hoping to find an air pocket to refresh your breath, but you're out of luck. Your head hits the arched stone ceiling, which is fully submerged. Even the ducts running up are filled with water. There's no air down here. You swim up a duct. Lungs bursting, you reach a duct in the ceiling. Once inside, it wrenches you upward with powerful force. The stonework either side is a blur, and you crash, scrape, and bang into the sides painfully. Then suddenly, you are spat up into a wider, colder water, lit from above by silvery light. You're outside. You know the place. We know it all too well. You come up gasping for air. You struggle and flail for a moment to get your head above water. Water-damaged possessions have been ruined. Luckily for you, stupid game, I didn't take any rations with me. The pages of your spellbook are protected. You swim along the surface of the river, keeping your mouth clear of the filth as best you can, aiming for the far bank. There's a figure moving there. A night watchman of some kind? Keep swimming. You keep on swimming, carving your way quickly across, keen to be out of the Jabaji as soon as possible. Suddenly a voice rings out across the river.
There's someone in the water? A man's voice calls. One of the slaves is escaping.
One by one, more lanterns appear, lighting up like stars as they emerge from around the sides of the buildings and down the narrow alleys to the waterfront. I'll dive under. You dive quickly under the water. For a moment, you are alone, isolated in the brown water. Then something hisses past your face. An arrow. They're firing into the water. You keep swimming forward, but no more arrows strike. Perhaps they've lost track of you since you're not swimming back as they might have expected, but forwards. You move slowly and silently, coming up for air when you need to, but breathing only softly, gently. After several minutes of this, you arrive at the far bank. You wait, shivering in the freezing cold, but the men and their lanterns are a little further along. You should be safe to climb out here. You haul yourself up and pant gratefully in the dark. To the far bank. The eventuality that was meant to be originally, chat.
You cannot escape your destiny.
You look around the darkness. The far bank is less populated than the near. There are no inns, no markets, just a single path disappearing into darkness between large stone buildings. You're too tired from your swimming to walk on, so you crawl under a bush and make camp. You're exhausted, you're hungry, but there's nothing you can do. Your food has been ruined. You didn't have any idiot. Time to get some rest. You close your eyes and are quickly asleep. Your dreams are cluttered and crazy. Red-eyed beings loom at you. You seem to be walking forward, traps springing at your feet. Face after face laughs as you ask about the spells. 4, says one. There are 11 spells. 13, 49. River water fills your mouth and makes you choke, but the water is thriving with fishes, each of which wants to tell you its life story. Meanwhile, the ghost of Lorak laughs and chortles. I have you right where I want you, he exclaims gleefully. Vangorn strides over and shakes you by the hand. Thank you for helping me realize the error of my ways, he says, a moment later sticking a dagger into your lung. And somewhere beneath your feet you hear the man cackling with laughter, the crown on his head just beyond your reach. On the other side of the river. The clues grow ever thicker. It was a big dream with lots and lots of things. And ironically, I think that is a good place to put our bookmark for this evening. Also, just like we did last time, on the other side of the river. Because if things go swell, which they haven't really been so far, but we did find a very important clue in the sewers, we will find at least one noble down here, another in the necropolis. That's 2. We just need one more clue. And then we need to put them all together. Theta in the ruins. A dead noble. We passed up the corpse on accident. We may even have to rewind again. But this is our journey for now. I think we might even have to go back to the body in the center of the street. We kind of got swept away from this by accident. Because I rode the stupid horse. I rode the horse. And it took us past where the body was. But I think if we can get 1, 2, 3, bing, bang, boom, we should have the 4 parts of the spell to open the north gate. So we should be able to do that next time. So we'll go all the way through here, do things differently, go to the Fallen Quarter, not fall into the sewers again, hopefully. Hit the Fallen Quarter, Necropolis, maybe go talk to Korga again, because we know what to expect, and then pass through the north gate. And yeah, we're going to need to find some lights. We're going to need to pick up that silver stake. I need something to burn. I still got matches. But anyways, great game. We probably put about, what, 15? We probably put like 15-ish hours. I was told it was going to take, like, depending how fast you were, like 16 to 22. So I think we have at least one good, probably 5 to 6 hour adventure to do everything that we need to escape. Really cool game. Pigs are it. I completely agree. I'm having a great time. I think I had a much better time today than the day before yesterday. Not that I didn't have fun the day before yesterday, but like the fact that we didn't try, I didn't get stuck. There were a couple times yesterday, or the day before yesterday, where I kind of like felt stuck mentally and wanted to rewind to do something different. Today, very, very minimal on that. Just kind of going along with the story, I think is made for a very cool story. Lots of interesting characters. And even though we went through this a second time, did you notice how different everything turned out for us? You know? This was the same, sure, but we didn't kill the chain maker. We saw that we could have purchased the chain. We took a horse after talking to it, ended up at the end of the Festival of Thieves, which was a completely different environment. Went towards the artist quarter, followed the dwarf out of the inn, and there's still, I would say, you could probably go back through here at least 2 more times and do things completely different. But a lot of really fun stuff happened today. It's hard for me to even keep track of it all. Gambling to Broke in the Halls of Lada, Rags to Riches story, going back in time, making tons of money. It's like a second playthrough, but not really, yeah. Having the Necropolis ghosts, finding the loot on the bone necklace or whatever it was. Seeing Lorag and the tomb of Lorag and the spirit of Lorag and going up the ziggurat. Stuff on this side was interesting, and I want to see how you can handle the kids in the side alley and stuff like that differently. There's still so much to see and do. It's a huge game. It's crazy big. At this rate, I'll never catch up with live. But you got time now, Chinkasu, if you just got up. But anywho, thanks for hanging out tonight, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. I'm Fire and Kybertopia are probably... I am even like... How am I gonna do that? I don't know. Where's part 2? Refresh, 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 refresh. Show me. Good stream. Thanks, I had a great time. Something or other. The horse wasn't even that fun. We ended at the beginning. What a fantastic game. Yes, this is where we picked up from. This is where we, started the day today. And we're right back there. Except we crossed a different way. We actually kept, the sewer run and flowing up the river pipes. And it went okay, because we didn't have to rewind anything. Second end of stream voice in 10 minutes. Just finished the last one. Well, here you go. Did you finish part 1? Yeah, part 1's been done. We've been on part 2 all day, and there's still more to do. We just started part 2 the day before yesterday. So today was stream 2 of part 2. There's going to be a stream 3 of part 2. It's a big game. But this is the interactive map highlighting part 1. We're going to start putting together the map of part 2. There's going to be a part 2, then a part 2 of part 2. True. Anyways, have a great night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you again probably on Tuesday. Take a little day off tomorrow since we did Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Have a little rest, relaxation tomorrow. And come back on Tuesday. Probably doing Tuesday, Wednesday in a row. I might just have to finish this on Tuesday because it's just going to be in my mind. I don't want to do anything else. You know? I just want to do this. So, we're going to get back to it and hopefully actually solve the puzzle. Part 2 of part 2 on the part 2 map. How are you going to do that, Fire? How am I going to write all those blurbs? If you wonder what the panic is for, I wrote all this. Now, Kyratobi, I'm sure, wrote other stuff. Kyratobi added all these pictures. I love this thing. I love just looking at it. I love the ones where we did the real questionable stuff. There he is. The man himself. Never to show up and, oh, we can't go rewind that far, chat. Sorry. Unfortunately. Wait, which song is this? The wrong one. Let's do this one instead. I miss him. We'll never know. We'll never know. But yeah, back on Tuesday to finish part 2. Should be fun. About to start the stream over. Have a good one. Good night, everybody. Take it easy. Snarker, Jess, Fire. Have a good one, something or other. Hey, Splattercat, what's up? Thanks for the lurk. My pleasure. Thanks for hanging out in the stream. And also for all the awesome auto hosts. Sometimes I'm lurking in your stream too. But Splattercat is on my auto host list. You guys should definitely check him out. I think we have the shoutout command just for you. I can figure out what you've been playing recently. Do a little spying on you. Wait, that's me. What? Nightbot. Yeah. You're not so... yeah, I wasn't done, Nightbot. Hey, make sure you give the streamer, Etalyx, a follow. They were last seen playing Sorcery, too. What a dummy. Let's try again. There you go. Escape from Tarkov. What a fun game. I'm not cut from the cloth that Escape from Tarkov demands, though, but I had a lot of fun playing it. I get too nervous. I have to play games like that in tandem. I know you can play like other people, but I remember playing it and just like hiding in a corner and like, I hear people. I hear people. And they want to take everything that I've got. Take me for all I'm worth. So instead I just play Sorcery, where the NPCs take me for all I'm worth instead. But anyways, hope you had a good time. Good job, Nightbot. You're doing great. Alright guys, take it easy. See you again on Tuesday. I'm gonna go rest my head, get some grub, check out Game of Thrones, see if it was good tonight. Hopefully it was. I have a lot of faith in the person that wrote this episode, so I trust it to be interesting. I'm sure it will be. I was streaming all through it. I was telling my own Game of Thrones story. Honestly, though, I don't know how you would pick one path through Sorcery, but all the stuff that's in these books is, like, interesting enough where I could see it being a TV show. I don't know how you would do it, though, because it's like the choose-your-own-adventure part of it is just hilarious when you can just walk into a room and fireball somebody and they explode. But I feel like this could definitely be turned into some kind of media. They would have to distill it to one kind of canon storyline, which would be hard. But I feel like if they embrace that, it'd be part of the fun. Every season is the same arc, rewind at the end. To be honest though, Snarkard, that's how you could do it. They get to part 2, they would just have to come up with a distilled part 1 storyline for this. That's not that long. Then season 2 is Corray. Season 3 is after Lorag rewinds the main character to the beginning of Corray. And they have to do it again, but they see everything differently. And do things differently. So they only have half the clues to play with. Then you can move on to actually part 3. I think that'd be pretty cool. I don't know how you'd keep track of all the game stuff. I guess you just pick some out of it. Anyways, good night, guys. Take it easy. Thanks for playing. I had a great time. And I'll be playing again shortly. In just a couple of days. So check you out on Tuesday. I'll see you then. It's Lorag the Ghost. He's come to snatch us away. Almost 9 hours. Yeah, I can feel it. I'm spent. Etal fades in and out 3 times and then leaves. Because I gotta rewind. I gotta go back. There's still so much that we could be doing differently. Alright, smell you later, everybody. Good night. Whatever it is you're doing tomorrow, if you're just waking up, good morning, EU. Till next time. Bye.